clock begins for this category when you place the first edit on the timeline, not when you ingest the media. Judging is based on the storytelling elements, sequencing, natural sound, etc. Though judges will also look for creativity. Entries must be 3 minutes or less.
Read the first line of that again, please.
So everyone ready?
I think so.
And this is like the first category, so it's like, you know, kind of get your bearings.
Perfect.
So make sure you say the name so that we're making sure that we're judging the right one.
Okay. The title for
the first one to the right.
the title for this one is called
It's
Adding
okay.
the
It took me a
Bad.
second too. I'm like, I don't know where I am.
Am I good to play?
Yep.
There's few 10-year-olds across the nation that you will find with a work ethic such as the one you'll find at the Alley Boxing Club.
Yeah, you don't really find too many young kids that age that are that mature.
And even less of those you'll find look like Addison Kinney.
Girls are tougher than we give them credit for.
Unassuming, you know, a regular kid, and you know, she's a sleeper. There's not the ones that you expect. She's got a lot of fire. That's for sure.
Addie the Baddie, as she's
Move
called,
your jab, Addie.
youngest of 4 sisters, comes in at only 65 pounds,
There you go. Keep your legs moving.
and she packs a punch,
Chin down. Put your chin down.
winning 3 fights already
Jab in
in
front
only
of you.
6 months of competing in the sport.
A jab in front of you, Addie.
Jason Kinney always knew his daughter had a little more to her, and now she's proving it in the ring.
But she was always just a little more intense, a little bit more physical than the other kids, and she's a lot smaller.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm tough. Tough enough to win.
With boxing being a male-dominated sport, Kinney's forced to practice and in some cases, such as this past weekend, compete against the boys.
It's no different. It's just like fighting girls. It's no different.
Well, now that Addie's been in the ring with the boy, I feel like everybody sees it now. Everybody had a chance to see that girls are just as good as boys. Beautiful.
With that last win under her belt,
Moving the man.
Kinney hopes that she can keep climbing and providing a path for women's boxing to continue to grow.
I hope other girls join the sport because it sure is a good sport.
In Wichita, TJ Cleveland, 12 News.
Make your notes, and then when you're all ready, let roll no, and she'll open the next one.
She got very lucky.
Yeah.
It automatically back this up.
I suppose now would be a good time to learn to type.
As long as you can read your own typing. Oops.
I don't know what to score the first one.
I know.
So it's a starting point.
We're allowed to go back and
Oh,
change
yeah, yeah.
things.
This is for your notes. That
Are we gonna have a chance to watch some of these again?
if you want to.
Okay.
It's up to you how you do this.
Okay.
Yes.
You would rather us type in the spreadsheet?
Yes, because I want each of you to see your notes to each other. So that you're like, oh, we're all thinking the same thing. That's the first place, easy. You ready? No? Whenever you're ready, Chip.
If I leave a box, how do I get back into it? Like,
Click back into it.
I just push the arrow down or whatever, or return. See how I do that?
yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go, Monroe.
This is edit. She knew all of them.
She got very lucky.
Yeah.
10 years old, teddy bear in tow. A child who's already lived through terror.
I got really scared and I didn't know who was her or dead. And then we started looking around on Facebook, and then I realized that all the people I knew were dead now.
What do you mean, baby? How many?
I knew all of them.
She knew all of them.
I want you to know that we love you.
And Oralia Santos was almost one of them.
She was supposed to be in that class. She has 3 cousins who were supposed to be in their class, and they didn't go to school. She was in school, but she was on the other side of the campus.
Restore us, Father, to your saving grace by the power in the name that is above every other name.
Oralia heard the gunshots, went into lockdown, hid, and survived. But her classmates did not.
I feel guilty for any ounce of happiness because so many parents went to bed with empty beds last night.
A lot of ex-coworkers,
People
a lot
we've
of
grown up with.
friends, kids lost, like people that we know.
Babies we've watched grow up.
Yeah.
That God would heal their little hearts,
Too many will never grow up.
their little souls. When you can't walk, when you can't get up,
And too many others grew up too fast.
He'll lift you up.
In Uvalde, I'm Teresa Woodard.
Shall I remind me of the scoring scale again?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Would it be easier for you guys to give me a number so I can put the stars on the thing so we can come back to all the 1s and all the 2s and all the 3s, or would you guys like to just?
I think just we'll go through them all and then we'll come back.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
I agree, Chip.
Good? Chip? Good?
Yep.
Thanks.
Welcome to our store. It's our grand opening today. So we have games, yeah, if you're interested.
Fantastic deals. Mission Thrift we're wholly owned by the Tacoma Rescue Mission.
Support Tacoma Rescue Mission, so please come back.
All the generating of revenue, all the profit goes straight back to the Rescue Mission and our programs.
People who are looking to get out of homelessness and addictions and, can't help when people have changes of life that get them in a tough spot.
The proceeds are going to go help other people. That's why I came down.
If we build it, they will come, they say.
Well, you never know until you look, that's for sure.
What can we do to make a difference?
Extra careful with the cup here. I got a 6-year-old. In fact, she's right there. I struggled with getting out of homelessness and addiction. Morning. The Tacoma Rescue Mission has helped me dramatically in my life. Hi. It feels really, really good to work for a company that is benefiting.
The most important people in our system are the donors. those individuals who willingly give.
I just hope that everybody get behind this thrift store because it's very nice, it's very clean, very organized. My wife is having a great time spending my money, so I'm doing good.
I love to see how the mission blesses people, and I just love being part of it. It feels amazing.
You get an item of clothing or a purse or some kind of thing, but you
Is this your first time here? Wonderful. Glad you're here.
are making a difference in the lives of people in our neighborhood. In Tacoma. We're not a national organization. This is in Tacoma in Pierce County that makes a difference in a real, tangible way.
Well, you name it, we got it.
If I'm gonna go to any thrift store, it's gonna be this one.
We get up every day saying, hey, we get to make a difference in our community, not just live here, not just have a job, but we're making a difference.
Thank you so much.
And so that's exciting.
Take care. You have a great day.
Ready, Chip?
Yep.
Go.
Yes, sir. It's very busy. Very busy.
14 years on the job, and Michael Bailey knows Royce City well. But one place.
A little less than half a mile.
He wish he didn't.
Right over there.
Off an exit ramp of I-30 a year and a half ago.
It reminds me of
It was April 10th.
one of my worst days.
The day he was helping a stranded driver while walking over to remove some debris on the road.
I heard the sounds that anybody working on the side of the highway dreads to hear, tires screeching.
The video he still plays in his head. And a tragedy that plays too often in Texas. Most recently Tuesday night, when an on-duty Carrollton officer was killed by a passing vehicle.
Either slow down or move over. To be that advocate for this purpose is, well, now it's part of my life's calling.
Texas's move over and slow down law requires drivers to move over a lane or slow to 20 miles an hour below the posted limit when first responders and service vehicles are present. Miraculously, Officer Bailey broke nothing, but it took 7 months of physical rehab before he returned in January. This week, his prayers are for Officer Notham and his family.
My heart breaks for them. I mean, I was that close to my family being in their shoes.
Bailey is back in patrol, and there are reminders everywhere of his worst day and what no family deserves to face.
We have enough white crosses along the highway, so I'm blessed that I'm not one of them.
In Royce City, I'm Joven Penninger.
Drenching rain may keep some people inside, but for Dana De Leon, this is perfect weather.
This is what pays for my job is stormwater, and I love it.
That's because she's able to showcase Tacoma's work in cleaning up stormwater before it re-enters the South Sound.
The rest of it goes into these troughs.
In 2015, the city began work on a stormwater treatment facility right at the entrance of Point Defiance Park. The facility is made up of 6 cascading pools that send water through troughs and treatment cells before sending as much as 8 million gallons of treated water back into Puget Sound. Leon says it's vital that this work is done to undo decades of harm to the environment.
We've had over 100 years of industrializing Puget Sound, and it has actually made some areas dead, like completely wiped critters out. So as part of this now, over time, with the Clean Water Act and funding for facilities such as this, we're cleaning the water up now and we can revitalize Puget Sound.
But climate change could bring a new challenge to the cleanup efforts. Leon says the region could see more intense rainfall in the future, which could increase stormwater runoff into our local waterways. Which is why Leon says Tacoma needs more facilities like this. Otherwise, the entire ecosystem could be harmed.
We might kill more salmon. And if we kill more salmon, then, we're going to lose our southern resident orcas. And we don't want to do that. We want to clean this water up, preserve the salmon, preserve the whole food chain for the Puget Sound.
Ready? Next.
It's gonna look a lot different when it's over.
Teope is a tiny town.
You literally blink and you miss it.
A town that last night may have gotten knocked down, but it's not out.
I could not help but cry this morning. I felt so terrible, and I was like, there's nothing I can really do to help other than clean. Like, that's it.
A tornado with winds up to 135 miles per hour, tearing down trees that took aim at nearly every house, including Tracy Smith's.
Shards of glass and everything flew down the basement steps with us as we were running down.
The storm moved fast, staying on the ground for 6 miles.
She just screamed and said that it hit, and that's all she could say.
It trapped Earl Kiefer's daughter in her home, the now gaping hole, a reminder of what's gone.
It's a rough time for them. I mean, they lost everything they had, so.
It blows my mind.
What was found, though, is a show of support to try and help one another get back up.
Southland as a whole is that tight-knit of a group.
When I was pulling into town, I was literally overwhelmed by how many vehicles and just people and buildings were just like everywhere.
While it may take time to right everything in Teope,
everybody is showing support.
Ask the people here, and it will always be home.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
In Teope, Jennifer Hoff, KARE 11 News.
this one is Nobody Touch My Building.
People have the power. People have the power.
Songs and speeches sum up their message. Trains, not towers, is one of the chants. They're in front of 55 coffins, each marked with the address of a building they fear will be torn down.
Seeing all the RIPs.
Sam Turvey is with the group that's been speaking out and demonstrating against the project. They don't want to see the demolition and don't like the real estate developers part of the deal.
So I think the taxpayers are highly likely to be on the hook for some of this. And frankly, we shouldn't be listening to their narrative. We should be building a real transit facility here.
Up, down, and all around the neighborhood that is Penn Station.
Cold bottles of water, ice cold bottles of water.
There's always something new to see.
Welcome to Long Island Railroad Penn Station.
This summer, it's the open space within the transit hub. Crews are raising the roof and creating new entrances.
I'm a native New Yorker all my life, and I love the city, and what they're doing here, the transformation looks amazing. It really does.
Construction above ground moves at a pace that matches the people on the street. The Hotel Pennsylvania is coming down. The redevelopment of the surrounding streets, that master plan is on track. The Public Authorities Control Board voted in July to approve the financial framework for Governor Hochul's proposals, which include modernizing the train station, 1,800 units of housing, including affordable housing, 8 acres of open space, and new office buildings. That's the part that would require tearing down structures around 31st and 30th Streets at 8th Avenue. The talk of the block is what happens to the buildings.
Nobody touched my building. I'm working with here, 40 years.
Governor Hochul, along with other officials, announced the design phase earlier this summer.
This is the embodiment of transit-oriented development. You bring in people to a place, their jobs are right out the door, and also create living space. This is the model for the future.
And we think this fight is far from over. You know, some say it's David and Goliath.
Shut them down.
What say y'all?
Not quite yet.
Are we going back to 42? Did we skip one?
Yeah, we skipped one. New York. What can you do?
Oh, we skipped one?
Yeah.
Looks like there's one more in this category. It's just maybe out of order. So this is the
That's
8th
probably
one.
it.
Yeah, this is the other one.
Yeah, that's it, right.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see we skipped one.
Sorry.
Good.
What can I say, baby?
You
There is a lot going on along Canal Street.
Everybody's rubbernecking. Everybody's turning around and see what's going on.
Apart from crowded, that's different.
It's noisy, it's busy, and everybody has something to say about it.
It doesn't seem like a problem to me. It's just like a funky area.
It's New York. What can you do?
Tell all that to the New York City Department of Transportation. The survey is titled Canal Street Visioning, and officials want to know about pedestrian and transportation issues to better understand the experience of traveling here.
That's a run-on question, baby. Which part of that you want me to answer first? Why am I here in New York City? Born and raised.
Alicia has a few comments for the record.
New York City literally is the only place that is just that, New York City. You can be as grumpy as you like, and it's gonna be okay, because that's just how it is in New York. We're not mean, we're not rude, we're not nasty, Well, we just New Yorkers.
One of the questions asks, what are the traffic safety concerns? Pick a point, stand here and see.
It's difficult to move around the city with a vehicle. I'm thinking about leaving the city.
City planners will use the information for future projects along Canal Street and in Lower Manhattan. They're asking about how we move around the area, including specifically about bikes. Everybody can sound off, residents of the blocks and visitors.
What is it about Canal Street? It's an intersection of a whole bunch of different everything, whether it's food, people, culture.
Now, what say you? Somebody has to speak first.
I liked one near the top. The one that had the overlapping sound bites. I thought that was pretty effective. I think it was the second.
The emotional piece.
Yeah.
Uvalde. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I say, I'll color code whatever you say, just so you guys have. And then, what's your name?
I'm Harper.
Harper can star like the three or top four if you ever want to go back and watch
I
it.
think Monroe's gonna star them so she can look at.
Oh, Monroe's gonna star them.
So y'all
I'm
can
gonna star them so that y'all can see them.
Yeah.
And so there's a few different ways. Y'all can obviously do it however you would prefer. The way that is offered is that you can go through and say in or out. I can star the ones that are in as a 1 star so that they stay in the system, and then you can go back through. Where we need to end up is just with the first place, which we'll put with 5 stars, and then down second and third place, 4 stars, 3 stars.
The second one that I liked was the last one.
Yep.
I thought that one really had pop.
The New York one?
Yep.
Those two, I assume, were probably edited by the same person.
I think so too.
Same style.
Right. There's a difference when you use nat sound to make pops like that.
Yeah.
You need to have video for each pop, and
Right.
some of the ones we've seen today have just kind of abused that, right?
Yep. Yeah, this one, the sound of the luggage. Going
Yeah,
down
and
through,
the shutter on that wheel that was spinning. I thought like that. I want to see more of that. Like.
Yep.
Right. And there was another one in New York that could have done the same thing, and like it was just a lot slower and a lot flatter. So you can tell that's a great example. They were shooting the same area basically.
Yeah.
And one of them was singing,
Yeah.
Yeah, the other New York one, the Touch My Building one, I felt like it was, some of the shots were really fast paced, and I don't mind that, but the other one, like, was complemented with the nat sound, and I feel like if you're gonna have them that fast, you better have like some sequencing or something that kind of visually can just make you're like, oh wow, I see what they did here to make this.
And the storytelling on the last one, the sound bites that they had were so appropriate and just perfect. You made me laugh out loud one time. Like that's a great way to advance the story.
That little creature that was on the
it was dancing
made
or
us
whatever
all
it was.
laugh.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of the two of the New York ones, I like the last one we saw, which is the one, it's New York, what can you do?
Yeah, I agree.
For me, I mean, how many kickboxing stories have you done? And that's a predictable gnat. That's always going to happen. And you're going to edit to that.
I thought the mission thrift was okay. They did a good job with not a very aesthetically pleasing sort of shooting grounds, you know?
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, the boxing one for me, I thought that obviously the quickness of which is what they would have done, but some of the shots were too blurry. I felt like the editing was too blurry, and then you lost like, if I'm gonna see it, I want to have a purpose to seeing it, and I felt like they could have done a better job
Good
a little
call.
bit on that.
I agree with that.
Yep.
And same thing with Mission Thrift. I like that one. I felt like on what could have been, like you said, a really boring story, like, but visually, like it felt like it was very fluid, and I felt like the gnats weren't disruptive, which I thought was good.
I like the framing of it too, like just certain things, and it's just very stood out.
I flagged one of these for shaky video, just because. That's what I do.
Well, and nowadays, I mean, those two New Yorker pieces, I'm shocked that they could do that.
I am too.
I don't think I could.
I am too.
And I'm pretty fast.
I mean, all the stars have to line up for that to go down in an hour.
Right.
Right.
But, you know, we have that little non-shaky thing that's in Avid or Edius or whatever you're using.
Right. Stabilizer.
Premiere, there's the stabilizer, and I mean, it only takes a few seconds.
Yeah.
And it really can save
Or,
you.
hey, shoot everything off a tripod.
Yeah.
Well, nobody touched my building. Because like you said, those two were very similar. I felt like though they used shots that didn't match what he was necessarily saying all the time. It was just like shots to put in there to match the constant quick pace. And my thing is like, if you're going to do a quick sequence in even if it's only up for a second, it still needs to have a purpose. Like it needs a match.
Yeah.
So, I think I had two that were tied for 4 in my judging. I love the Uvalde one. Are we coming up with our winner now? I like the Uvalde one, but to me it's not as impressive. That was not as, I mean, it's beautiful, but it's not as impressive in under an hour like the New York one was. Right? I mean, that guy had to, he's on the streets in New York. It's not easy to get in and out of their buildings. He might have done it from his car, you know?
Yeah.
He probably had live shots like wrapped around him.
Yeah.
I like that one. And I liked the sound, so like it wasn't just visually stimulating, but the content.
Brings you to the chaos of what downtown Manhattan is.
Yeah. I think that was my top one.
So we're picking a clear winner, or
I
what
don't
are
know.
we doing?
Yeah, the 4 of you have to pick a clear winner.
Yeah, no, I'm down with that, so perfect.
It's New York.
Are you all clear on it's New York, what can you do is first?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right. Next.
So is this
Pick
next
second.
one? Oh yeah,
Yes.
do we have to pick a second?
First, second, third,
I would
and
say
then if
the
you want an honorable
shooting all
mention.
of them one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just gonna
Pattern
throw
the
this
Mission
out there. I
Thrift.
mean, she knew all of them was beautiful and stuff, but the Mission Thrift, you're not. I mean, it's not beautiful. It wasn't served to him on a golden platter for beautiful editing and beautiful pictures, but they made something out of it.
I ranked it higher actually than the Uvalde one. I gave the Mission Thrift a 4 on the as opposed to the Uvalde
Yeah, and again,
one.
let's remember the category, right? In under an hour.
Yeah.
Like the Uvalde was more like a feature piece. Like some of that could have been done in-house before they even got out of the building, you know?
Yeah.
These people were news gathering in the other one, you know, they were actually like.
I think the Uvalde one was more of an emotional story, but
Yeah.
a lot of it though, I don't in my opinion, I don't know if the edits were as strong, in my opinion. I felt like they did a nice job of finding the emotional shots.
And the music was
audio
edited
was
nicely.
mixing. It was. It stayed in just enough and not too long.
Right. That's a fine line.
Yeah. But yeah, personally, I rank the Mission Thrift higher than the Uvalde one. So I don't know. So maybe.
So are you thinking Mission Thrift second?
Yeah.
Yes? How about a third?
Yeah, but then Uvalde third.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uvalde third?
Yeah.
She knew all of them, so that was third, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to give an honorable mention or just that? It's up to you guys.
I think we're good.
If anything was honorable mention, I feel like nobody touched my building, but
Yeah, the intro to that was good.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the music and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yay or nay? It's up to you guys.
I mean, they work in New York City. It impresses me. It always has. Like just thinking of doing what I do in New York City.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, they had a good day.
Yeah.
For that story, so I'd give them an honorable mention.
Sure.
I'm down with it.
So nobody touched my building, honorable mention?
Sounds good.
All right. Congratulations, you've finished one category.
Yay.
Anybody need a water or something to eat, or you want to keep going?
Oh, we're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Good?
Yep.
So the next one is.
So the next one is 60-minute, but these are solo journalists, so one-man bands.
Ooh, very good.
So it'll be category 43.
So this is one-man band in an hour or less.
One-man band in an hour.
This first one is titled She Wakes Up Every Day and Goes.
Oh, hold on. It's not in the same
Yeah,
order
it's
up
not in
here.
order. Just.
Oh, you just change it. Okay.
Oh, you moved
okay,
it?
Right.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. Cool.
Hey, how are you? The hottest ticket in Cherokee tonight is for the Lady Braves basketball game. The biggest star will be the smallest player on the court.
Oh my gosh, she's spicy.
Anaya Sampson will bring a smile to your face.
8.
Even though
No, 9.
in her young life,
9 Monday, you're still 8.
she has faced more challenges than a single life deserves.
I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah.
At first. I thought it just meant I had something wrong with me.
3 years ago, doctors discovered cancer in Anaya's leg. She beat that. It came back in her jaw. She beat that. But it's come back for round 3 and has spread to her brain.
We don't know, how long she has here. God has a plan. I don't know what his plan is, but I'm just here watching. I get to squeeze her and watch her and love on her, and that's what matters.
Basketball has been something she's clung to.
Basketball is like a fun thing.
And tonight she got to share her resilience with the Lady Braves.
Honorary coach, Anaya Sampson, to forward.
The community here is so selfless that, we just get to sit here and watch her while everybody else makes moves and does stuff on our behalf.
All the proceeds from the game, tickets and concessions, are going to the Sampsons. In turn, everyone else gets to see a remarkable spirit from a girl who can barely see into the huddle.
Just the love of life that she has. She wakes up every day and, she goes, and no matter what's in her path, she just goes, and with a big old smile on her face. And so I guess just, never give up.
You can recuse yourself, or you can judge them as you see fit.
He was on our show. I feel like I should recuse.
Okay, it's fine.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
We should have never let him go away.
It's good. In my
Hey, how are you?
This one is titled The Last Day.
The last day of school can bring chaos.
Oh, it's the energy and what they come up with.
But Juanita Peasley loves the excitement that comes with the traditional competitions in the classroom and in the gym at Crestridge Secondary School.
I wish I could bend like they can.
It's a tradition the 89-year-old has enjoyed for many years.
Teaching keeps me busy, keeps me out of trouble.
Mrs. Peasley started here in 1964. She has nearly 6 decades in the classroom.
When I was growing up, we had very few options, and teaching was one of them.
She's taught here as long as every student
I love Miss Peasley. She's so sweet.
and all the staff
She's a remarkable lady.
can remember.
I know Mrs. Peasley from working here, but originally Mrs. Peasley was my 7th grade science teacher.
Mrs. Peasley has taught science for most of her career, and her favorite thing to study is spiders.
Oh, it's so much fun.
But this week, Mrs. Peasley is packing up her classroom for the last time, spiders and all.
I'm so busy trying to get that room cleaned out that it hasn't hit me yet.
It's her last day of school. And the cheers for dodgeball are nothing compared to the love for a teacher with one more message to her students.
Make good choices.
And even though it's time to step away from the chaos,
I need to travel a little bit.
she'll miss the young lives
I learn something every day from the students.
that have brought her back day after day.
Bless their hearts, some of them, I could wring their necks sometimes, but I love them all.
For decades of memories. In Centerview, Missouri, Nathan Vickers, KCTV5 News.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Next.
This one is titled It Could Have Always Been Worse.
God. Even when everything hurts.
So this is when I first arrived to the hospital.
Sarah Williams knows
I'm just so grateful he's alive.
it could have always been worse.
Knowing that I hit the ground there and
Jim Hamilton thinks about it too.
I don't know, could have been so different.
Today, Jim is thankful to see cards of support rather than sympathy.
It says, "Hey Dad, I'm sorry this has happened, but funny card. I love you so very much. Feel better soon."
Even with 4 facial fractures,
The shoulder and the ribs, for sure.
no pain is greater than the fear of never feeling again.
It was dark, I had lights on, I had my helmet on, and then the next thing I know, I hit the top of the car, and then I remember hitting the pavement, and that's it.
Right there in the middle of the road.
Craig Wu was the second person to find Jim. He was riding to the same cycling meetup Jim was headed to.
It's a lottery as to who gets hit next on this road. And then for it to happen 3 blocks away from that site where there's a fatality, literally like about a month later, I was just scared for all of us.
Just 3 blocks away, fear meets reality. In August, cyclist Steve Perkins was hit on his ride down Syracuse. Like Jim's situation, the driver did not stop. But unlike Jim, Steve did not survive.
You know, and every time I pass the ghost bike, I'm like, you know, I pause and think it's getting scarier and scarier to ride your road bike on the road.
I think that's when he was coming to and he was in panic mode.
Images may not capture all the emotions this family has gone through, but simple reminders
Follow traffic laws, number 1.
will prove just how easy it is to keep this pain from happening again.
Just to slow down and not be in a hurry. You don't want to hit a cyclist. You don't want to take a life.
Ready? Next.
This one is untitled.
In the days since December 10th, a dominating sound echoes throughout Dawson Springs.
Every day but Sunday. Well, because the first month, even on Sunday.
In this small town, pounding nails is the sound of progress, and Kevin O'Reilly's home is coming along.
So I ran into the bedroom and I jumped on top of my wife and I just hugged her as hard as I could, and she said, well, what are we gonna do?
O'Reilly says he and his immediate neighbors escaped the brunt of the massive tornado because their block is on a downslope.
All the roof was torn up. There was big holes in it. You could stick your hand through the holes, some of them, because there was just pieces of metal and everything.
A few blocks to the north and homes were destroyed. O'Reilly braced for the worst, and in that moment, he was scared.
I've been scared twice in my whole life. 6 years ago, a man told me I had cancer, and it scared me. And then December 10th of last year, that tornado came. It scared me. I thought I was going to lose my life, my wife, everything we had.
So O'Reilly fared better than expected. His roof was patched a week ago, and new siding is going up on this day. And as far as his diagnosis,
I'm in remission. I'm in remission.
Amid all the heartache in this small town, there are many reasons why residents are grateful. In Dawson Springs, Jonathan Gregg, Spectrum News. Look anywhere in Dawson Springs, and you see a job site.
They replaced the roof, like I said, 2 weeks ago.
That's a. Go to the next one. I don't know how that happened.
Everyone has a favorite food.
It wasn't enough.
Go ahead.
Is this free Firebirds?
Everyone has a favorite food.
It wasn't enough, was it?
And pigs are no exception.
Who doesn't love peanut butter?
At Love and Arms Animal Sanctuary, the residents get the best treatment because they didn't always have this kind of life.
Some of our animals come from farms that go out of business, and people abandon them. We get phone calls, and they have come from a case of abuse and neglect.
Their most recent residents are a little different.
Hey, ladies!
Nick, Katie, and their girls bring their chickens their favorite food to Love and Arms.
All right, you ready, girls?
Because the Farringtons' home is gone after the Marshall Fire destroyed it.
Salmonella. What were we saying? Like, there's another fire, follow the chickens,
Yeah,
or follow the animals?
They know how to survive.
Like, what was the temperature between the houses, and where did they go, and how did they make it?
Somehow, 8 of their chickens survived and were found by an officer the next day.
And it was snowing, like an incredible amount of snow that day. And the fairgrounds had filled up with larger individuals. There were no room for chickens.
Love and Arms didn't exactly have room either, but they made room.
Pickles, what are you doing, Pickles?
And ever since, they've taken care of the Firebirds for free.
And every time we're applying for a new housing situation,
we joke when they say, do you have any pets? And we say, well, if you could take chickens, yes.
So far, it's been a no.
Hi, Scarlett.
So Love and Arms will keep them safe until the Farringtons rebuild. Katie Eastman, 9 News. Everyone has a favorite food.
What say y'all?
Oh, there's a separate video. And it just doesn't show up on that. Let's see. So it looks like Dude with the Food is showing up now. It looks like it was one of the little quirks in the system when I just clicked, but I
Oh,
can
it's a
click-
different entry?
It's a different entry, just the system as I was clicking across.
Oh.
Mixed up the videos. So would you like me to
Yeah.
play that video?
I thought it was a double entry.
Me too. So this is Dude with the Food.
Oh, there's actually a dude
That's
with the
for
food.
sure Dude with the Food.
Look anywhere in Dawson Springs, and you see a job site.
Baby.
Again, that is very strange. Let's see if I reload the page. It won't play correctly on your computer? That just skips to the next one.
Weird that the thumbnail comes up.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
Good idea.
See if I.
You're smart.
Let's see. No?
Is there a download file or are you doing the link?
It wouldn't give me a download file. Let's see if I think that's the same one.
You want me to? Want me to page mark?
I think that would be good, and I will. Let me try to put this in a folder where we can access it. Maybe.
What room are we in? 241?
241. Yes, sir. To enable JavaScript. Let me see if it will pull up on a mobile device.
Look anywhere in Dawson Springs, and you see a job site.
They replaced the roof, like I said, 2 weeks ago.
Homeowners, contractors, and volunteers. On December 10th, an EF4 tornado devastated this small town. Entire neighborhoods were destroyed.
It's never looked like this ever, and I was raised right over there 2 blocks away.
Dozens of residents are gone because they had no other choice.
Alrighty.
For those who are still here,
It almost brought tears to our eyes just seeing all the disaster.
the dude with the food, otherwise known as Terry McCrary, wants you to load up a plate.
Sloppy Joes, potato salad, and
May have done this, like, it's like a similar story, right? Like either.
But
we
if
did
this is
the
supposed to be in
same
60
day or-
minutes, the first chunk of that was done at another
It was
time.
already done, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really confused.
That's a good point.
That's true. He had already done it.
So, I mean,
Or he did it for this one and then used it in the other.
either way, right? And it's
Yeah.
unfortunate because they're good, but
Well, but does that disqualify for this category because it's just for it's not the turner, it's not from when you film, it's from when you edit, right?
Right.
For this, so it's editing within 60 minutes. Like you could have
yeah,
filmed
yeah,
all day
you're
long,
right, you're right.
And so I don't think that disqualifies.
Alright, so should we watch it?
Because this might have been
I
like
wonder
a
how-
package,
like,
the other one might have been 60
I wonder how.
minutes,
That's a good
so-
point.
And I wonder if I wonder if we've seen that already. We've just not known it. You know what I mean?
That's true.
All right, play it from the beginning.
Yeah.
But that was the first 20 seconds, right? Was the same story.
The beginning of this is a little different than the other because
slightly
the other one, it didn't have tight shots in the beginning. Because I made a note there. I'm like, there aren't any really, like, toward the end, they had some more tight shots. But in the beginning, it didn't look like it just had them hammering.
I don't know.
medium,
Still,
medium
to
shots,
take a
that kind of
chunk
thing.
of already edited material
That too. I guess technically, yeah.
and crowbar it into something else, like I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
your
know.
first minute is already edited.
Yeah.
45 seconds.
Right? I mean, you're feeling pretty good if you have that chunk, right?
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get your script.
Yeah, you only have 45 seconds to go.
Play it again.
I do like this.
But not
I
all
do
the,
too.
Not all the beginning.
Look anywhere in Dawson Springs, and you see a job site.
They replaced the roof, like I said, 2 weeks ago.
Homeowners, contractors, and volunteers. On December 10th, an EF4 tornado devastated this small town. Entire neighborhoods were destroyed.
It's never looked like this ever, and I was raised right over there 2 blocks away.
Dozens of residents are gone because they had no other choice.
Alrighty.
For those who are still here,
It almost brought tears to our eyes just seeing all the disaster.
the dude with the food, otherwise known as Terry McCrary, wants you to load up a plate.
Sloppy Joes, potato salad, and we have a little treat over here.
They are 4 volunteers from Evansville, Indiana. Once upon a time, McCrary was in culinary school.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I tell my age.
The important thing is McCrary and company are here simply because they want to help.
We just decided to try to do the best we could.
Coming up, how many would you like?
This is Danielle Day's 3rd visit to Dawson Springs. She's a welcoming presence in a town that needs a helping hand.
It makes us feel real good when we get anything from out of town help is greatly appreciated.
In all, they brought enough for more than 150 plates.
I think we'll easily hit it. You're welcome, sir. Would you like a bag?
4 friends chipping in. It's as simple and as impactful as that.
Whoever can come to help out, just like us, just trying to help out. Every little bit counts.
It most certainly does. In Dawson Springs, Jonathan Gregg, Spectrum News.
Can we watch the beginning of the other one that's similar to this, just real quick, the first 20 seconds of it?
In the days since December 10th, a dominating sound echoes throughout Dawson Springs.
Every day but Sunday. Well, because the first month, even on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of it's a neat idea.
That ladder shot is really cool. He didn't use it, or that person didn't use it in the second one, but the shadow, like how it pans. Keep playing it real quick. I wonder if that's like a GoPro.
even on Sunday.
In this small town,
Were any of these not tracked?
No, they're all tracked. What say y'all?
Yeah, nobody really stands out.
Yeah.
They're very similar, I feel like.
I know this isn't, so much writing, but I did like that second one due to the food where we met more people affected by the storm.
Yeah, I agree with that. I got tired of Sloppy Joe though. Like there was just a lot of potatoes, a lot of potato salad and Sloppy Joe. Like, it could have been like put some feet in there. People moving through the line. Like get really far away
we never
from
really saw
far.
people go through the line.
I didn't see any faces, and I was wondering if people didn't want to be on camera because like I would have gone for emotion. Like if I was shooting that, I would have gotten in people's faces. You know what I mean? Like to try to get that, and it was void of that. So I'm wondering if that was a situation like that. Sometimes you got to read the room. You don't. Yeah. If you want an interview from somebody, you don't want to press them like that. Before you even ask them for sound, you kind of want to let them get to know you a little bit. But that's what I would detract about that. I do like the entry from this person, the other one. Like I think that was probably the most significant one that we've seen.
So you guys like Kevin Riley?
Yeah. The pig one had the makings to be great. The elements are all there for that to be a great piece, but I don't think that they carried it out.
I think other than the Kevin O'Reilly one, it was either for me either the last day or it could have always been worse of the other ones that we watched, in my opinion. Not saying that I think I liked Kevin O'Reilly better, but I would say that those are probably the other
And then
two.
I'm reminding myself that this is a one-man band.
Right. One day they did it
like
all
out in the middle of
themselves,
nowhere,
yeah.
like covering a tornado.
Yeah.
Aftermath, like that's pretty. Like just that alone is sort of a tough day. And he's probably editing in their cars, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is a whole nother ballgame. When you're editing in your car, like I've had so many stories that didn't make it, right? Like they weren't great because I had to get to a live location, and I'm editing in my car. Like there's just you just constricted, creatively constricted.
I did like the use of, like, with the pictures and stuff of it could have always been worse, with the cell phone and things like that, and the placement of it throughout, so.
And I really liked how they transitioned from, recovery at home to out on the scene.
Like it was a reveal, like it was a nice
No,
reveal.
yep.
The only thing that I felt like, but this was not the only one, we've seen this a lot where they were like missing the picture of the other person who had died. I felt like.
And And I
Never
wonder
mind.
if like that's like an intro, like an anchor intro or something, you know?
Maybe, but I always
I hate that though when you're judging and you're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, I always tell my staff
who
of
are
the
they?
package.
Right, and it could be something as
Stand
simple
alone,
as like
though.
their
Yeah.
newsroom's
Right.
Facebook policy won't let them take the picture even though like the
Well,
other
that's
stations are
that's a
running it.
copyright, but you would think that they would have covered the other story if they made the connection between the two, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
So we like Kevin O'Reilly
Kevin for first. It could have been worse for two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
could have been worse for 2.
Yeah, I liked the eyeball stuff. Like, I
Yeah.
thought that was really effective.
That was,
Yeah.
again, that's shooting, but no,
Yeah.
this is one event. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a third?
I kind of liked Firebirds because they really got into that girl's face and showed, showed the world through her perspective.
Yeah. I like the mix of shots.
Yep.
The framing was good.
Annette, Barry?
I was annoyed by the chicken shot that was used too long. When there's grading in front of the camera, you're
Yeah.
kind of shooting through that. Like there's like you could have raised the tripod a little bit. That's not editing. I mean that's shooting.
I
they,
thought it was
they just
alright.
hung on the shot too long. Like it's a blurry shot.
I felt like it could have been more. I feel like, I think when I watched at least the Firebird, I think they had some good video, but I don't know if the editing like enhanced the story. If we're looking at the editing portion, and if you're looking at, for me, when I looked at the last day of the teacher, I felt like the editing transitions were really good. Like
Yeah,
it enhanced the story for me, like especially the clean editing between the gym in the moment and the chaos, and then like it was a really smooth to the inside of the classroom. I felt like, and that wasn't jarring.
I have to remind myself in this category that we're judging that it's editing.
Yeah.
And like so for me, my career, I shoot to edit, right? So one hand feeds the other. But I need to just put that aside and think that these people might just be handed a bunch of B-roll, like not in this particular category, but
Yeah, and
That's a good
when they
philosophy.
did this one they did it yeah.
right. And in that case, you're handcuffed to what you've been given,
So I'm hearing 2 different conversations about third.
I like last day as third.
Yeah?
I'm good with that.
I'll go
And then
with it,
no
yeah.
honorable mention maybe for this
No honorable mention? That's fine.
category. Right. And then is there a fourth that we think?
First, second, third? Okay. Anybody need anything? Well, I'm gonna get some water. If you wanna go,
Go to the bathroom.
need a snack break or? which is serious feature edit. Serious feature edit are stories on politics, social issues, economics, the environment, or significant issues to your audience. The edit shows imagination and creativity. Entries must be 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, 48.
And then these are, everybody's competing, solo journalists, editors, we're all one big giant category.
So it could be anyone.
Yep.
Okay, and this first video is titled "They Didn't Think It Through."
Windmills have been reaching into the Texas sky for more than 160 years. A centuries-old Dutch invention bringing water to Texas farms and ranches. But about 20 years ago, new giants began towering over the landscape, from one end of the state to the other. From Brownsville to West Texas, on up through the Panhandle, wind turbines are literally lighting up the state. Close to 16,000, generating nearly 20% of the state's electricity, enough to power 3.5 million Texas homes.
944 megawatts of wind capacity we have today can power 190,000 homes.
Benny Etheridge says CPS Energy now gets 11% of its energy from wind. 5 of the world's largest wind farms are in Texas. If you can make electricity with wind, why not?
The fuel is free. At the end of the day, wind is free.
Plus, it's good for the environment. Or is it?
They didn't think it through.
Joyce Carpenter lives in Sweetwater, the heart of the Texas wind industry. All around her home are thousands of decommissioned turbine blades.
Big government tells us wind energy, wind energy, wind energy. If this is the result, they've got to rethink things because this is just more pollution.
Carpenter says the blades began flooding into this field several years ago. Global Fiberglass Solutions said they had a way to recycle them.
It's just sitting there and it takes away from everything.
Just outside of Sweetwater, another 10-acre field with blades stacked 2 or 3 high. Wind turbine blades and housings have a life expectancy of 20 to 25 years. We reached out to GFS several times and were ultimately told the facility is closed.
We can't just keep building more wind turbine blades.
We are, though. It's estimated between 10 to 20,000 more blades will come down between now and 2040. Many would have ended up in landfills. But there's new technology blowing through the industry. In a small, quiet Missouri town along the Mississippi River, a French company is putting a grinding halt to wind turbine waste.
At the end of the life of such a great energy supply method, you end up putting those blades in landfill, then you defeat the whole point of the renewable energy.
The blades are cut and smashed into smaller chunks, then dumped into a grinder, reducing them to pieces not much bigger than a quarter.
Then we shred them again, we shred them again, we remove some contaminants and things that we don't want there, and we produce the final product.
Those pieces are then sold to cement producers who burn them as fuel for their kilns, which reduces the need for fossil fuel.
They want something with a high BTU, that means the calorific value, the heat power that it has, and some material that would come as a substitute of what they normally use as a raw material.
The residue, or ash, is then used in cement in place of silica, which eliminates the need to mine silica. The silica, or ash in this case, helps make concrete stronger.
That is what we do. It's the ecological transformation, is to make sure that what is the waste for one becomes the resource for someone else.
Veolia's process makes the turbines almost completely recyclable, making wind energy even more green.
Wind energy is very important to us because it helps us meet our CAB goal of 0 carbon emissions by 2050.
And that is giving environmentalists, and perhaps more importantly, people like Joyce Carpenter,
It's depressing.
hope.
What's already hard for a lot of us when we come out and we see this mess, it makes us feel lower, or at least it does me.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Next.
This one is called Something Special.
Some of these cuts are deeper cuts, so I'm not going to try and break them out.
The bond between passion and pain can be found. Scored in glass.
This one's going to be quite a challenge.
Jay Gruters is a stained glass artist.
Let's see here. Had sort of a knack for it and just started doing it.
He's also a husband in grief.
We had a really good life together. She was a wonderful person. She was very outgoing and kind of person that connected with everybody.
Jay and Fran Gruters lived in Estes Park together for decades.
We both liked the mountains. We wanted to live up here. It's not an easy place to live. Hard to make a living.
Hiking was her passion.
And she's actually hiked all the trails in the park.
Stained glass.
I look at these now and think, how did I ever do these?
Was his.
I'm amazed by it, really.
Jay made windows for churches all around the Estes Park area.
So I did the face where I actually drilled out the mouth.
He created his art for nearly 50 years.
A lot of people are quite touched by the glass.
Until he had to stop. Fran was diagnosed with ALS, causing her to lose functions of all her muscles. Jay's passion became caring for his wife.
It gets to where it's hard to walk, hard to swallow. I had to put a feeding tube in her stomach.
In May, she was called to be with God.
Words can hardly express what it's like sitting there watching somebody pass away in front of you. You know you're never going to see him again.
What he can't express in words, he can express in art.
I usually do my own designs, but this was something special.
Instead of making something serious.
So the front of it says, I love you, and then it opened up and he says, something fierce.
Jay is making something special, a card he gave Fran.
And it says, all my love to Fran. Happy Valentine's Day and birthday. Love, Jay.
She gave it back to him the next year, and they passed it back and forth every February 14th.
Probably 20 years or more.
And now, he's giving it back to her one final time.
This is the one that sort of in memory of her. I've always wanted to do it, and I thought, well, I think I'll try it and see. Okay.
It joins his art outside the room he shared with Fran at the Good Samaritan Society in Estes Park.
It's worth the extra work. And it came out good.
A work of love that's more important to Jay than 50 years of work combined.
Yeah, these are a lot of fun and mean different things, but this one has a lot of special meaning to it. Oh, she'd love it. She knows I wanted to do it.
Passion, healing pain.
So this is sort of a memorial to her.
Through the bonds of panes of glass.
She'd probably just cry with happiness.
This one is titled "And Now We Are 8."
So this is the family program. We don't know the players, but the program.
In the man cave of his Fort Worth home, Michael Bennett's pride in his military career is very much on display.
There's a lot of resemblance.
Along with this picture of a 3-year-old boy in Japan about to start his new life in America.
My parents never hid the fact that I was adopted.
Adopted in the early 1950s, his biological parents, a Japanese woman and an American serviceman.
There are so many kids that pop up after conflicts, after wars, and I was one of those.
But his adoptive parents made sure he knew who his real mom was. Yoshiko Nakajima, alone with a mixed-race baby in an unaccepting country for that at the time.
She was a single mom and thought the best for me would be to be raised in America.
Fast forward some 60 years as only child Michael Bennett grows up in the U.S., joins the Army, becomes a Green Beret, and raises an American family of his own.
I've had a blessed life. I'm real happy with how things turned out for me.
But at the age of 68,
Come here.
He wanted to know more.
Down.
He turned to 23andMe to figure out who he really was. No big surprise, he was half Japanese, half Anglo-European, but then the first message came.
We have a lot of DNA in common. I know all my family. I don't know who you are.
It was someone in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Is your mother's name Yoshiko Nakajima? And I was like, they have my mother's name. We know who your father is, and you have a huge family, and they all want to talk to you.
What did that do to you, honestly?
Oh, it really knocked me for a loop.
You're an only child.
Yeah.
Or so you thought.
Yeah, it really floored me.
And a few days later,
Robin and Nikki are the ones that put this book together.
He met Robin Reed.
Hey, Robin.
Who turned his world upside down.
I can't see the top of your face.
You know what it looks like? It looks just like yours.
His late father, their father, was a man named Dick Webster.
And this is him.
A man who told a sad story that he fell in love with a woman named Yoshiko, had a son, and begged to stay with them in Japan.
The Air Force said, "You've been here for 4, you're going back."
Never to see them again.
He was a broken-hearted man over losing his family in Japan.
He remarried, started a family in Ohio, and tried to move on.
Don't you make me cry. That picture of that little boy stayed with me all these years. That head full of black hair and those beautiful dark eyes stayed with me all these years. And I wanted to know where my brother was.
Both of Michael's biological parents died before he could meet them, but after a 14-hour drive to Cincinnati, he found Robin and his 7 brothers and sisters standing on the curb waiting to greet him.
I don't know if they're all huggers, but they were that day, you know, and I am not, but I was.
And they told him he looked more like their dad
so go figure.
than any of them did.
It was like looking at a ghost, and to be able to hug him, that's powerful.
We really wanted to find him.
I thank the Lord above that we got in touch before the end of our days. We picked you, Mike, and you picked us, and I thank you so much for that.
Thank you, brother. Love you.
I love you more.
Love you, man.
Good girl. Wait.
Not all DNA stories end like this.
Where's your ball?
But this one has a Fort Worth veteran talking and texting and hugging as often as he can.
It's opened up a whole new world for me of family.
He is one of us. He is a part of us. He belongs to us.
Thank you, sister. I get to be a big brother. I cherish that. I'm having a great time.
And I don't want to miss another moment.
The next moment, with plenty of hugs, is scheduled for Fort Worth in June.
And now we're 8.
Love you, Mike.
Love you, sweetie. Bye-bye.
Bye.
In Fort Worth, I'm Kevin Reese.
So this is the...
Father, we pray for our guests tonight.
In Nashville, there's a church on every corner.
We ask that you help us to serve them in the ways that they need to be served.
But church for some isn't always in pews, and it's not always on Sundays.
Just to be in the places where we need to be, Father.
Every Monday and every Thursday, cyclists of all ages meet at this church parking lot off Broadway in downtown Nashville.
15 to 16 apiece. Did y'all get the burritos out of my car?
Filling backpacks and bike packs with water bottles.
Makes it a little bit hard to ride in the beginning, but of course it gets easier as you go.
Also cookies and burritos, made just a few minutes before. Some might call them burrito professionals.
I've always said if I lose my job, I can always go to Moe's. Even when the weather gets real bad in the wintertime, we'll still usually always give out at least 100 burritos.
Hundreds of burritos every week.
We can't stop doing this because there's a lot of people that are depending on us. Mark, hey buddy, doing good. You want some dinner?
Their customers live on the streets.
There's some socks too. All right, man, we'll see you a little bit later.
They ride out into the city to meet them where they're at.
For every person that we meet with on the street, there's a bigger story behind that situation. Hey man, some dinner for you? You got some burritos, I got some homemade cookies.
Yeah, I take a couple of those. My sugar's low. So.
Oh, well that ought to do it.
Yeah.
You know?
All this,
what's up, man?
While building relationships.
We kind of like to just be good listeners. If people need that, we ask, how's your day? How are you? Because we feel like they need to talk. I'm so sorry about that.
It is. It's just, anyway.
Well, look, on Mondays and Thursday nights, you can depend on us.
I call them the burrito people. You can give them a hug and they know who you are.
Amber met the Urban Bicycle Food Ministry on the streets in Memphis where it started.
How you been?
Now living in Nashville, she says she's grateful for the consistency.
They're definitely always there, and they don't turn their backs on you. They try to put a face on everybody's name, and they're definitely there to look out. So,
faces to names on what's become much more than a bike ride.
See you, Mark. Be safe now. I think people need to know that love and kindness is real and it's there, and yeah, we're hoping that it's contagious.
In Nashville, Claire Kopsky.
Oh, I got somebody over here.
News Channel 5.
Good. Next.
This one is titled "The World is Crying for Them."
Every place has an identity. And the city of Uvalde is fighting one.
Like the world is crying for them.
These are the faces of the victims in the Robb Elementary School shooting. 19 children, 2 teachers, and one tragedy this small city feels is too big to escape. As hard as a parish priest wants them to try.
The church is any place that we find ourselves.
And Father Eddie Morales has found himself at Sacred Heart Catholic Church too often lately. Many of the funerals for the victims of the school shooting were held here.
The 24th was horrible, but we can't continue to live that day over and over and over again.
Father Morales was a young boy attending this church with his family.
It was always somewhere over here. We Catholics don't sit at the very front.
Amen. Now, as its priest, his much bigger family sits in these pews, the accused and the accusers, teachers, students, police officers.
I have to be careful what I answer.
Uvaldians.
Because I have to be aware of my audience.
It is why the father does not grant a lot of interviews. He says there is too much good happening to be stuck on the bad.
If I'm still angry, then I'm not helping them.
The same goes for outside these walls to these walls.
It shouldn't have to be remembered this way.
Uvalde's identity appears already written, and often not by those from here.
If you're going to report and keep reporting every single time, just the horrible things that happen here, and the anger of the people, and the yelling and the screaming, then yes, I would prefer that you leave town.
A request by someone who has to shepherd the flock to healing. It has been 3 months since. Father Eddie Morales would like to see the families who came for funerals come for Mass.
Uvalde has always been and will always be a good town.
Now starts the work of reclaiming that identity.
We're much more than that.
In Uvalde, I'm Juvenile.
Good. Next.
This one is titled Adjusting to the Times.
We spent one day
Non-stop, like, please hold,
at a clinic with a workload of many days.
Thank you for calling Women's Reproductive Clinic. How can I help you?
Not just any clinic.
Okay, your name?
The only one hundreds of miles from anywhere in Texas for women wanting abortions.
So then we'll see you tomorrow at 11:30. Bye-bye.
Started by Dr. Franz Theard, an OBGYN of over 45 years.
These are just for this week. Fort Worth, Dallas.
Dr. Theard's clinic is uniquely positioned, less than a mile from the Texas state line. The state of New Mexico does not have major abortion restrictions, like many of its surrounding states, but lately, here, it's been all Texas.
You're coming from what part of Texas?
Since the passage of SB 8.
Arlington?
Out of 10, 10.
We spoke with women at the clinic who have trusted us to protect their identities. 1, it's deeply personal. 2, they fear prosecution in their home state.
I flew in from Texas, rented a car, and drove across state lines.
Travel 500 something miles, 8 to 10 hours driving, and then we got a hotel just to be safe.
Some who have the means fly into El Paso, book a hotel. Others endure the long drive, cross the Rio Grande into Santa Teresa, New Mexico.
The option of Oklahoma or Louisiana is gone. A lot of them are very angry.
So for tomorrow we would have Huecos.
A lot of the patients are coming from all over the state.
Dallas.
Exhausting your resources and having to kind of go out of your way to, feel safe.
They tell us they're spending between $500 and $1,500 just to get here. That doesn't include the $700 for the exam, ultrasound, counsel, and 2 pills Dr. Theard prescribes.
I look him in the eye while I do the ultrasound, and I have to ask, is this your decision?
A decision layered in emotional, physical, and mental stress.
I know I have to do what's best for me and my life right now.
There are often protesters out front. This 73-year-old physician has heard and seen it all.
You're entitled to your opinion, But I sleep very well every night, so. Do you have a doctor over there?
Yeah, I do.
This is all uncharted territory for many who come through these doors.
You may or may not tell him.
Everything is just a little scary. I don't, want to go to jail.
Thank you for calling Women's Reproductive. How can I help you?
Dr. Thayard started practicing when Roe v. Wade was adopted.
We have appointments available for Thursday the 14th, Friday the 15th, and Saturday the 16th.
And says he'll continue.
Okay, so we can do the week of the 11th?
When it is no longer law of the land.
Thank you.
We're trying to get everyone in as soon as possible, but it's hard.
Yeah, we're tired at the end of the day. Tomorrow we're gonna be more tired.
These are different times, and everyone is still adjusting.
See you tomorrow.
In New Mexico, I'm Joe Buchanan.
Good. Next.
This one is titled, I Hope You Feel Our Freedom.
Head 4 hours east of Seattle, across the ancestral lands of the Cayuse, Umatilla, and Walla Walla people. You'll eventually cross a prison boundary, where you'll find tribal members who spend days thinking about what they've lost, daydreaming about freedom. For the first time in nearly 3 years, inmates here are hosting a traditional native powwow, with family and friends as guests. Part religious ceremony, part celebration.
Really?
Yeah. Talon Saluskin is a member of the Yakima tribe and an inmate of the Washington State Penitentiary.
I came in pretty angry.
That's his mom at his side.
I've come a long way.
It's a blessing to know that we're sharing this time.
For Saluskin and dozens of other Native inmates, this is an extraordinary day in prison.
We take advantage of this and we put our culture all the way up, preserve our culture, and we learn our ways, and we give back to the community for everything we've taken,
In many cases, what they've taken, they can't replace.
Remember when I call, I say, hi, grandson.
Something new grandfather Anthony Lewis thinks about every single day. Here's Anthony Lewis in 2016, shortly after he was convicted of murder.
My dad's never gonna get to see us grow up.
The victim's daughter spoke about her pain.
It's not fair.
Words that clearly weighed heavy on Lewis.
With all my heart, on my knees, I beg you guys to forgive me for what I became.
That was 6 years ago. Today, he finds healing and repentance in long-founded tribal traditions.
Well, when we make these things like this is our sacred medicine here. This is what we believe in.
Healing found through beadwork and prayer.
Everything that we've done is one bead at a time. You know what I mean? Just like one step at a time. That's what we do.
You dance out there with the dancers? Look at the dancers, too.
Lewis has sobered and softened.
Oh, you look cool, guy.
You can see it with family.
Love you, grandson.
I love you.
His grandchild, who was allowed to take part today. Like the powwows, most visits were canceled by the pandemic. The powwow came back to the state penitentiary with the help of Jeremy Garrettson, a convicted felon turned mentor for recently released prisoners. He worked with the DOC to make today's celebration a reality.
Being able to have a moment to brush all of that off and have a moment with your family to just look your loved ones in the eye and be together, it's priceless, man.
His life's mission is to keep these men from ever going back.
Native Americans may not have the highest population per capita in this facility, but they have the highest recidivism rate amongst their ethnic and culture group. Our people are routinely coming back and coming back and coming back, and it's a perpetual wheel that has to stop.
State records show Native inmates have the highest recidivism rate of any other demographic. For the general population, 32% will return to prison within 3 years. But for Native inmates, the rate is 45.3%, nearly half back behind bars in the same time frame. Garrettson knows better than anyone else how powerful indigenous cultural traditions can be. A decade ago, he found spirituality behind prison walls in a sweat lodge ceremony.
And from that point forward, I focused on culture. The void in me that I used to feel with the gangs and the drugs and the nonsense, I now filled with the culture, the ceremony, and the medicine.
And that's the intention of bringing the prison powwows back. Opportunities to connect with their ancestors, culture, and history.
Go, grandson, go.
And in the process, hopefully, find peace.
Letting the world see what we go through out here. Even though you see a lot of barbed wire fence, I hope for a moment that you guys out here, you feel our freedom that we've had out here.
Head for
Okay.
Because I think that one was mixed low.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Yes, my computer's maxed out on volume. Are you able to turn it on?
So you can't turn the speakers louder in here?
I think
Oh,
I
you
was
did?
able to.
Good.
This one is titled Free Riders Hard Feature.
As the inmates at the Hennepin County Jail could attest, it is difficult to erase one's past. So instead, this story begins on the pointed end of their pencils.
Put your name on this piece of paper.
In a classroom focused
5 minutes, here we go, fellas.
On the right kind of sentences.
I founded Free Riders just over 2 years ago.
Nate Johnson can be found downtown 4 times a week, behind the county jail's locked doors.
Everybody's got something to write with?
Teaching free writing.
All right, so the first prompt we're going to do today is, if you ask me.
Free, as in writing without rules. The only requirement to keep writing.
30 seconds.
Until time is called.
I'll read mine first. If you ask me, it's hard to write when the cameras are in here. I'm wondering if they're going to put the lens right up against my hands and everyone in TV land is going to see all the dirt under my fingernails.
If you ask me how I grew up, I say I was spoiled. I had all the toys in the world. But if you ask me about my son, I may cry. I miss him a lot right now.
Thank you.
This would be my 3rd class. Here.
Count Stephanie Clark, already convinced.
Writing helped me get out of my deep depression I was in when all everything that I'm here for happened.
Like I sort of felt mentally free for a minute or two. So that's what I'm hoping happens with you guys.
Sometimes I hold stuff in so tight for so long, I feel like I'm going to explode.
Inmates embraced by a man who used to put people like them away.
I was a prosecutor. I was a prosecuting attorney in southern Minnesota.
University of Iowa Law School grad, assistant Waseca County attorney.
I could see right away, this just isn't for me. I was on the wrong side of things. And we will start. I really tend to have, right now, compassion for people that have screwed up.
After a free writing class helped Nate navigate his path to sobriety, he shared the technique with a friend who'd spent time behind bars.
I said, Joe, do you think the other guys in here would like this? And he said, yes, absolutely. And that's really when the idea for Free Writers was born.
I write because sometimes the man I am on the inside is not the same as the man I allow to be seen on the outside.
To Jazz Roberts, free writing is healing.
If I don't get it out, I'm not going to ever heal from it. So when I'm able to let it out on the paper, it allows me to let go of some of the baggage that I'm carrying.
I crave being heard.
You can always make a change.
I write because it's therapeutic to me.
Helping them, what does that do? It helps our staff.
Sergeant Adam Hernke, the jail's program coordinator, says everyone wins when inmates are in a better place emotionally. One of the reasons Nate was named the Minnesota Sheriff's Association Volunteer of the Year.
I already know I'm on my way to becoming a better person.
If we don't treat them, if we don't give them a chance to express themselves and to heal emotionally, it's going to be worse for all of us because most of these guys are getting out.
If you ask me, I would erase my DOC number, get a master's degree in art, so my lyrics never fail. If you ask me, I would turn the clock the other way.
At the end of the day, still locked up.
I write because I must, and because I may. I am lucky I get to express this human life.
But for an hour a week, writing is freedom.
Appreciate it. I love being here.
Boyd Hooper, KARE 11 News.
Hey, it's good to meet you, man.
Minneapolis.
Next.
This one is titled Wolf of a Problem.
Look at the nice sunsets we get here. It's almost like being out west.
There's a saying, if you do what you love,
Just always wanted to be a rancher.
you'll never work a day in your life.
That's all I ever wanted to do.
Wes Johnson is living proof that's simply not true.
You don't get no days off unless you got somebody to keep an eye on the place. That was a brand new one yesterday, that little one following its ma.
Johnson has had cows since he was 9, bought this ranch just north of Orr back in '93. Right now, he's got 450 head of cattle, give or take.
That's when the wolves get started on them. They find those new calves when they're hiding out.
Johnson's ranch has a wolf problem.
Tracks. Another print right there. 10 years ago, that we know they took 19 calves. They hit us really, really hard that year. Yeah.
The folks at USDA Wildlife Services are all too familiar with the unique situation, which they believe comes down to location.
If you go east of here into more northeastern Minnesota, there's lots of wolves, but there's no issues because there's no livestock. So it's where the wolves and the cattle overlap in that kind of forest, ag, private land, public land is where most of them happen.
So, when wolves attack Johnson's cows, Wildlife Services traps and kills them, which you'd think would solve the problem.
So they killed 3 wolves this year.
But it created a new one for Tom Gable.
2 of the 3 animals that they killed were actually yearling wolves that we tagged as pups last year. That's a big hit to our research.
Tom heads up the Voyagers Wolf Project.
Oh, that's probably O0C.
The U of M researcher and his team have been collaring and studying the wolves around the park since 2015. His project, too, is all about location, as there are 3 to 4 different wolf packs living in the area. So far, 1 out of every 4 of their collared wolves that have died were killed on Johnson's ranch.
There was this sort of endless conflict that was happening every year. Cattle were getting killed, wolves were being removed, and so it seemed like there had to be a better way to kind of go about this.
There was.
So Tom says, what do you think about a fence?
A fence. 7.5 miles of fence, to be exact, around the entire perimeter of the property.
He's got some bones in his step. He's going to want to build fence today, son of a gun.
Rancher and researcher joined forces with some other unusual partners. Money for the project came from the USDA, Minnesota Department of Ag, the International Wildlife Coexistence Network, Wes himself, and get this, the Humane Society.
If we didn't have that, if one group said, like, I don't want to deal with that, I think the project would have been dead.
Materials showed up, and Tom and team got to work.
Oh, them kids work hard. let's go build some fence. They're gung-ho as hell.
Gosh, look at how thick this stuff is.
They cleared brush, put in posts, and laid the fence and apron.
So this is the apron fencing. It's a 26-inch fence that is put on the back side of the fence to prevent wolves from digging in.
And video shows that so far, it's working. There's still about 1.5 miles left to go, and the key will be to make sure there are no gaps.
Oh, there's a wolf.
Wolves are sneaky smart.
That's a good indication of why we're gonna need to button up all these little places like that.
Every hole matters.
You know, I hope this downturn ain't coincidence with this fence. I hope the fence is working.
I think I'm pretty sure it is.
What at first seemed like a monumental task has produced some monumental outcomes.
I think there's very few instances in conservation where you have solutions that everybody agrees, like, this is great.
We actually kind of got to be friends over this whole deal.
And one monumental lesson.
There's a smart one over there. He's laying in that cool mud.
Do what you love.
You need gold here.
You may have to work, but in the end, it's worth it.
You can make things work if you try, you know. Just everybody got to work together a little bit. Look at the nice sunsets we get here. It's almost like...
That was number 9 of 9, the last video.
Thank you, Amber.
Can you guys see how many people are watching us?
I can see.
You can.
Seven. 7 people watching you and 6 people watching video journalism.
You would have to think that 7 of them are entrants, right? Hello.
Lots of good storytelling in this category.
Yeah.
How to like keep reminding
Yeah.
myself like not just the story but the
I'm looking forward to this conversation.
editing.
Yeah.
That was about as mediocre of a Boyd piece as you're ever going to see.
It was.
I've seen that piece before.
Oh, there's a
Yeah, it
whiteboard
is.
in here.
It is amazing.
Souls for 8 walls in this cell. Inside to do.
A whiteboard in here. There's always a whiteboard. Is this whiteboard?
And there was a camera that they used on that last one that was spectacular, whatever they were shooting with.
Very
The
rich
interview,
colors.
their interview with the man on the fence, like that camera is different than some of the other cameras used.
Yeah, yeah.
It was incredible, whatever it is.
And having produced a lot of outdoor stories in northern Maine where the black flies are crazy. You
Oh,
know
yeah,
those
they were
guys
all
were-
over him.
They were trying to get him all out of the lens and everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Somehow the guy
I felt
wasn't
for
bit,
him.
like
I
this
know.
the whole time, even though they were like all
Yeah,
over
yeah.
him. I kind of felt like with the best editing was a couple of the ones we watched at the beginning.
Yeah.
Uh,
I absolutely loved the one that Chip put. This is emotional AF. That stained glass
Story was so good.
story was so good.
So good.
So
I'm a
good.
huge fan. It'll end up in my comments throughout this weekend of Nat moments, and people saying, "Oh, this is nice," or "Oh, this is not
Unguarded
gonna work."
moments.
Yeah, not the normal,
Yep.
but the yeah, I love this stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
And with that said, you'll see a theme with me, and I think I've seen something from a couple of you already. Dissolves can be used the right way.
Yeah.
But they can also be used the wrong way, and the problem is once you start using them, it's hard to not use them in the next edit. And
Yeah.
like to be able to sort of weigh both sides of that is an important thing to be able to know how to do. And some of these got a little careless with just dissolves for no reason,
The one in the prison with the Native American dancing, I towards the end there was some slow-mo, which I didn't
Yeah.
see where that was needed.
I was impressed with the quality of the slow-mo. I wasn't even looking at like,
That's a good
right,
point,
because
yeah.
again, it takes a
Yeah,
really nice
they're
camera to be able to
herky-jerky.
achieve that.
I actually like the slow-mo.
Yeah.
But honestly, because I felt like the rest of the piece visually was appealing, but there wasn't really any special editing moments, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I felt like
It's meat and potatoes.
It
Yeah.
was, yeah. And
I think there's a clear winner here. And I'll say one more thing, because I wrote a note about music, and I had a chief when I was first starting out who would, because I would love to jackknife music into stuff, right? It's easy to edit too and stuff. And he said, Chip, where's that music coming from? And I was like, the internet, you know? Like, if there's music, he wanted to see somebody playing music, right? Like, instead of just sort of just throwing music into a piece just to, because you think that it's a, you know, like, you get an opportunity to do a nice piece, you think it's going to elevate the piece somehow, and most often, more times than not, it does not elevate the piece, you know, unless it can be explained, right?
It didn't work for that story at least in the beginning.
Yeah, it did.
Like the end, it was fine. Like I was like, okay, it's okay here, but I felt like it was just a distraction. I wasn't like, it was a really nice story.
It was distracting.
Yeah, but I just felt like the editing was a little, I don't know. I didn't like some parts of it. I felt were just a little bit fast. But it was just because he was trying to illustrate like the placement of where these people were, Texas versus wherever it was, kind of northeast, northwest and stuff. So.
Another thing that jumped out at me was the voice recognition, the voice equalizer thing. That's a neat thing to do. And I guess they were using it in lieu of somebody who didn't want to be on camera, and that's I get that. I just didn't think. I thought it was just a sort of didn't have much purpose.
But you wonder how else, I'm just throwing this out there, how else they would have done that.
Yeah, I would have shot a shadow or, you know,
Yeah.
the feet or something, or
I didn't mind it.
They could have done it better. It just seemed pretty simple.
Yeah.
Right? If you saw they were only using one half of the screen, like I might have added color to it. It was just, it seemed like just a very run-of-the-mill effect. Like it didn't, the effect itself wasn't pleasing, I guess.
I also liked they didn't think it through, the first one we watched. And
I like and that one, the two shots and stuff, those were creative.
Well, I thought
There was some sequencing
the
work.
juxtaposition between the
was
old
really good.
and the new.
Like the editing was
Yeah,
really
the two shots
nice.
were great. I couldn't tell if they were actually two cameras or if they were just, you know, blowing up the second shot. It worked.
What was the other one? Was it the bike story?
Oh, with the drone? I like that.
Yeah,
that was
that was-
cool.
That was well put.
Yeah, drone is, for me, is a lot like dissolve. Like, you can use too much drone, but when you use just the right amount, it's pretty sweet. But, you know, like, it's almost like you don't want to use much drone. Like, just give them a taste of it. You know, just to,
Was there too much in that story? Like,
yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked bouncing between ground level and up high, but especially the last shot. The last shot seemed like it was.
It hung.
It was just a it was a hung. It was just a throwaway shot. You know, I don't know what to put here for my last shot. Well, here, let's throw a drone in there.
The pacing was good on that one.
And the naps were really good too. I felt like
was.
the just a little the bike spokes.
Yeah. You know, anytime you have that the crystal blue sky day like that, and the shutter's cranked on the camera, it just makes the video just pop.
What do we think for first, the something special? Is that what we're?
I'm
That's what I
down with
like.
something special for
Yeah.
one.
You Can Depend on Us would be in conversation for second or third.
I'm game with second on that.
Annette?
Yeah. I'm down with that.
Boys Audio cranked in the back quarter of that piece. It's out of nowhere.
So we're on third. Still like the wind energy. The first one.
Yeah.
You didn't think it through for third?
Yep.
Yes.
Annette?
Which one
Yep.
for second?
You Can Depend on Us.
Okay.
And do we have an honorable mention?
For me, no. Some of these had audio issues. Like
Yeah, for
one of them was
sure.
mixed entirely too low to begin with. Kirk, do you mix around 12 dB?
Wherever it doesn't go into the yellow.
Right.
right to the yellow.
Yeah.
Barry? Annette?
I don't have one that stands out.
Yeah,
I think we're good.
there were those three, and then there
Those
were
three,
the
yeah.
rest of them were just kind of the same.
Just first, second, third, we're good?
Yep.
Okay, so now I can speak. There's one edit on Something Special where they put the face of the girl, the wife, and then there's just like a pause. I was like, that was so effective.
Yeah.
And then
But yeah. There was one when the man sighed.
Oh yeah, that
And it was so
moment.
good.
Yeah.
It was like just nothing speaks volumes to me.
Yeah.
I love nothing. And then You Can Depend on Us. The pacing was just superb. I was like, damn, that's hard to do. Because you get into the rhythm, you get into the editing, and just
Right.
like.
And a lot of times you have to ask your reporter to track something again, right? Say it the way I need you to say it. Or the piece needs you to say it.
Potty break, snack break.
Good.
I'm good.
You good?
Damn. All right, so now same category, except, well, not same category. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Now it's series feature solo journalist.
Like a Nat Pack? Or
No, solo journalist.
okay.
So like the same category the last one, but this is just by
This
themselves.
is
that
one man.
49?
This is one man bands. Yes, category 49, one man bands.
It was
This one is titled A Very Emotional Day.
a Monday morning. American Airlines Flight 115 from Honolulu.
Thank you.
Like in the very beginning?
It was a Monday morning. American Airlines Flight 115 from Honolulu.
You okay?
DFW Airport Gate D27.
Very emotional day.
Intensely emotional for Sheila Curvin, her cousin Irma Flemings, and their uncle, Ulysses Cherry.
A long time coming.
A long time for someone to come home. It was the late 1940s. His name was R.B. Cherry, one of 16 Dallas brothers and sisters. But he wanted to see the world.
You know, our dad told us that we had an uncle that went off to war and never came home.
The Korean War. R.B. Cherry was just 19 years old when he became just a story to the nieces he would never get to see.
I just always knew that he was missing in action, and that was really all the information that I had.
You just bring back old memory, man. You know, you just hate.
Ulysses at 89 is the youngest and the only one left of those 16 brothers and sisters. Is today a good day or a difficult day?
Difficult day.
Difficult day.
Yeah. They brought back old memory.
Because for 70 years he never knew what happened to his big brother until the Defense POW MIA accounting agency more closely looked at remains, repatriated to the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific in Hawaii, remains designated only as X13460. Burial records, witness accounts, and DNA would finally prove that R.B. Cherry, a 19-year-old kid from Texas,
died in a prisoner of war camp in Korea all those years ago.
You can just relive the thing yourself inside of you, knowing, oh my God, he actually went through something as horrific as that, you know, and that's really painful to even consider and think about.
A lot of pain, a lot of heartache for my uncle, but, you know, I'm just glad that he's still here to be able to know that his brother is finally coming home.
Their story is one they wanted to share because from the Korean War alone, more than 7,000 families are still waiting for the same difficult answer on this same difficult kind of day.
Whether I knew him or not, he was still family. That was my dad's brother. And to not know, you know, what happens to your family is kind of hard.
It's hard at times, you know. It just, I don't know.
So in these moments that happen dozens of times each year at DFW Airport, understand that there are families struggling with a mix of sadness, relief, and sometimes joy.
It was just beautiful, yeah, and my heart was just racing and so happy inside, but yet tears of joy, you know, that he made it home.
One more lost son, brother, and uncle found after a very long journey home.
Good. Next.
This one is titled A Speechless Gesture. Oh, can't speak today. A Speechless Gesture.
There is something about the stillness, the quiet of it all, that somehow matches the action within. This was never meant to be a regular routine. Wreaths covered with paper cranes were not supposed to fill Heather Dearman's day.
That one's pretty.
But when mass shootings keep happening,
this one's gonna be super special to them.
Work will pile up.
And then Buffalo.
Today's haul is the largest. 4 mass shootings means 4 wreaths will come down, for yet another to go up.
I am hoping and praying that this is the only one on the wall. We're lucky that we have this project to show them and to share with other people. And to think it all started with that boy in O'Fallon, Missouri over there who sent that to us.
That boy from Missouri is now a man.
I am 25.
Nate Williams was only 15 when he decided to make 1,000 paper cranes and send them to Aurora in July 2012.
There's this headline that there was this horrific shooting in Aurora during a screening of the movie we were just in, halfway across the country. And so that really hit me hard because that could have been any one of us. And I had stumbled upon this ancient proverb about the paper cranes. I was completely inexperienced, but I said, I'm going to learn how to do this and I'm going to try and make 1,000 of them.
It does prove that there is hope after tragedy.
Heather remembers those cranes with words of support in between the folds and remembering just how much it meant as she grieved for her 6-year-old cousin, Veronica Moser Sullivan.
I think she's up there collaborating with, the children of Sandy Hook and Uvalde, and they're up there smiling up in heaven and looking down on us, and they're hoping that when they're looking down that all of us are being kind to one another and enjoying life. And I think about, the communities who are just experiencing this for the first time, and they're in a fog right now, and they aren't in a place where they are going to feel that right now, but I can promise them that they will. But it's okay for them to be not feel that right now. I know what it was like.
For every mass shooting, paper cranes are mailed to the grieving community.
Okay, this one is gonna be ready to go down.
While she never thought the work would be this frequent.
Now I just have to find 3 more boxes.
She knows sometimes the biggest support is silence. A speechless gesture that brings a little peace. Jalise Rosari, 9 News.
Good. Next.
This one is titled "We Grew Old Together. How did this happen?"
You want, oh my God, look at us. You'll love this.
Time can be such a thief.
Babies.
It robs adolescence.
Let's see what else we have.
It makes people like Nancy Johnson Bookstein crave those moments.
That's another picture of us.
It leaves Joan Johnson overwhelmed with nostalgia.
Yeah, we're older then because you had gray hair.
Time may have taken their youthful glow, but in return, it gave them a lifetime of memories.
She was the only one that stole your heart. Absolutely. Absolutely stole my heart.
The two have been together for 45 years. It's obvious when you look at their home. The pictures of all that they've achieved, the reminders of all that they've lost, and the subtle signs that time is running out.
It has now become reality for us. Yeah. Joan's got leukemia. We are blessed by the fact that we have been given time to end this journey together. So we would have loved to have moved into an area for seniors. And we probably could do it, but only undercover.
At the corner of East 19th in Uvalde, fear and reality are on display.
So this is Joan and Nancy. The quote says, "Our life wish is that there would be retirement communities for us, LGBT people. We don't want to die with a bag over our heads." And by the bag, they mean we don't want to, after this lifetime of being open and out, have to go into a community, retirement community, and hide who they are.
Carrie Candrian has spent the last few years eye to eye with elderly people in the LGBTQ community, asking them their deepest worries and then revealing it in the name of science.
56% of LGBT adults experience some form of discrimination. And the big one is that the stress of hiding something so core of who you are can take up to 12 years off their lives. And I think it's easy to look away when you hear sort of general numbers about groups of people, but it's much harder when you see someone, when you know them, even love them. And so this was the idea, to really be able to meet some of these people behind the data.
Behind a camera, Candrian shares what statistics cannot, the faces they ultimately impact, the older generations.
The majority of older LGBT people grew up, being gay or lesbian was unthinkable. It was dangerous, even illegal in most places. And for that reason, many of them have honed what I call this habit of silence about this core part of themselves. The reason that Esther's story is, so powerful in so many ways is, as soon as I heard it, it's impossible to forget it.
Esther Lucero is a face on this wall, a woman who hid her relationship when her wife Kathy got sick.
Kathy told me one day, she said, "Stop telling the nurses we're married." She says, "Because they're treating you differently and they're treating me differently."
Kathy's care got worse because she couldn't have the person she needed in the room to advocate for her.
Generally didn't want to come in the room.
She wasn't known as a grieving spouse who just lost the love of her life.
That part hurt.
These stories may not change things for the faces on this wall, But the hope is that no others will have to be added.
Oh my God, we grew old together. How did this happen?
At the Johnson Bookstein house.
You're so cute.
It has been an interesting journey.
Things may be dwindling down, but their passion isn't.
I don't have that many more months to be able to make a change, but if I'm still up and moving around, I'm going to do what I can.
But we still ride the motorcycle.
We still ride the motorcycle.
Moments like these may be fleeting, but no matter what's around the next turn, time can't close the door on memories. Jaleesa Rosari, 9 News.
You want...
Next.
This one is titled 180 Days Later.
No matter where you've been in your life, near or far, anyone on the road to recovery has a well-traveled heart.
Oh, every day. I've sat and wondered when the day will come when I don't think about it, honestly, and I don't know when. I think it'll be years down the road, and you'll still think about this probably every day.
It's been 180 days since Mayfield was hit.
It skated over me enough, it ripped my roof completely off.
Since Larry Nichols was hit by an EF4 tornado, Nichols is one of the few families left in this neighborhood on Mayfield's northeast side.
In the whole neighborhood, there's only maybe, block radius or 2 block radius, maybe 4 people at the most. So.
Nichols says his next door neighbor left after the storm and never came back.
I think everything the lady owns is still in her house too, I'm pretty sure.
And 6 months later, you can see the neighbor's clothes on hangers and family photos still stuck to the fridge.
I don't know really the story, or anything like that goes, but there's still a lot of people who lost everything.
Not 20 yards behind Nichols' back door, 3-year-old Jalil Dunbar was killed when his entire home collapsed around him. Dunbar was one of 24 Kentuckians who died in Graves County from the storm.
It just kills me knowing that a lady was laying over there, probably holding her dead kid. That's tough to swallow.
In Mayfield, in this moment, you can see homes being built. Next to empty lots where homes used to stand. Next to houses too badly damaged to be saved, yet abandoned up until this point. It's an unnatural scene created by Kentucky's deadliest natural disaster. "180 days later. Dawson Springs residents share many of the same views.
It's been a journey. It's hard to look around and hardly see anything,
Volunteers from Georgia are rebuilding Judy Gregg's roof.
And as you can see, our house that we got now is where all the people are.
Except Gregg and her husband only recently purchased this home.
Back porch and this would have been in front of our house.
On the night of December 10th, Greg and her family huddled in the bathroom of their longtime home, just a few blocks away. They would be stuck there for hours.
It was just, there was so much debris around our whole house that we couldn't get out, you know.
Hundreds of homes were damaged in a town of just 2,500. 6 months later, Greg is one of the few in her neighborhood still here.
Some are rebuilding, some can't afford to. It was depressing for a while, you know, because you don't see nothing.
The scars left behind are on the surface and below it, and because of both, Larry Nichols' heart weighs heavy.
You know, still day to day, you know, struggle with it still. My kids, when a thunderstorm rolls through, you know what I mean, they get tense. My 10-year-old definitely, he's a nervous wreck when a storm blows in or anything like that. So.
Undoubtedly, the last 180 days has taken the residents of Mayfield and Dawson Springs through every emotion. And of all the emotions he's felt,
My wife and 2 kids, we was fine, lived through it.
as long as he keeps arriving at Grateful, Larry Nichols says he'll be okay.
It's kind of mind-boggling to really think about it. Kind of feels like it's only been a few months, really. At times, you know, and at times it feels like it's been a long time, but.
The road to recovery is a journey, and how long the journey lasts is unknown. It's different for everyone. The destination for all, however, is a well-traveled heart. Jonathan Gregg, Spectrum News.
Next.
This one is titled The Other Side.
In Mayfield, there is a dividing line, separating the homes lost from the homes that can be saved. Casey France is on what you might call the lucky side.
Particles of tree limbs or whatever, and it busted holes. It knocked it all the way through the wall.
Here's a closer look.
You can just see how it just busted holes and busted the wood.
The walls were shredded by debris as an EF4 tornado plowed through the center of town on December 10th.
All the windows was busted out.
France's father, Larry, is replacing the door frames. The father-son duo are local contractors hired by the owner of this triplex.
I don't know. What do you think, Casey? 2 or 3 weeks, maybe more.
Yeah, probably 2 or 3 weeks.
Casey and Larry France have a lot of work ahead of them, but they know as soon as they finish, the families living here can move back in.
What the tornado didn't take is so damaged that this will probably be the first building that you see from downtown Mayfield.
So, that's the lucky side.
You can see
Molly Hughes' home
our TV was there.
Is on the other.
And it came in through the window and it hit the TV.
In a few minutes, it's going to be torn down.
And there was part of another house in the TV.
It's one of the countless number of homes in Mayfield that can't be saved.
Get to the house, see what's going on, what's damaged.
Hughes was at work, and her 6-year-old son was with a relative when the tornado hit.
It's on that back corner over there. There's so much damage to it. Stair-stepping cracks that are literally inches apart. Brick pushed in and pulled out. You can't repair that.
48 days later, it's coming down. Hughes has been staying with her older sister, Barbara Anderson.
Exactly what are big sisters for?
Anderson's truck is the last possession they are salvaging from the property before large equipment rolls in.
And there's like no place for people to live in Mayfield anymore. It's pretty much disaster. So it's a little much.
And then they were like, well, would you be interested in this? I'm like, yes, I actually would, because I'm tired of being moved around.
Hughes says she's lined up to receive a live-in trailer purchased by the state.
I'd swore that we would stay in this house for the rest of our lives. This would be our home. And we wouldn't move again. I'm not moving from the property. May not have the house, but I'm hoping to get another one rebuilt.
Yes, Molly Hughes lost her home, but regardless of any imaginary line and what side of it she may be on, Hughes says she's lucky to be alive. In Mayfield, Jonathan Gregg, Spectrum News.
Next.
This one is titled Kentucky Tornado Recovery.
Wait. Don't forget about us. Okay.
Yeah, don't forget about us. Yes, sorry.
It's hard to see what's changed in 4 weeks. On December 10th and 11th, tornadoes leveled whole neighborhoods of Dawson Springs, Kentucky. A month later, time feels frozen.
This is not a city of wealth.
Lisa Barnes works for the Dawson Springs Housing Authority. She's surrounded by piles that were once homes, or by blank plots, where piles have already been removed.
So much work to do here.
She's been so busy helping others find places to stay,
This is 412 East Walnut Street.
she hasn't focused on the home that means the most.
This is actually my father's property. We lost our father back in May to COVID, and so this property belongs to us now.
It's all still there. Her father's favorite chair, his bed now in the open air, all within sight, all out of reach.
Today's the first day I've stepped foot on this property. So right now with you. Haven't had time.
When the tornadoes first hit, towns like these received news coverage, volunteers, and the nation's attention. Now, so many have moved on, while so many here are stuck.
Our house will be demolished in a few days.
Laura and Bob Ford took a day off for Christmas, another when it snowed. They've spent all the others packing what they can in the town they've called home for decades.
Used to ride my bike all around through here, and it's gone. Emotionally, we're starting to hit a pretty hard wall, I think.
We haven't even found another house to go to. I ask my mother-in-law every day, when's the nightmare going to be over?
So often in disaster, the aftermath moves in inches. In a town of 2,000 or 10,000.
It's devastating to see your town toe up like this.
Mayfield, Kentucky saw the most damage and initially the most attention. That has faded. What remains are lives irrevocably changed and a makeshift memorial to lives that ended too soon.
Some people I know, they messed up behind it.
Tim Brown lives in Mayfield. Every day he comes to the same downtown spot and tries to make a dent in the devastation.
You're just doing this for free?
Yes. A lot of people had left. They came, I guess they did what they had to do, and they disappeared.
People are going to start, kind of going back to their normal everyday lives. But don't forget about us, because this is going to be a long road.
On a long road, little steps can feel like standing in place, especially when the end of the road seems so uncertain. Who will rebuild? Who will return? Not much has changed since December 10th and 11th, but everything has changed since the days before.
It looks like rubble now. But I want you to come back, because it's going to look like a little kingdom when you come back the next time.
In Dawson Springs, Kentucky, I'm Matt Pearl.
Tell me again why the slugs here aren't matching what we're judging.
What?
Like PM package 2.
See at the very top?
Left side.
So, right here.
What is that on the right?
So, it's probably what they named their
Image,
title in the
still.
Okay.
Maybe.
I got you.
So there's the
Like
title of their
thumbnail?
story and then what they named it in there when they uploaded it.
I got you. Okay, yep, I see.
Is there one that you would prefer for me to read?
The one that's next to the
Right here?
number, yeah. No, the one that next to the number.
Right here?
Yeah, that one.
Perfect, okay.
That's what you've been doing though, right?
Most of them have matched. I've been reading the one to the right of the video for the most part, but I can read the one next to the number. This video is titled Wonderful. Why are we doing that?
Well, that's weird.
Okay.
Not wonderful.
Is this like a still shot?
We associate injury with the road to recovery. We get better, it makes us stronger, we move forward. But when recovery falls short, the road means surviving and sustaining.
How are you today?
Wonderful.
Ginny Tracy gives the same answer no matter when and where you ask the question. On this day, she's where she spends most days.
Thank you.
At Heinz Feet Farm, near Charlotte.
Welcome to yoga.
Hey, Heinz Feet Farm.
Hey, Patty.
Everyone here lives with the effects of a traumatic brain injury, or TBI.
I fell from at least 1.5-story apartment. Doctors told my mom and dad I was gonna be a vegetable for the rest of my life.
Side to side.
The CDC estimates hundreds of thousands of Americans suffer TBIs every year.
Exhale it out.
Somewhere between 80 and 90,000 experience the onset of long-term or lifelong disability.
It's a much bigger problem than a lot of people understand.
Martin Foyle and his parents began Heinz Feet Farm 20 years ago. The goal was simple. Quality of life for a group largely overlooked. A group for whom the goal is no longer recovery, but maintenance and joy. Today, they serve dozens on the farm.
Hey, this is Heinz Feet Farm, one of the most wonderful places in the world.
And dozens more at a church in Asheville.
Go sit down so we can start the meeting, please.
According to Foyle, these two locations are among fewer than 24 programs of this kind in America.
Reporter. Yes. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Pick a number between...
Jalen Edgerton had a stroke at 11 weeks. He's alive and well.
558.
At 25 years.
My book would be a Dr. Seuss book.
Nicole Bennett was in a car accident at 16. She, like many in this room, had a life long before it was upended.
Those folks remember what it was like to be able to drive, to be able to own their own home, to be able to live independently, and that is a completely different life experience and a place to come from as a person than somebody who was born with Down syndrome or born with autism.
But typically, that's where they're grouped. A recent Canadian study found many adults with TBIs live in settings like nursing homes that don't fit their condition or younger age.
Do you feel like people count you out?
Sometimes.
That's what happened with Ginny.
Slowly unroll.
Her mom, Vicky, says for a long time, Ginny didn't feel wonderful.
The other groups, she just felt like she couldn't be a part of what they were doing. But here she just feels like she's a part of a big group.
Brain injuries this extreme don't affect most, but most understand feeling like an outsider, feeling forgotten by wider society, feeling forced in some way to accept a lesser life. But when they find a new road,
Ginny Bailey got nice and dirty for you.
a road defined not by injury or recovery,
Good boy.
But by finding joy
I miss you, Bailey.
in their specific journey, they find the kinds of moments that fit the word wonderful.
It makes me feel good to share my happiness with others.
In Huntersville, North Carolina,
I feel free.
I'm Matt Pearl.
That was the seventh and final video in this category.
You were so serious.
Oh no!
I
was very serious.
It's all about moments.
It really is.
I was like,
You
oh
were
my
so,
God.
and I'm like,
It's like trying to take an animal of your dog, a picture of your dog or something.
I know. Sorry. I'm
I
just like,
stage
gosh.
it.
Oh, I'm just trying to, I'm like, God, trying to dissect my notes and making sure I'm,
I'll also say something off the top that affected my viewing at the end. When you use the GoPro, you're playing with fire because the color balancing on it, if you don't have it set right, which happened, you can tell it happened in a lot of these situations, in order for it to match other video, like the interview camera is a solid DSLR they're using, then the GoPro is just a gimmicky kind of thing, and it does have a great two-shot looking thing, but when you have to manipulate color to make it match other video, it just makes it look like a joke, So sadly, I think a lot of this stuff was, the saturation levels were just out of proportion. I'd rather make something more on the ends of toward the black and white direction than the other way,
Yeah.
Like take the color out of it more than put more color into it.
Whenever I'm in that bind with GoPro, I just take it out if I can't.
The
coloring looks like crap.
Yeah, I stopped using it really. I mean,
I use it.
I used it a
still,
whole
but
lot
it's just,
10 years ago. Like I use it for a purpose, like a car tire, like a POV kind of
place that you can't necessarily get into.
Right, because I mean, it's just it comes down to about being lazy almost. Like somebody can just pick that thing up for B-roll and just walk around and just it's a lot easier than your tripod. And there were some audio issues, again, with leveling.
Yeah.
I'm super cognizant of that when I'm editing, right? Like, I'll even bring the levels down in somebody's soundbite, right? Like, if a word's too high, it's glaring to me when the levels come off differently.
All right.
But I liked,
I was thinking 180 Days Later.
yeah, that's the one I liked.
Yeah. I'm going back and reading my notes.
I didn't understand the side mirror shot though. Why
Yeah,
was it?
that was
Why was
weird.
it blurry?
It was a
Yeah.
weird in shot or close to the
I mean,
end of the piece.
Had it
shot, so.
had it been the proper shot, it would have been awesome.
Yeah.
But it was a throwaway shot.
Yeah.
Right, because it didn't come in focus the way that it should have, maybe. I like the look of the stand-up from a quality aspect. The compression was really nice.
Although that one is a little weird because he said, correct me if I'm mixing up the pieces, but he said, behind me you can see.
Oh, and it was all blurred out.
But the depth of field was too cranked.
Yeah.
So
You're right. They weren't on the same page with that.
Are we thinking that one for the?
I would pick that one for the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Which
why
one?
I had it ranked too.
180.
180?
And since we have to pick more, I guess I would lean to the growing old together as my second.
That was sweet, but I had the problem with the natural whites. Never actually got a wide shot to see what was causing the natural whites. I'd like to see people walking by and looking at the artwork. I know what they're doing there, but I never got to see the person.
It did kind of have a positive vibe to it, like those ladies were able to show that to us.
Well, that's true, yeah.
You're right, Kirk. The lighting did not work for that one.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of natural light, but in that situation, it didn't work. I'm sorry we didn't see any folding crane video in the first one. I assumed that they had already folded them, but still, have somebody fold one for you on camera, Like that would have been an effective, you could jackknife folding gnats all through that piece, make it pop a little more, make it move.
For the elements that there, it was pretty. But yeah, no.
I've done a couple of those stories with 1,000 cranes.
Sure.
They're neat.
So are we working on number 2 right now? I was a big fan of both The Other Side and Wonderful.
I like the content of it. And again, I need to remind myself that the person didn't shoot it.
Right.
Right. But
Well, in this one they did.
No.
Well, this is
This is
one
the
of
one-man band, so they
that
did
was a lot of
everything.
GoPro interviews throughout, Which, in my career, if somebody was to like sit me down and look at video, like some of the phraseology would be, it's not that NPPA, because NPPA is on a tripod. That's what you've always been taught, like an established shot set on a tripod, right? That's NPPA.
Or something that can work as a tripod.
Right, like, the street sign or
Yeah.
steady bag. And also cell phone video. I mean, I say GoPro, but sometimes the cell phone quality is incredible. But that can be a handheld situation too.
Sure.
And maybe we've evolved past that because of stabilization editing, maybe that's not taught or important anymore. But as far as like moving me in content, like I think that would be a good second place.
Which one?
The one with the tornado disaster?
Which tornado disaster? We've seen so many.
There's a lot, yeah. Are you talking about The Other Side? Or Don't Forget About Us?
Well, the other side is, which one do we pick first?
180.
Yeah.
Was first.
Currently first.
was a strong piece too. This one, the other side.
Yeah, it was hard for me to get past the color manipulation because it's just so.
Yeah, was
there's
that the
some
one?
funky white balance,
so
but
fake looking.
Don't forget about us having color in too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the color was as bad in this one.
I really liked the treatment of the audio that was used in the other side, bringing us inside the building while you're outside sanding and stuff.
Yeah, the nap sound was really well used.
I would vote for that for 2.
I like the camera clicks that I think We Grew Old Together used to separate still photos to chink. I had a news director that lost his mind one time at me for using that because that's not a sound that we use anymore.
Yeah. That's a good point.
He also would flip out, you know, when you do it like a phoner and you play the tape of the tape spinning.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let us use that anymore either. Obsolete.
I think I would second the other side as second. And then
Annette?
Yeah, I mean, I like the storm story more. The only thing I didn't like about the We Grew Old Together, like, I mean, it was a good piece. Like, I mean, they're all good pieces, but like what is it? The behind the scenes shot and everything. And I don't mind behind the scenes camera shot. One, it's up really long, but I feel like if you're gonna do that, take it back even further. I mean, I know you're MMJing it, but I mean, like, show me you with the camera with the person if you're gonna. I mean, I just felt like it was, you know, or have that as another shot because she had it in there twice, and I'm just like,
Yeah, it's kind of
like,
gimmicky.
and it looked
she
fine.
held on it too long.
Yeah, I'm like, it was fine, but I was just like, you know, maybe something just a little different.
yeah.
But it was, I mean, it was a very nice story, so.
So We Grow Old and the other side, you kind of battling back and forth for second?
I feel like the use of editing helped the other side move forward more. I feel like for me, some of the great We Grew Old Together was a great story. I mean, it made me get emotional, but I feel like I'm not a big fan of having shots for no reason. Like, I felt like some of the tight in the beginning wasn't, and I get it because later on I realized, okay, she's doing.
That was the one that had the aggressive tight up the top. Yeah, that was.
No one. It's not a flattering shot on anybody.
No, it was too tight.
Unless you're talking about something and what they can see or that they can smell, and then you're showing them. I tell that to MMJs too. Sometimes they're just. I think it's just do the tight shot and then use it.
It was way too tight, way too long, and it was moving out of frame.
Yeah, and so I would put the other side over that because of some of the shots in that one. In my opinion.
So are we other siding second?
Yes.
Yeah.
And did you get Old Together third?
I'm gonna throw out one
Or
more plea for Wonderful.
The Wonderful.
Yeah.
Visually, I think it was more appealing to me than.
Yeah.
But I know it's on editing.
Annette?
I like the Wonderful piece more.
Okay, so now I got 3 thirds for.
I didn't like the slow-mo off the top of that one.
See, I didn't mind it.
Yeah, well, there was one shot. It was like it wasn't even good slow-mo. Okay, it was just kind of jerky. It was this overhead shot of a road. We can look at it.
Was it slow or was it drone?
I thought it was drone.
I thought it was slow drone, which.
Maybe.
Yeah, can you play the top of that one?
Yes.
It's not
We associate injury with the road to recovery. We get better, it makes us stronger, we move forward. But when recovery.
I didn't mind it.
Yeah, I didn't
think
mind
it's
it
talking
at
about
all
a road to
either.
recovery too, so I feel like a little slow with the point of the fact that it's kind of sets up the pace, I think, for the story about the fact that these people.
Yeah, did it go from drone to drone though? Like I would have maybe established a shot in between, but that's not I'm nitpicking.
So we're thirding Wonderful?
All third, wonderful.
All right, yeah.
I don't see an honorable mention in this. This has taken us this much time to figure out the clear winners.
Okay, so no honorable mention?
What do you guys think?
I'm with that.
Yeah.
You good?
Yep.
Okay, I need to get some more water. Anybody need, I think lunch is at noon. But if you wanna get a snack,
I'm good.
I'm good.
oh, lunch is 11:30?
That's what it said
Yeah,
in the,
that's what it said.
I'll look right now to see what time.
Well, we'll stop if lunch is done. Hard news edits should involve serious facts and are important and consequential. Hard news edits should contain no music except when it's part of the story or natural sound. Stories must be captured, edited, and broadcasted within 24 consecutive hours. Entries must be 5 minutes or less.
Okay, let me pause you there real quick. I'm gonna have to go get Tom White. We're having just a green screen on the live stream.
Okay.
Give me just a few minutes. I'm sorry.
Barry, you've already been really busy.
Apparently, I've already predetermined what their.
Let's go
Did
home.
you hold up a little sign that says
I
their
did.
score 3.67?
The judge from Savannah. 3.7.
I'm not sure how much patience I'll have with the live stream account.
To what?
I'm not sure how much patience I will have with the live stream being down.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
as far as moving forward.
I know. You said these were from breaking news, Sean?
24 hours.
24 hours, okay.
You did it finally. Did it fix itself? I was scared. I just needed to walk all the way there and get you.
That's usually what happens.
Text me, man. I'll save you half a trip.
The second the engineer walks in, everything's working.
Thanks for fixing it.
Yeah.
Great job.
Good job. Text me next time.
Did you turn it off and turn it on?
That's how it goes.
All right. What's the category again? Hard news?
24 hours. Hard news.
What number is it?
46.
44.
44. Did I say 46?
You did.
I meant 44. Straight from the heart.
Yes, this is straight from the heart.
With a logo like this, you wouldn't expect so much heart failure. Canceled flights, stranded passengers, bags in limbo. What breaks travelers' hearts isn't lost luggage, it's that they've lost trust.
We're not being told the truth.
They strung us along.
So they'll just tell you anything.
How bad is it? We asked. More than 100 travelers responded, and they were not shy.
It's the worst traveling experience in my nearly 74-year-old life.
One of the worst days of my life.
It was a disaster.
Vacations canceled, Christmases missed, money lost. Virginia Cable is in the Navy. She was given 6 days to go home and see her baby.
Because you can't really explain to a 19-month-old
Getting there took 3.
why you're not there.
Things like that are just not acceptable, period.
Virginia and so many others say they were strung along, made to believe their flights would depart. Had they known otherwise, they could have found other ways to get home.
They can't give me back the time that I missed with my child.
You can't give me back my Christmas.
They wasted my time, they wasted my money, and they didn't give me an answer.
For that reason, they all believe Southwest should be held accountable for reimbursements, refunds, and luggage.
How many of you will travel Southwest again?
I'd rather drive to wherever I need to go than fly Southwest.
Some customers said it's still up in the air. They might fly Southwest again, on one condition. They get an honest answer, straight from the heart. Because right now, what's on their heart is frustration. In Dallas, I'm Sean Giggy.
This one is titled Picking Up the Pieces.
It seems like with every piece of this story,
it's devastating to me. It's very sad.
the more tragic it becomes.
Well, I was sitting in my office over here building a car wash, and all of a sudden I hear a loud bang.
According to the Tennessee Highway Patrol, a state trooper was chasing after a vehicle topping at speeds of 90 miles per hour when a driver behind the wheel of a blue Volkswagen SUV pulled out into the intersection.
I don't know if each driver did not see the other driver.
They collided, causing the trooper to then crash into a third red vehicle. The trooper and that driver were injured, but the man behind the wheel of the blue SUV didn't survive.
They had just moved to Robertson County from Davidson County to try to find a better life for themselves. Just bought a new home.
We don't know his name yet, but we do know he was dearly loved. His wife and sister rushed to the scene to say their final goodbyes.
I don't know, it's just terrible. It's just really messed up, really bad. And I feel for the family.
A THP spokesperson says right now they don't know which driver was at fault, but they do hope there are steps they can take to ensure this doesn't happen again.
The important thing is that we have a person who lost their life today. And that is something that we need to know how it happened, why it happened, and hopefully something that we can find a way to prevent anyone else having to experience.
A lesson that can only be learned by picking up the pieces.
Okay, next.
This one is titled We Speak, We Walk, We Rise.
It starts today. It starts with coming together.
Love, peace, hope, and healing will get us beyond.
This is a gathering of neighbors, families, friends.
Let us be the light.
Everyone in the community.
The fact that y'all are here is helping me cross that street.
In honor and memory of loved ones lost to crime.
It means everything to me. So we got this.
We want to stop the gun violence in our communities.
It's just been so many.
So many people are losing their lives for foolish reasons.
We walk because we believe that
We're sick of it and we're fed up with it.
together we can rise against this pandemic, this crisis of crime.
Enough is enough. Enough.
We have to get out and do something.
Our street.
What has me coming is my son was gunned down and murdered in 2017, October the 10th.
No justice, no peace.
I kept seeing more and more people dying, and it's almost like common now.
Look at this. This is somebody's loved one right here.
And we have gotten to a point of such pain that people are projecting their pain off on other people.
I just woke up in the hospital. At first I thought I got hit by a semi-truck on the freeway, but then my mom told me what actually happened. I was on my way to work and was caught in the middle of a crossfire and got shot in the right side of my head.
There's days where did this really happen? A part is missing, a part is gone. And it'll never, come back. You can't replace it, you can't bring it back. So that kindred spirit amongst other moms that have lost a child to gun violence. It unites us.
It starts with treating each other like we love each other.
Who want peace? I do. Look within. It's an inside job.
We speak up because some of the voices can't speak for themselves.
It's a hurtful feeling to lose a loved one. 'Cause I lost loved ones too.
And we speak up.
I want actually the whole world to put guns down.
So that their voices can be heard.
Just all needs to stop.
All y'all gotta do is stay tuned.
We speak up again for those that have been lost.
Together we rise, y'all. Together we rise.
This one is titled, After Days of Uncertainty, a Ukrainian soldier is laid to rest.
З яким ти виріс разом. Дуже рідна людина мені була. Дуже. Не був просто братом. Як другом, як братом.
Senior Lieutenant Vasil Vashavani was killed on the 8th day of the war with Russia. He was a 28-year-old paratrooper with Ukrainian army. With heavy fighting in the Mykolaiv region, it took 5 days to recover his body and send it home to his family. The coffin arrived sealed shut.
Дуже переживаю за маму, як вона зараз це все перенесе. Молодший її син.
The family requested that Vasil be buried in his home village in western Ukraine.
Це називається живий ланцюг з людей, які прощаються з героєм.
For miles as the funeral procession passed, villagers gathered at the side of the road to pay their respects.
Бог забирає кращих. Та я думаю, що йому зараз там легко. Вже все найгірше він пережив, вже йому спокійно. І він постійно на цій лавці розкачувався і щось лялякав мені. Щось розказував. Говорили про все. Про особисте, про моє, про його. Маму забрали, були серед ночі швидка в лікарню. Моє бажання його відправити. Її відправити кудись, щоб вона оздоровилась, відновила здоров'я, хоча це вже шрами на серці такі, що вони вже не загояться ніколи. Але...
After 2 weeks of government silence about its death toll, Ukraine's president said around 1,300 soldiers had been killed, though that number could not be independently verified. Vasil's mother still lives in the house where he grew up.
Смішний і веселий, так як жартував, так підстрибував, такий гарний був, такий. Ну, я його бачу завжди таким веселим, гарним.
Оце бачили, як він перший раз поїхав? Перший раз. Це він, йому тут скільки, 19 років чи 20?
14 рік.
То тільки почалася війна в Україні на Сході.
Це 8 років назад.
Неможливо, то не переживеться нормально. То буде біль буде в серці до кінця то неможливо. Я такого фрагмента відключаюся, щось от, потім щось не розумію, потім. Та його нема, і вже шок такий, все. І вже знов наворачуюся, стрес мені.
Vasil's grave is in a small cemetery near where he was born, a place far from the Russian bombing, but still deeply impacted.
Прийміть цей прапор як символ державі, який вірно та до кінця служив ваш брат, син.
This one's titled They Just Showed Up.
All of a sudden I heard a boom.
This could have been a story of catastrophe.
A car had drove in the building.
But the Jones family
We will be back open.
sees a story of community. A stolen car crashed inside Blackjack Pizza,
Police drew the guns on them. That's when I disappeared.
an institution on MLK owned by the Joneses for 34 years.
That's history right there. Yeah. That's South Dallas history.
That was 11 Monday morning. By 2 Monday afternoon,
That was my seat right there.
customers were hard at work.
Did you call people to come out and help, or they just start showing up?
No, they just showed up.
Come on in here, Mr. Blue. I told him you was our customer.
The Blackjack Pizza matriarch, 82-year-old Dorothy Jones,
Look here. He came to see about us.
I did come to see about y'all.
wasn't here when it happened. But when word got out she'd arrived,
Oh, come on in here, John.
more hugs and help arrived too.
All my customers are my family, and I tell them how I love them.
And they all call you mom.
I'm everybody's mom.
Everybody.
And I love it.
They promised to rebuild and reopen. Clearly, they won't do it alone.
It's a blessing.
In Dallas, I'm Teresa Woodard.
Okay.
These are times when it feels impossible to find strength
The pain will never stop.
in reflection. Because no matter the answers, it can't bring them back.
Some wishes like that we can't wish for.
19 children and 2 teachers were murdered at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde on Tuesday.
We cannot protect them every single minute of the day. You know, it's very hard. It's very hard.
The victims' names are each written on a wooden cross, 21 displayed for the public to flood with candles, flowers, toys, balloons.
We shouldn't have to tell our kids to worry about something like this.
Danny Rangel drove from a neighboring city and walked from cross to cross, finding reflection in the form of prayer.
We're praying for each and every one of y'all. We are praying for your kids, be it a niece, be it a nephew, be it a daughter, be it a son. We're praying.
Whether a comforting melody of united voices or holding those close, unimaginable to lose, people have their own ways of grieving and supporting and trying to understand why. As much as these 21 shouldn't be another name on the list of mass shooting victims, they are.
My heart aches with your heart.
Uvalde native Emily Bailey went to high school with some of the parents who lost their little ones.
Our kids were in those classrooms. I mean, and I say our kids, I know they weren't mine, but they're our kids, our community's children.
She brought 50 boxes of chalk.
We're here for you. We're here to hold you. We're here to pick you back up.
Putting them in the hands of children to color light over a darkness laid upon her city.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry it didn't have to be like this.
Because in these moments when it feels impossible to find strength, to reflect is to not forget.
We cannot forget them. We can't forget them.
In Uvalde, I'm Tiffany Liu.
This one is titled 16 Times.
State of Tennessee versus Travis J. Rankin.
16 times, amid a sea of tension, 12 of Travis Reinking's peers agreed.
For the offense of premeditated first-degree murder. Guilty.
16 times.
Guilty.
Families destroyed by a mass shooter at a Waffle House.
Guilty.
Found resolution and found each other.
Guilty.
For survivors and their loved ones, there is comfort in this.
Guilty.
But they know a hug cannot bring Joe Perez Jr., Torian Sanderlin, DeEbony Groves, and Aquila De Silva back.
Guilty.
True justice is having my son here, but unfortunately,
guilty.
You know.
4 years can be a long time to wait for a day that means so much.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I don't know, it was just so much going through my mind.
Guilty.
For 4 years, I have been trying to standing up and fighting for justice for my son. I just couldn't believe that we were here at this point.
Guilty.
What is it these victims' families are feeling today?
Guilty.
You know, a lot of different emotions, you know, just overwhelming.
Guilty.
But the main thing I was focused on was making sure that they all got justice.
Perhaps one guess, relief from a word.
Guilty.
Uttered 16 times.
for the offense of first-degree felony murder, guilty. State.
It's not.
This one is titled "This is a." Sorry.
It's not Christmas. It's not Christmas. It's not Christmas. It's not Christmas lights. This is a crime scene. This is a crime scene.
1034 North Mountain Street, the Western District.
This one is hard.
I'm trying to get her. She won't answer the phone for me. She said that she went over there to go drop her.
10-4, I'm requesting medic.
2 days before New Year's. And this is where we at. This is where we are. I don't know if this is a homicide case, but we lost a lot of people this year.
7-year-old, site 1 2. Traveling to the face.
This one is hard. You hear the family. You can hear them still crying and screaming and hollering.
We can't give you money.
I think he's not going to stop running. He's gone. The other two is in the alleyway in Forge Park.
It's just a hurting feeling. It's a hurting feeling.
We are on the scene in the Western.
7-year-old gone. Won't return back to school next year.
Officers were led to a home in the middle of the block, and upon entering, located a small male child in the upstairs portion of the residence with gunshot trauma to the head. Unfortunately, we received news that the child has died from his injury.
Just lost for words right now.
We will bring justice and hold whoever is responsible and accountable to the full extent of the law.
I'll take my part, I'll do my part each and every day. And that's to push them, that's to push Monty, that's to make sure that we're doing our thing. And we're doing that. But we have to do more. Everyone has to do more.
And I just ask that everybody just keep the family in prayer. Keep the family in prayer. Our children is dying in the city of Baltimore by handguns. It's just a hurting feeling. It's a hurting feeling.
I want to have 2 different calls. It's their call.
It's not Christmas. It's not Christmas lights.
Present home.
Okay.
This one is titled "Not Just a Job."
Present home.
All of us know that being a police officer is not just a job. It is a true calling.
A heartbroken widow struggling to understand how the love of her life is now gone.
Frank, my love, I want to assure you that I will take care of our precious children, that we will get through this together.
Detective Sergeant Frank Gualdino died last week doing the job he loved, protecting and serving his hometown with the Yonkers Police Department.
He, like most, became a cop for all the right reasons. He spent his career always trying to do the right thing.
Ready. Aim. Fire. Fire.
A supervisor assigned to the traffic unit, Detective Sergeant Gualdino, died after police say a teen with a learning permit crashed into his unmarked car head-on. After 24 years with the Yonkers Police Department, Gualdino was only months away from retirement.
Today, our city is better, our city is safer, and why? Because of Frank.
Police officers from near and far united at the Sacred Heart Church in Yonkers for his final farewell. The mayor and police commissioner recalled the moment 2 months ago when Gualdino came to the rescue of a 3-year-old boy in distress.
Frank immediately took action. And he rushed him to the hospital. He saved that little boy's life.
It wasn't until we received the thank you letter from the boy's family that we even knew about it.
The 53-year-old police veteran leaves behind his wife Lisa, son Mark, and daughter Emily.
There was a sort of magic to him, which made everyone want to be around him. Thank you for all that you were. I will love you and miss you forever.
Present. Halt.
This video is titled Same Thing, Same Problem.
A main pop, we have to deal with it now.
Andre Smith is trying to get his car started.
You usually have a drain. That's what I'm feeling for.
The water out of his trunk and clean up the mud and residue left behind from all the water in his car.
This thing was just sitting in water. My seats are soaking wet.
Queens residents say water gushed out of a city pipe early Tuesday morning, turning Vernon Boulevard into a river, flooding the area and submerging parked cars.
I got a phone call. Your car is underwater.
Underwater on the street?
Underwater in the streets.
What? There's a manhole right here. Another one?
According to the Department of Environmental Protection, over 450 customers in the area were without water as crews tried to get to the source of the leak. Pix 11 has learned this is not the first time dirty water spewed from the ground, leaving cars trapped on flooded streets here in Long Island City.
This is the second. Yeah, it happened a couple of years ago back. Same thing. Same problem.
Smith says in January of 2021, his car was damaged during a water main break. He barely got his car back on the road.
We came out our own pocket to get it detailed again, new parts, just to get it even back up and running.
He also doesn't have water in his apartment.
We have no water in our house. So taking a shower right now, giving the dogs water, gotta go to the supermarket, buy gallons of water. It's really bad.
Try to open up the tap, you'll blow your arm off.
Crews have been busy repairing the break. Smith says he hopes they get to the source of the problem so it doesn't happen again.
We wouldn't have this problem if the drains was clean. Yeah, the water will have somewhere to go. Has nowhere to go. Stays in our car. It's really bad. Got work to go to, can't go, gotta fix this. It's a lot, it's a lot.
proportions on it.
Yes, that was the 10th and last view in that category.
We had the Ukrainian soldier, I feel
Well,
like.
with a budget like the New York Times has.
It
Day-trading.
better be like that in 24 hours, right?
I was like, is that one camera that I'm supposed to think that's one person doing all that? Maybe. And that's a situation, I know I was talking about the tripod. When they use cameras of that level, you don't need a tripod.
No. No. I mean, that one certainly sticks out as the sore thumb. It's
and then
drastically differently told than any.
And then the
other
punch
one.
in the stomach at the end.
Right.
Oh,
Like,
I know.
You get to like really care about this man, and then, holy smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cinematic quality of that video.
Yeah, that does.
Jumped out to me.
You can't judge on the quality of their cameras because obviously a red camera is pretty darn expensive, but it certainly helps.
Yeah.
They did a nice job though with editing the audio too throughout the piece. So even obviously on top of the great cameras, they have great audio.
Yeah.
But
they had translators. They had a whole team of people that was working on that. It was beautiful. The second place is going to be the hard one to pick here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are unanimous in that first place?
I'd say
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
The Washington Post would enter stuff like that into our regional Emmys, and they ended up having to put a stop to it. Like,
Yeah. Really?
Are you kidding me? Like, you're going to enter series feature in the Chesapeake Bay region?
Yeah.
I think I liked the Uvalde Reflections and This is a Crime Scene.
Yeah, I liked the video in the last one that we watched. Like, I liked how
that
they.
was pretty good too. The same thing, same problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that one.
I thought it moved, it popped, it was.
It kept a
It
good
was
pace.
eye candy. Eye
Yeah.
candy.
The 16 times I definitely felt uncomfortable every time they'd say guilty, but right, and that was the reason.
Were there 16 of those? Because it felt like
Well,
more. It felt like there was a lot more.
Yeah, I don't dare count.
Yeah.
I would assume. I would hope. 16's a big number, so when you're looking at those counts.
The not just a job one. I put a note down about the taps. Have you guys ever heard of a newsroom, or that it's kind of like a stylistic thing that if you play taps, if you start it, you have to play it in its entirety?
I don't know, but I think stylistically, I'd want to edit with it beginning and ending.
Right, but yeah, it was a rule in my last newsroom where if you even dabbled with it,
You had to do it.
you had to play it in its entirety.
Mhm.
And there might be some sort of, not law, but
yeah,
maybe at some point in newsrooms that was a thing.
It's a military thing.
Yeah.
Military, when the military starts playing it,
Yeah, so these folks didn't in this one. I don't, nobody really knows that, but it is a thing. It is a thing. I'm always really aware of that because there were times where I was told that you got to take them taps out. What? Half of it was taps, and then Amazing Grace, I think, was the
was in there
bagpipe
too.
part.
All right.
So Uvalde would be 2. Is that what we're talking, or is there another one that we're talking about for 2, for the 2 spot?
They're all mentioning different stories here.
Yeah, we're everywhere.
You're everywhere.
You're right, trying to find the second. I'd go with you guys on Uvalde.
You know, like the fact that we're just talking about it, and we've already seen a bunch of Uvalde stories, and this one again stands out, you know?
Annette and Barry?
I mean, I liked it. That was the higher ranked one on my list. I mean, all of them, the ones that we've been talking about that we liked, all have, you know, nice pacing, knots, all that stuff. But the emotion of Uvalde too, you know, that's it
Which one's higher ranked for you than Uvalde?
The Ukrainian one, which we did was first. The other one's Uvalde, and then This is a Crime Scene, and Same Thing, Same Problem. I ranked all similar.
Yeah.
I think for different reasons.
Right.
You know, the Uvalde one, the audio was really clean on that when they went from, and they had a lot of different sound with different interviews and things.
Yeah.
I thought that visually the editing and this is a crime scene and same thing, same problem was very, it stood out.
Right. They did a lot at night and not a very.
It stood out to me.
It drove me crazy that the scanner traffic was so much louder than the rest of the
And me too. Me too.
Yeah,
And
it was a little
so
loud.
much.
Yeah.
A lot of it was inaudible scanner traffic.
Yeah.
Like you can get away with that, but that's kind of lazy. Like if you keep looking for scanner sound, you'll find like stuff that you can hear.
Yeah, and the question was it the radio from those out in the scene?
Yeah.
I would hope that they were using that
Was
as
it under the
opposed to
right?
like
Was it
the
under,
actual scanner.
Right, and if you are gonna like crowbar scanner, like get your own right, like clean sounds.
And the only reason why I wouldn't go with this is a crime scene is just because of that. And yeah, but let's face it, this is an editing category. You should have your audios consistent.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Uvalde then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So go Uvalde second?
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
And we go to same thing, same problems? for
Yeah,
third then?
same problem.
Yeah.
And like, not just a job, I thought that was a pretty good one, but I think they were using some closed circuit television shots, like making it look like it was their camera. And I didn't like that. If it's closed circuit, make it look like it's closed circuit, like, you know.
You had some pretty good conversations for an honorable mention.
Yeah.
Say it again, Sean?
I said, based on your conversations, you've got a pretty good honorable mention based on your conversations just now.
Honorable mention crime scene?
I'm not against that. Besides,
Did we play same thing, same problem?
yeah, we did that as third.
Third, okay.
Yeah.
Crime scene honorable mention?
Yeah. Yes, please.
You good?
Yep.
It's a pretty strong category. I love.
That really
I
is.
was.
I agree.
I mean, that's the bread and butter of, right?
Yeah.
The newsroom, so
Yeah.
it's a good strong category.
Yep, that's your lead.
Yeah, that's right. Lead category with her.
Okay, so now we're going to Daily Hard Solo, category 45.
Yes. This one is titled The Street Medicine Team.
Tegan Flint and her team have a busy day.
We are meeting up with some of our patients that we follow for primary care.
Tegan is a physician assistant.
Esteban has 2 appointments.
The team is something new.
We're a healthcare in action. We are a street medicine team.
They take their van directly to their clients.
We help patients who are experiencing homelessness have access to healthcare. All right, let's do it.
The nonprofit Healthcare in Action team is made up of physician assistants and social workers.
Is Lotar there?
And they have regular patients who pay for the care through insurance. Yes, insurance. This isn't charity. Many people already have coverage. They just don't have a home.
Yeah, that.
Like Betty McDaniel, who's been homeless for 14 years. It's been a while since she's had a meal.
2 nights ago.
Sitting right on the sidewalk, Tegan goes over Betty's history.
High blood pressure, diabetes 2.
It's a laundry list of ailments that would challenge anyone. It's incredibly harder when you're out here.
I mean, it can be life-saving.
A good feeling that knowing that other people would like to help us no matter what.
The team helps Betty tap into her insurance coverage. Many qualify for Medicare or Medicaid.
So you're going to help me get my medicine?
Yes.
They'll also help her get the care she needs to hopefully get off the street.
Thank y'all so much for coming and helping me with my medication.
Even though you may not be able to fix everything in their life, you're still there to walk with them.
In downtown San Diego, Joe Little, NBC 7.
In the world of
Okay.
This one is titled Girls on the Floor.
beauty,
Things have been shuffled and moved.
an ugly mess is the last thing Carol Hockenberry wants.
Considering I've never had anything like this before, it's pretty traumatic. We got a lot of work to do.
Her Merle Norman storefront was one of several in the path of last night's storm.
Well, look at this girl. I mean, come on.
So were dozens of mannequins and high-end wigs.
We have a lot of girls on the floor over there, and we've got some new hairstyles. It's called Windblown.
She's not the only one with a sense of humor.
It was not good.
Laughter is Kevin Accord's only defense for now. There's damage to his law and tax firm, including a tree limb that burst through a window, leaving an office in shambles.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about Mother Nature. You can always fix everything, right?
Next door, Lenexa crews are clearing debris off the streets.
Could have been a lot worse, that's for sure.
Nick Arena is the city's municipal services director. He says there was damage to some public property, too.
We have a couple parks that have some tree damage as well, and some hangars that we're going to have to take care of at a later time.
But even with the mess, there are still glimpses of beauty.
Maybe a little redder or pinker.
Hockenberry is still helping what customers she can.
She's definitely messed up.
Thankful a hair-raising experience was only a passing storm.
That's good. It'll be fine. We'll get it all together. We'll be fine.
Should be hard news, but you know.
Hard news is the category, right? That's the name of the hard news?
Daily hard report, yep. Next.
This one is titled Brighten the Corner Where You Are.
Okay, just start from the beginning.
Little by little, people find a way to grapple through grief. For Dana Burke,
all right, that looks pretty good.
She uses her art when she knows her words aren't enough.
Brighten the corner where you are, I like to think. So that's what I can do today.
Today, she channels her love for animals and her pain for the families that lost a pet during the Marshall Fire.
And so I hope they feel thought of, like that somebody was just setting them, you know, love. And just to be reminded of their little pet, because it's so hard when you lose one.
With a hammer, Burke beats through that agony to provide those families with a customized charm to remember the unconditional love their pet once gave them.
They love you just the way you are, and you love them so perfectly. It's like sort of like you get to be your best self with your animals.
18 orders in, and Burke can really see just how much Boulder County is hurting.
They lost 2 pets, Fudge and Riley. So I'm making one for both of those guys.
But she hopes, little by little, she can hammer out the grief and provide a little peace.
All right.
Jaleesa Rosari, 9 News.
Okay.
This one is titled I Really Want to Be There with My Family.
For most Ukrainian Americans, this is exactly where they've been stuck
since they heard.
Yes.
Tanya Levchuk is no exception.
I've been living on this computer for a while, but the last 14 hours, it's just been like nonstop.
Constantly checking in with family.
Look, and there's people, civilians. This is not the military base.
Family that was in Kyiv when the invasion started.
Can you imagine like millions of people trying to leave, especially a lot of them like have small kids? I mean, being stuck in traffic for hours is one thing. Being stuck in traffic, not knowing if if there's gonna be a missile hitting in any minute, it's a different thing.
That's why the Ukraine native is glued to her computer,
The stars like showing where the missiles hit.
searching for updates,
So yeah, when I saw this map, it was
for answers.
It was unbelievable. It's just unreal how something like that can happen at 5 in the morning in a European country. That's just scary. How is something like can happen in Europe in 2022?
Stuck in her East Austin home, but thinking about her Eastern European family.
I just really want to be there with my family, you know. It's really hard. It's really hard to be here, you know, not knowing what they're going through because I know they're scared. And even though like I believe in our military, I know they're gonna defend us, but I don't know why it has to cost so many lives.
Stuck and hoping for safety.
I have not slept for a second. I've been just talking to my family, my friends.
In East Austin, I'm Hank Cavanero.
We talked a lot
Yeah.
about a lot of different things. Yeah, is there anything else that you want to add? Anything else?
Okay.
This one is titled Bob's Diner.
The sign on Bob's Diner might say open, but they're not exactly open for business.
Order up.
Everything anyone orders is free.
We're just trying to get a little hot comfort food out to those who need it, and unfortunately, it's the whole community needs it.
Did you make it through this?
We did.
The house make it through?
It did, yeah.
Bob Thiel asks the same question to every table.
Did your house make it? No. Now I need a hug and I'll cry.
No, don't do that, don't do that.
I'll cry again, you know. Oh, where was your house at?
So many of the answers are the same as Kate and Nick Farrington's.
Flatirons, kitchen and bath.
They lived in an RV for months while building what they thought was their forever home and lost it all in the Marshall Fire.
We said never again.
You know?
And God has a sense of humor.
Bob opened the diner 26 years ago.
Swinging eggs your way.
His son Trevor has since taken it over. But Bob had to be here.
Listen, we're in Florida. It's like we got to get back just to come in here and give hugs and say hi. And, you know, there's nothing else that we can do.
Where do we get our grill?
As so many families have conversations about what they used to have,
Anything from Pottery Barn?
Bob's Diner hopes to show them they've still got support.
It's about this. And it's not even about the food. It's about people being able to get together a little bit.
And they'll stay open for that.
Enjoy it, hope it's okay, and hang in there.
And that was the fifth and final video in
This-
category.
Yeah.
I feel like.
I rank mine all the same, so
Yeah.
it's horrible.
They were all
I
pretty
almost did.
close.
Isn't that horrible?
Yeah, they're.
I mean, not that they were bad pieces.
I thought
it's just, I was like, oh,
I,
yeah.
I liked Brighton in the corner because I thought she was kind of a character and she was
Yeah.
doing the sweet thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the gnats, I think, were nicely done on that piece for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I liked her making the coins.
I thought we could use a few more close-ups of the actual trinket, whatever she's making, in process.
Yeah. Or, you know, in a perfect world, maybe her giving it to somebody. And that was kind of missing, right?
Yeah, I felt like
Like the animal, the people who lost animals were missing.
Yeah.
I think
Or if
I
she was
put a
mailing
note.
it,
Yeah,
or packing
yeah,
them,
exactly.
or
She's
whatever
got
it
the mailing.
is, you know.
Yeah.
I would take girls on the floor out of the conversation because I just think it was a little too light. And I know it was dealing with bad weather and some weather damage, but I thought it was a little too light tone-wise for hard news.
But the story itself was hard. Like
Yeah.
the
Right, I
reason
mean,
that they were doing
I
the
agree that
story
it was weather
hard.
and
They
like the
just
place
found
got
all these
damaged.
positive people.
It
Yeah.
just, I mean,
Which is kind
it doesn't make it not hard, but it just makes it a little bit more like a light feature, you know?
But I
it-
do feel like it probably had some of the better nat sound and some of the better editing moments.
I think I'm with you on that.
And if we're considering 3, I'd probably lean towards I really want to be there with my family, even though it was really simple.
Yeah.
But it was very creative with the one person in this dark, empty, white
Right.
space that
Yeah.
kind of made for this
Yeah.
like.
I mean, if you think about
all
the
the
whole,
emotional
the whole
horror.
piece was told in that setting, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you talk
Yeah.
about a bland setting, you know, it was
Yeah.
all white, and then I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, and you didn't need much in that room because everything she said was so powerful.
Right.
Yeah, we put the focus on her. So maybe those 3, just which order?
Yeah.
Girls on the Floor 1? Is that what we decided, or?
I would lean towards that one as one, even though I get the
Yeah.
interview subjects made it a little bit lighter of a harder situation, but
Are y'all?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if it got to us, right, if we're judging it, it had to have gotten through another round,
Right.
right? Where it was
Right.
vetted there too.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah.
So you're all in agreement for girls on the floor first?
Yes.
Okay. Second?
will we do Bright in the Corner for second?
Yeah.
And then I really want to be there with my family for third.
I go with that.
Yeah.
So, for whatever reason, Picture is not displaying stars on this category, so I've already sent a message in Slack and I've made note of y'all's rankings.
Okay, get up, stretch. We got a long hour category. Get up, stretch, go to the bathroom.
I was like,
I'm gonna run through the rest.
same time again.
It's really funny.
The total runtime of all of these is around 54 minutes. So none of them are.
How do you know that?
I did the math. I was very proud of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I
so
love it.
wonderful.
Yeah, that's great.
I was like, it's gonna be like 30 minutes long. So I saw long form and I was like, oh my god. But they're not.
So 54 minutes in total for this category.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah, y'all aren't allowed to make any notes. We just have to. 4 minutes.
South Carolina jury style.
Yeah, I know, right? You go off the feeling, right? I feel like I felt like that.
Okay, this one's called Ida Strikes.
It's just one giant gearbox driven by one little motor.
Parts
This spins like this.
and pieces.
A piece of my home was already here.
Pieces and parts. Springs, sensors.
This is the rake cam.
Not really sure what that exactly is, but I do know that in just the right order,
This is true divine order.
with just the right timing,
These pins will fall.
it just works.
So the ball hits it. Started here when I was 12, working 5 nights a week until 10 o'clock at night, sitting in the back doing my homework and working on bowling machines.
John Noland now owns this bowling center with his ex-wife, Michelle.
I'll do some end pieces for them.
She still makes rolls from scratch to serve in the snack bar to go with meals that look like family dinner, because for years, that's what it was for the Nolands.
You got to keep the tradition alive.
The last few years have been brutal on bowling centers.
It was tough for Hurricane Lanes to stay alive, to pay the bills.
Hurricane Lanes in central Wyoming in a small town called Worland.
It's colder than hell up here, and I thought, what a perfect name.
Little did he know how profound that name would be. Hurricane Lanes will never experience the devastation of a hurricane.
Can you imagine it one day just being gone? One day it's here, one day it's just
No.
gone.
I would wander around here empty for some time. Even though I have another job, we have 7 kids, but this defines me.
I couldn't believe.
Way down in Homa, that's exactly what happened to Marie Lirette. When Hurricane Ida tore her bowling center, Bowl South of Louisiana, to shreds.
That's a hard thing because after 40-something years of doing it, you know, your feet get knocked out from under you, wondering what's next.
She worked there since 1976, later bought it and grew the bowling center with her husband, Terry. For decades, if balls were rolling, pins were dropping, music playing, Marie was there. While Terry passed away a few years ago, the home away from home they shared was gone.
Felt like that was a piece of my soul.
The empty and the quiet's got to be a hole that's hard to fill.
It's making you tear up now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you know what those memories are and you know what that means.
If somebody tomorrow said this is over, all I could say is, oh my God. Michelle and I have been through all kinds of adversities and everything else. We've tackled the world, basically. And we've done it through the glue from the Bolin family here.
She couldn't afford to rebuild. Her business was gone. And the pieces of the life she knew were piled in boxes.
What am I supposed to do now? And I couldn't answer that.
You said you haven't bowled in over a year, almost. Why not?
Well,
You just thought it would be too painful to do it?
yeah, and then knowing that I wasn't home doing it.
She wouldn't just let it go. When underneath all that rubble, she knew there were pieces of Bowl South that had life left in them. She posted the parts in a Facebook group to see if anyone wanted them, and bowling centers across the country sure did. Bowl South's loss would give new life to 8 bowling centers across the country.
To be honest, I didn't know what I was getting into until I got there and saw that it had been wrecked by a hurricane.
Joseph Bryant manages a faith-based rec center in Kentucky. They got 12 of Bull South's bumpers.
To even get the bumpers like that secondhand would be a large expense that we probably wouldn't have been able to afford otherwise. When I met Marie, I could just tell that she was heartbroken about business that she had, I guess, devoted her life to. I knew that taking the bumpers, that was basically taking, I guess, a little bit of her.
Marie's oil machine helped revive and reopen a historic Black-owned bowling alley in Cleveland, and on and on and on.
Devastating loss for Maria, right? Maria lost, I can't even fathom, okay? And the best thing that happened to this business, it's growing because of what I'm standing on.
Hurricane lanes jumped at Bull South's hurricane-tested lanes. Ida hit on August 29th, and just before Halloween, John and 4 others from his bowling family hopped in a truck to drive down to pick the lanes up. They had no idea what they were about to experience, and frankly, neither did Marie.
All of our eyes were like totally, oh my God. I mean, it was crazy, the devastation. That's something, until you've been there, you can't imagine it.
They drove 36 hours straight, 1,707 miles, and had to sleep in their trailer because there were no hotel rooms.
What did you think when you first saw Bull South?
I wanted to cry. Bowling's been in my blood since I was a little kid. We were probably silent for the first hour we were there to try to absorb what devastation was there.
Marie had the same reaction when she saw it for the first time.
Is this what I'm seeing? Like, is this real?
When we found out that Hurricane Ida sent a piece of Homa to a place this opposite from there, we wanted to come find out what it meant to the community here. And when we told Marie that we were going to make the trip, she said she wanted to come too.
Hello?
Marie? Hey, it's Katie.
Hi, Katie.
As we drove through the rolling hills on our way to hurricane lanes, I called Marie.
I would have never dreamed I would have done anything like this.
It was Marie's first time in an airplane in 30 years.
Just a moment in that airplane looking at those mountains, I got extremely emotional.
Okay. You ready? I'm ready.
I just felt a part of me was I was coming home to something. That's how I felt, that a piece of my home was already here.
I'm home. Oh my God. I gotta hug you.
Get over here.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Oh, it's awesome to see you too.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm so happy to be here. Oh, it's like my soul is here. I feel it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this is incredible.
Moments of pure joy. Marie says she chose out of pure sadness.
There's no crying in bowling. Oh, that's so good to meet you. That's so good to meet you.
A choice that led to lifelong connections 1,700 miles apart.
Oh my goodness. I just can't believe I'm here. I just can't believe I actually did this. This is so exciting. This is so exciting.
You ready to bowl?
Marie hadn't bowled in a year.
I need house shoes and I need a house ball, yes.
And it was time to do it again.
This one might work. Let's see.
On her lanes.
I can't be here and not at least try to throw a few balls on my favorite pair.
M-A-R-I-E, right?
Yep. Oh, I just want to stand up and get through it, but I have to do it. Wait. I promise the next shot I'm going to keep it on the lane.
A hurricane changed pieces of her life, and she changed a part of his.
Nice shot, John. Awesome.
If you put it all back together, maybe some of that magic's still there.
They're pieces and parts of life that come together and just work.
It's like divine intervention.
Like this night.
Yeah!
This trip.
Oh, I love it. I got to catch my breath.
bowling for the first time on her lanes in over a year.
So excited that I got that push and I'm here.
A new piece of life begins.
So are we.
Oh my
Because
God.
Marie refused to let another part be the end.
I'm so grateful. You have no idea.
This one is titled In a Landscape.
In Central Oregon's majestic Cascade Mountain Range stands Mount Bachelor, a world-class ski resort in the winter. It brings surprising adventures in the summer. Is this an adventure?
Yes, it is.
And where are they headed?
Well, we're heading up to the piano.
Up here?
Yes.
And yes, as they climb this mountain, the unexpected sound of music. From a piano, a 1912 9-foot Steinway grand piano, perfectly poised 8,000 feet above the valley floor.
This is the greatest.
As pianist Hunter Nowak transforms the surrounding mountain range into an outdoor classical music concert hall.
What an incredible place to listen to beautiful music. We're groupies.
Concert goers traveling from around the region, perched next to lingering patches of snow under bluebird skies.
It's amazing. It really is amazing.
And so the music becomes a soundtrack to their experience in this landscape.
Hunter has performed in the wild in all corners of his state and in between, from Crater Lake to the coast, from the Alvar Desert to the Wallowas, to here at Central Oregon's Mount Bachelor. In its 7th year, the In a Landscape concerts are inspired by a Great Depression-era program that brought free music concerts to public lands.
And so I was really inspired by that because it brought the fine arts outside of these places that sometimes feel exclusive and brought them into places that belong to all of us, our public land.
Wireless headsets provide concert-quality acoustic sound and allow people to wander and experience their surroundings. Part of the concert series' mission to celebrate Oregon state parks and public lands.
We look out here in the Deschutes National Forest and, this is all thousands of acres of public land. And it's our responsibility to care for it.
For about a third of the audience, it's their first time at a classical music concert, enticed at first by how unusual it is.
And so part of it is just the drama of seeing this beautiful instrument in these magical landscapes that brings people there. And then once they're there, then they're like, oh, this is actually really amazing music.
And part of the magic and mystery, and what you might be wondering, how in the world did they get the piano up here?
How did they get it up here? Like a crane or?
The artist is also the composer of a detailed technical plan for his precious piano to scale a mountain.
Right up the top of this lift, there's that tower, and we go just kind of beyond that.
The road to the top begins early in the morning.
There are some people that are appalled that we do this with a piano.
But the piano is carefully packed. Its legs removed, it rides on its belly in a flatbed trailer.
But I think it's worth it.
Hauled behind a heavy-duty pickup around treacherous turns, over rocky terrain, and through hollowed-out holes in the dirt road.
These pianos were built to tour. They weren't really built to be in a trailer going up dirt roads.
Once it's near the top, a Skytrack, a mountain tractor, pulls the truck and trailer over a steep grade of loose lava scree.
I'm just spinning out.
Oops, sliding a little.
With Hunter at the helm, supported by his crew, they guide it onto the precipice of the mountain.
Good job, Hunter.
Good job, Hunter. Good job, everybody.
The team secures the piano, levels it,
That's it? That's it. Good.
and reattaches its legs. And the flatbed becomes a stage. Mother Nature provides the backdrop. Hunter and his Steinway supply the soundtrack. From Chopin to Rachmaninoff to Ravel, the soaring music connects audience members to the landscape and to the instrument. Hunter even invites people to listen from underneath the piano.
I hope people find moments of magic in nature. I hope people feel something because of this music and because of being in a landscape with, with other people.
This is just the most magnificent thing I've experienced in a long time in my life.
For those who've been to one of Hunter's concerts before,
What touched me sitting here tonight was I can hear the same piece at different locations, and it touches me in a different place.
classical music in the wild,
It's a breath of fresh air.
chords in a landscape
Such a unique experience.
that lift us up and bind us together.
Okay.
This one is titled A Scientific Miracle.
It's easy to see the world in black and white.
And you see that.
You can.
Through an X-ray scan of the lungs.
I mean, it's intense.
Black shows air, that's good. That white shows infection.
Looking at the X-rays and just seeing how everything is still white.
And with an infection like this, death is all but certain.
There were definitely days that we said, he's not gonna make it.
Intensive care during the pandemic required extraordinary measures. Measures that took an extraordinary toll.
If we can't fix everything, we can be there for you at the end.
In 2 years, Dr. Luciano Lemo saw more death.
It's tough.
More death than he might ever care to recount. And yet, on these awful scans, He also saw a chance.
This is a Hail Mary, and we hope it'll work. We're blindfolded and we're stepping into the unknown.
Into the unknown.
Whole different level.
With a mission
24/7
and team
multiple people
unlike any other.
It's a lot.
You got to be quick.
And it's a lot of days.
Unfortunately, yes. Just keep going. We stick with it.
You're talking to the most amazing team on this planet.
ECMO, or ECMO.
Extracorporeal membrane oxygenation.
For somebody that's never seen it before, for sure, it's intimidating.
Intimidating because this machine pumps blood in and out of the body of a person immobilized and in a coma. It does what the lungs can no longer do. It feeds the blood oxygen.
I don't know that we, at the beginning of the pandemic, recognized the number of patients that would need that amount of support.
Nate McWilliams' body's response to COVID triggered an attack that rendered his lungs useless.
We put this big hose. It's a big, looks like a garden hose about yay long and goes up and close to the heart.
Here at Swedish, they'd used ECMO before the pandemic for an hour or maybe a day or two. But not like this. Not for this long.
How long are people on ECMO?
It could range from days to months.
Months?
Yes.
And that was, part of the learning process for everybody, of giving that opportunity for the lungs to have time to heal and recover.
It is as labor-intensive as any treatment you will ever find. Constant care, constant worry. And 2 months in, the team still saw very little black and too much white.
And then we're, week 8 in, and we still haven't seen much progress.
Sometimes you'd see them getting better and getting better over a couple days, and all of a sudden they go downhill really quickly.
ECMO is it. If it fails, patients die. And many did. Far too many.
Sometimes that's pretty tough.
And yet for every loss...
So it can be done. It's really touching.
There was a story like this.
You know what? This is the last day. They're not coming back. And then the next day, you know what? A little bit of improvement. Somebody saw something that was just enough to make everybody keep going a little bit more and a little longer. And thank goodness we did.
In a black and white world, Nate McWilliams should be dead. And yet earlier this year, the man who spent 3 months in a coma connected to a machine that replaced his lungs returned.
Very fortunate. Very fortunate.
To the very same ICU floor staffed by the very same people.
I'm so happy to see you.
Who spent those 3 months
Can I give you a hug?
trying to convince themselves they could save his life.
I feel good. I feel real good to see everyone. I'm glad everyone's still here, too.
Doctors.
That's the important thing.
Nurses. Techs.
Hey, how are you doing? Yes.
How are you doing?
A lot will be said about a pandemic that robbed us of so many, and so it would be foolish
Oh, your respiratory therapy is
to not include at least a few words on the few who depended on the many to survive it.
Everybody stood by my side, and that was...
Nate McWilliams is here because a floor of people saw this and decided maybe, just maybe, if they waited and waited and waited, the doubt they all felt would be replaced with the kind of moment they all needed to finally catch their breath.
It's something that, I never thought scientifically would be possible. It's a miracle. It's a scientific miracle happening in front of your eyes. It's really nice.
She makes sure I'm okay. If nothing else, I'm all right.
That was Chris Hansen. Yep. Is he a judge in this?
No.
I thought I saw his name in one of the judging in the last category, the last round.
is titled Worried Sick, A Journey into the Anxious Teenage Mind.
Yeah, I was suicidal for years, and that was just normal. It was just constant pain, and I would do anything for it to stop.
American adolescence is in crisis. Within the past decade, the teen suicide rate has surged by nearly 40%, and close to 1 in 5 high school students reported they'd seriously considered killing themselves.
Everybody's miserable. And everybody's more miserable when they think that everybody's having a great time. But everybody's miserable because they're looking at everybody be miserable, looking like they're having fun.
Every generation has its issues, and I think mental health has been a massive one for our generation.
Get in, loser, we're going shopping.
Adolescence, the angsty, awkward transition from childhood to adulthood. The time spent experimenting, getting away from your parents, and figuring out who you are. Toss in some sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But that's changing. For earlier generations, the biggest health challenges for teens were binge drinking, teen pregnancy, and driving under the influence. They're all declining. At the same time, teen depression, anxiety, and suicide rates are all rising. Mental health issues were already on the rise prior to the pandemic, and early indications suggest that isolation has only worsened the problem. In 2021, leading pediatrics organizations jointly declared a national emergency.
Why are people killing themselves? Why is depression going up?
Wait, isn't this all social media's fault?
Does spending too much time on social media like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat actually increase loneliness and depression?
Emerging science shows a more complex picture.
Social media is a real thing that has a real impact on teenagers' lives. The extent to which that impact is bad or good, we don't know.
So what is happening? Researchers say it's a combination of things. Brain development itself has been changing for decades, and now key neurological transitions are happening earlier than ever, making these young brains more and more sensitive to an accelerating flood of information. Changing adolescence as we know it.
Lots of people think of adolescence as being equivalent to the teenage years.
Not anymore. It's actually much longer, because adolescence starts at puberty.
The physical growth and change that bring sexual maturity.
And the age of puberty for both boys and girls has been falling. Why? Researchers are investigating changes in nutrition, rising obesity, and exposure to certain chemicals, and even light. In the mid-1800s, girls in Western countries started puberty around age 16. It's been dropping for decades. Today, it's age 12.
Let me tell you about turning 9. I hit puberty so crazy early, and I was still in elementary school. I got my period really early, and that was terrifying. I broke out all over my forehead. I looked like a little gremlin. My eyebrows came in way bushier. I had a unibrow. It felt disgusting. I was so used to being a boundless child. I was like growing into this adult body, and it was horrifying.
But it's not just outward physiological changes. When puberty hits, a neurological system called the social brain is put on high alert, making teens more sensitive to social connections and hierarchy.
Where do I belong in the social world? Who are my friends? What value do I have?
Suddenly, my brain is, working like 20 times faster. Everything was a million times scarier, and I didn't know why.
It also awakens the limbic system, making young brains more responsive to emotions, rewards, and threats. But other regions of the brain, including the prefrontal cortex that help regulate self-control, mature later. And so,
kids are experiencing these stressors before their coping skills are mature enough to handle them.
Kind of like
having the accelerator pressed down to the floor before there's a good braking system in place.
And today's adolescents are bombarded with social information. By 2018, 95% of American teens had a smartphone, and nearly half reported being online almost constantly.
I was getting dick pics. I was getting, sexual remarks in my DMs constantly, and I was 10 years old.
But they're not just on Instagram and other social media platforms. It's also video games, porn, cyberbullying, college admissions prediction sites, news alerts, makeup tutorials.
Just the volume of unattainable beauty in a world that kind of seems like it's ending is really hard to process. It becomes a lot for your little monkey brain to handle.
We're just seeing more stuff.
Way more stuff.
And it's getting more complicated.
For some adolescents, it's too much.
I was learning about minstrelsy and blackface, going down these rabbit holes, and all of this was just eating me alive. When it came to my identity, I was just all over the place. I would describe my mental health in middle school as walking across a tightrope. Unstable, unbalanced. I didn't ever really feel good.
So where exactly does social media fit into all of this?
I don't think that we can say that use of social media is inherently going to lead to mental health problems or depression or anxiety. The majority of kids report feeling better about themselves as a function of social media.
Researchers are still determining whether social media has a different effect on adolescents than other forms of digital information.
One of the things we really do understand about social media is that it often acts as an amplifier of what's already going on in your life. It's not that social media is having a negative effect for everyone, but there is likely to be a subset of kids who are more vulnerable.
I would say my childhood could be described as caring, but also very anxiety-ridden. Oh, God. I can't look at myself in this and imagine myself struggling, but I know I was. When I was 8 or 9, I started to realize more about my sexuality. My anxiety has stemmed a lot from that. How easy and how accessible social media and the internet was at that age, it was a pretty easy pathway to lead into maybe darker thoughts. Just felt really lonely.
Loneliness is one of the most important predictors of depression and suicide. And studies show the most connected generation feels the loneliest.
We have to stop and think about sort of the types of connection that are really meaningful and supportive for kids because they are overly virtually connected.
Everything is curated. Nothing is actually real. And I think it fucks up your self-image because you're not that. And you know that you're not that.
But it's not just what screen time does, it's also what it displaces. Teens used to cope with loneliness or anxiety by getting together, processing, being in nature. And they got more sleep.
And we know that adolescents need a lot of sleep.
And when it's disrupted,
then you're missing out on key time to allow the brain to develop.
I would play video games in high school and middle school, 6 hours. I'd play video games straight 6 hours. Video games made it easier to repress my emotions. So yeah, I definitely wasn't sleeping that great.
When you're not sleeping well, you tend to be less good at controlling your emotions, social relationships and dealing with other people, and you tend to be more irritable. As a result, poor sleep is a really critical factor in vulnerability to mental health difficulties.
To put it all together, adolescents, many with underdeveloped coping skills, face an information onslaught flooding their still maturing brains. So many ruminate, trying to quiet the emotional noise, looking for ways to take control. In just 1 decade, ER visits for young people who tried cutting and other forms of self-harm rose by 329%.
Oh, right there, you can kind of see, I got really thick black ink tattoos on my arm to kind of offset the pattern of what I had going on here because I'm a righty. My parents knew that I was self-harming and they were horrified by it. There's no classes that teach you how to deal with your kid when they're self-harming, you know?
The darkest period of my life in regards to mental health was definitely freshman year of college. Can't get out of bed, stomach hurts. I could not process in a way that made me feel like anything was worth anything, that anything mattered.
I call it my anxiety voice. Just like a big bully in your head. And you're being too loud, or you're sitting too weird, or maybe you should just shut up and not say anything. Hard to have any confidence in myself when there was that going on.
For parents trying to help their struggling children, it's hard to know what to do, even for those most experienced.
So my dad is a research psychologist.
You know, Millie's my third child. It very rapidly went from her being a pretty happy, if anxious, young woman to feelings of depression, thoughts of self-harm and suicide.
There was a specific month where I tried about 4 times. You know, I just wanted that pain that I'm feeling to go away.
That was a very frightening time. I'm a clinician, and I've worked closely with young people and their families who've been through this. But the absolute terror of feeling that your child may not be okay is a form of knowing that you can only have through personal experience.
I sold my PlayStation. I told myself I was going to devote the time that I spent playing video games into polishing my craft as an artist. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't have this.
Almost got struck by some lightning. He was close, I couldn't fight it.
I don't think that we do a good job talking to kids about these things early. Like, talking about like suicidality is scary for parents. Like, if I broach this topic with my kid, will it then manifest in my child, right? Which we know is not true, right? Talking to your kids about like things like substance use and depression and anxiety and suicidality early will not then make them go on to have those things or do those things. And so we have to do a better job of sort of breaking down the stigma around mental health issues.
And for policymakers, the pressing need is to develop effective ways to reach kids in distress.
This is drugs.
And to update messaging to reflect the current challenges.
Any questions?
It was always talked about drinking and driving and don't get pregnant when you're in high school. You know, it's like you're told those things, but you're not told, like, if you have panic attacks, this is how you can cope with it.
There is hope. Despite the challenges it brings, adolescence is also a time when the brain is being rewired and is capable of developing resilience. With a timely intervention and the right coping skills and support, mental health issues are treatable and even preventable.
Finally, at 18, I had an adult, a doctor, be like, you're not being selfish, like, your brain is working this way. You need more than just meds. You're struggling, but you're not broken forever. You know, you can live a full, wonderful life. And that blew my mind. And that was when I started actually getting better and experiencing joy and like having fun with my life.
God knows I can show you, singing, helping my love before I lose it. Open my eyes to the sunlight.
That was heavy.
was 14 something.
I'll take your boarding passes.
We just got out of a heavy one.
I heard like some of my students are convincing they've been crying in other rooms. What's up with you guys? There's no crying going on. There's no crying in stills.
5:15.
Okay.
Okay.
This one is titled, What a Day.
I'll take your boarding passes as you get on here. Please watch your step. Welcome. You can head in either side here.
From a dock in Edmonds,
Good morning.
boat captain Brian McGinn is on a mission.
I'm Brian, and no, I've not done this yet, but I'm excited to try it.
He's a full-time whale-watching captain,
This is my 7th season with these guys, so
part-time comedian.
I haven't found any whales yet, but no, we're good. We're good.
That's what happens when you have 100 tourists on board for a half-a-day whale-watching tour.
Seattle traffic to Saratoga.
The excitement is palpable.
I want to see that orca.
Take Margaret Brine of Florida.
Free Willy was my movie growing up, like Shamu.
The Puget Sound Express, like many whale-watching companies in the Pacific Northwest, relies on reports from a network of spotters. From there, it's a race to the potential sighting. The hunt for a glimpse of the massive mammal is on.
If they go down for 5 minutes, you better be looking in the right place at the right time when they come back up again. So, okay, buddy, come on, kata. Kata.
Today is a good day for McGinn and his crew.
I got a whale!
What?
An hour in, and we see the distinctive tail of a humpback whale.
Oh my God, there's a tail!
The way that we tell humpback whales apart is usually by the markings on the underside of their tail. So we got some really great looks at Kata's fluke.
Called Kata, K-A-T-A.
Yes, Kata is her name, and yes, there is a record of each and every whale in the Pacific Northwest.
3 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Oh yeah, here we go, dive in. That was so cool.
This exact one, has been seen before. In fact, it's made the news.
Tonight, federal and state officials are looking at whether this jet skier broke any laws.
Back in May, we showed you this footage that was shot by a viewer.
Then one of the whales comes right up to them and splashes them before diving back under the water.
There.
Kata, the whale, was unharmed, and today serves as a reminder of the reality we're facing. The Marine Mammal Protection Act calls for a football field between a boat and a humpback whale.
Okay, take my height and weigh that against a good-sized speedboat, let's say a 20-footer, pretty big. Now compare that to a full-grown orca whale. They can grow to anywhere between 20 and 28 feet. Significantly bigger, though, the fully grown humpback whale, which can top out at more than 50 feet.
Both populations were once hunted. victims of both pollution and climate change.
It just spouted.
But today, according to the Pacific Whale Watching Association, the tide is turning.
Today, both humpback whales and the big killer whales, their populations are both growing really quickly. And so in the last several years, we have been seeing more whales, and there are more people going to watch whales as well. So.
Oh, there he is!
Humpback whales benefiting from a record baby boom in 2019.
Wow.
And despite new calves in recent years, the orca population in the state is still considered endangered. Has been since 2005. Regardless, sightings are up.
Oh, I got something.
Next up on our tour,
Right under that seagull, yeah.
our Florida couple's dream.
Is anyone interested in seeing some killer whales?
A pod of orca whales.
Bye.
We got killer whales!
Oh my God, babe!
With the whales in sight, the boat's motor is killed.
Good God, he's huge. Oh my God. It's indescribable. You dream about this moment your entire life, and then it finally comes true. And you're like, you just stand there in awe. It's just so cool.
But without any harassment.
Are you watching off your starboard side?
NOAA calling on boaters to stay 200 yards from killer whales in Washington state. Open water that can quickly become crowded.
We're seeing a lot more transients coming in here, and it's just because they have a lot of food to eat. We're seeing more and more seals and porpoise.
Today, a glimpse from above water into a world that most will never see.
Keep watching out. There we go. And
Yes!
A check off a bucket list for this woman.
Like, my whole life is made. I can die now. Like, I am good. I have met my spirit animal.
Animals in the wild, alive and free in a quickly changing world.
Life is complete.
In Edmonds,
This place is absolutely beautiful.
Sebastian Robertson,
Get your last looks with these whales as we are southbound here out of Carr Inlet. What a day. I'll take your boarding.
This one is titled Juvenile Justice, Failing Kids, Failing Victims.
Now a special report from Care 11 Investigates. In the Twin Cities, in the wake of George Floyd's murder. George Floyd! George Floyd! In the midst of a pandemic, crime spiked.
Attempted carjack on 40th and Pillsbury.
The same teenagers.
Gosh, he's so young.
Arrested again and again.
Why are the same kids over and over repeating the same crimes?
We also wanted to know why and discovered stunning data on repeat offenders.
What they're doing isn't working.
Gaps in mental health care driving juvenile crime.
There is no place for her.
Inhumane conditions at juvenile jails.
I was appalled.
And a system that instead of rehabilitating kids,
He definitely needs help.
too often is making them worse.
And it's nowhere to be found.
With devastating results. Care 11 investigates juvenile justice, failing victims, failing kids.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Lauren Lemanchek. Like many of you, we were alarmed by the daily reports of crime in our community. But as we investigated, we noticed something. Many of those accused were painfully young. Many had diagnosed mental illness, and many were repeat offenders. Our system that was supposed to rehabilitate youth and protect the public was failing so many, including the kids you're about to meet. Dee Dee Jackson turned 17 full of hope.
She just was loved by everybody. She was very spunky.
Make a good wish. But just 3 weeks after this party, she and friends got into a car with a boy from school named Jalen, a teen who'd been arrested over and over. The car was stolen, and according to a police report, when Jalen saw a squad car, he sped off, losing control. It was the last ride Dee Dee would ever take.
They declared her brain dead.
Her mother, heartbroken.
I mean, it's destroyed our family.
Jalen becoming another statistic in a Minnesota juvenile justice system that's too often failed the kids it aims to rehabilitate and their victims.
If the juvenile system wouldn't have failed Jalen wouldn't have been in that car to pick my daughter up.
It's a huge issue.
Crystal Police Chief Stephanie Revering has been disturbed by how young the kids are that she's arresting again and again.
We've seen juveniles over and over repeat violent crimes such as carjackings, robberies, and that type of thing.
She wanted to find out where the system was going wrong.
Have you been looking for data on recidivism?
Yeah, it's really, you can't find it anywhere, right?
She's right, we couldn't. And what we learned was shocking. The state doesn't keep track. So we did what they haven't. KARE 11 reporter Brandon Stahl dug through courthouse records, compiling the data. We found more than 200 juveniles in the metro who'd been charged with crimes since 2020, so serious that if they were adults, they'd go to prison. And it turns out 3 out of 4 of them are repeat offenders. Evidence that too often the system's efforts to rehabilitate kids failed. But why?
It scared the hell out of this kid.
For Jalen, the boy behind the wheel, his life had been on a collision course for years. His mom, Shavana, agreed to speak with us about his path.
We were homeless for a while. He hooked up with a friend, and they allowed him to stay there. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Jalen started using drugs, drinking.
His first arrest came at 12 or 13, stealing cars from a junkyard, but there were few official consequences. And Shavana's reaction might surprise you.
A problem is they tapped him on the wrist, and they shouldn't.
She says she tried to steer him in a different direction, but in a neighborhood scarred by violence and with few supports, she felt helpless. So from age 16 to 17, Jalen would plead guilty to vehicle thefts, gun possession, a carjacking, a home invasion, and the crash that killed Dee Dee.
How do you feel as it just keeps kind of getting worse?
Terrified. I know where crime and criminals, where they go to the grave or they go to prison.
But court-ordered community programs hadn't seemed to work, or he didn't complete them. He once spent 6 months in Totem Town, a St. Paul juvenile facility. It wasn't until after the deadly crash that a judge sent him to the juvenile prison in Red Wing. But when he got out, little changed.
They get out here and reality smacks them in the face.
What do you mean by that?
We're poor. Most of the kids are poor. We come from a poor environment.
Records from that crash case show a young man struggling with trauma disorder, depression, mental health, and chemical use.
Over 70% of the kids in the juvenile justice system have 1 or more mental health diagnoses, and that has been true for decades.
Sue Abderholden from NAMI, the state's leading mental health advocacy group, says you can't talk about our juvenile justice system without addressing failures in our mental health systems, especially for children of color.
Typically for children, from BIPOC communities, children of color, the juvenile justice system is their mental health system because they've not been able to access services prior to that.
Judge Mark Ireland's seen that play out in his courtroom for years.
Things that have happened to those juveniles that I think for most people you can't even really imagine in terms of trauma that they've experienced.
And yet, for those teenagers in Minnesota, the number of secure residential treatment programs has been shrinking, not growing. Totem Town, the juvenile facility Jalen once went to, closed. So did the Hennepin County Homeschool.
You can't just have a system where you're either incarcerated at Red Wing or you're sent home and kind of you get a probation officer assigned to you. There has to be multiple options in between there.
Hi, Birdie.
Shavana now talks to her son from adult jail.
Okay, I love you more, baby. Keep your head up.
where he faces years of prison time on a new gun charge. The very outcome Minnesota's juvenile justice system aims to avoid.
It's not what you wanted for him.
Of course not. Of course not. Never.
Failing kids like Jalen and victims like Dee Dee.
The system failed my daughter, yeah, absolutely. But somewhere along the line, they failed Jalen too. And that failure caused my daughter to die.
Coming up, a teenager with mental illness held in solitary confinement because there wasn't a treatment center in the state that would take him.
It's making his mental health illness worse.
When juvenile justice, failing victims, failing kids, continues.
Okay.
This one is titled The East Side After.
In the next 5 minutes,
We still are far from healed.
you'll hear 5 voices.
The phone does not stop.
All are learning to live on
Stories get lost. Narrative gets lost.
after the worst act of violence
I'll never forget.
their community has seen.
You don't have no choice but to look at them.
On May 14th, 10 people were killed at the only major supermarket in Buffalo, New York's mostly black East Side. Police say the shooter was an 18-year-old who drove hours to target the community.
Just constantly someone who needs you somewhere.
Razia Hill was born on the East Side. She spends her days advocating for the East Side.
Here goes some toothpaste. Thank you. No problem.
On this day, she distributes diapers and supplies to those who now have no place to get them.
No days off. No days off, but I'm still going to do it with a heart of gratitude, even though I'm exhausted. And not sleeping well, but yeah, the work still has to be done.
To live on the East Side today is to clean, work, and wait for the bus amidst reminders of horrific violence.
Every day you see people out here crying and stuff, you know.
Benjamin Foster stands with his stepson every morning.
What has this community been like since then?
Uneasy, real alert now. I haven't been in no supermarket because it's like, I don't know what's gonna happen. And that's crazy.
The list keeps growing of American communities grappling with mass shootings. Cameras arrive, donations flood in for a few weeks. And then,
Okay, you got that.
the work falls
Where are we going to put this tuna?
to those like Tondra Parker.
All of this has been donated.
She runs a nonprofit called Rooted in Love. They provide food, backpacks, and anything they can
We know them and they know us.
to any East Sider who asks.
They would get them at Tops. A lot of people have not left that community since that shooting. They're still dealing with trauma. It'll be a day when I'll be able to sit and think about it. Is it today? No. I got to keep going.
They keep going because they've been going. The East Side is among the most segregated areas in what study after study shows is one of the most segregated cities in America. This was a community where so many had already felt forgotten.
Poverty already existed. Then you lay a pandemic on top of that. And now nothing spells racial injustice like a domestic terrorist coming into the blackest community in Buffalo and slaughtering seniors at a grocery store. Like 6-ish, but.
The emotions engulfing so many
who's voting and how
are written on a whiteboard.
Who's truly invested.
In the office of Reverend Denise Walden Glenn.
The words you see on that board are the things that come when people carry a lot of pain. And Black and brown communities carry a lot of pain.
The Reverend was the clergy member who met with families the day of the shooting as they waited to see if their loved ones were alive. She still counsels them today.
Where the money is spent and invested.
She also works long-term.
So let's use this as an example.
On this day, her group Voice Buffalo strategizes about urging its community to vote.
When you lose someone to violence, it's like someone reached into your world and snatched something out. This is not a moment that's going to pass quickly. This is a moment that we need to sit with and wrestle with.
For all who think of the future, many can't process the past.
I come here every day.
Grady Lewis was right outside on May 14th when he heard what was happening inside.
What do you hope to find out here?
I'm drowning myself in it because I'm always going to see the images. So I'm trying to get over it that way. I was a minute away from being in there, and I'm thinking, if I was in there and I got shot, I don't want my face in front of no building. I want the people to stand up and make laws to change it so this never happens to nobody again. I don't want no balloons. I don't want no flowers, no flags. I want change.
It's hard to agree on change when so much is needed, when the cameras depart and you again feel forgotten. But
we are a community, and it's a beautiful community.
That is the message.
It's just to connect with people, actually, is the main reason why I'm out here.
From these 5 voices on the East Side.
What, if anything, gives you hope right now?
Seeing the people come by, showing, paying their respect.
They cannot ignore the crime scene at their center.
We continue to come together. We continue to serve.
But they must not let that crime erase the community they embrace.
Buffalo is not just chicken wings and the bills, and we are not broken right now, we are bruised.
In Buffalo, New York, I'm Matt Pearl.
And that was the 7th and final video in this category.
That guy was in a package earlier from a different station. He must have gotten a promotion at the end of the year. Matt Pearl.
He works for, is it Spectrum?
He worked in Asheville.
Scripps.
Sorry. Where's Matt now? He used to work here. Or Atlanta.
Well, he was in Asheville when I knew him.
Yeah.
I guess he's in Buffalo. Is that a market up from Asheville? I guess maybe. Yeah.
He works for Scripps. He goes
So
all over the
Oh,
country.
he's like a bureau guy for them.
Travel and engine mostly. But sometimes he works with a shop.
Cool.
Good stuff.
It's a heavy category.
It is?
Yeah. There's a couple of moments a couple pieces that weren't as heavy, but it was
kind of
like.
nice that some of them broke it up though. I'm like, oh
I know,
gosh,
I was
that's like, yeah. That lady and that whale piece.
Yeah. We needed that break.
I like the anxious teen one. It almost didn't need a track. The track went away for so long that when it came back, I was like startled by it almost.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah.
It was kind of forgotten that there was actual narration to it. Which would, I guess, would lead you to think not to use track, right? Like the story was telling itself.
first one a lot too. Ida Strikes.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, it was
So
so,
long ago.
it was so, I know, it was
Yeah.
forever ago. I liked it. I mean, it's just because of how thorough. I mean, like, think of all the logistics. I mean, granted, this is
Right.
editing, but I was just like, wow. And then, I mean, for it being such a longer piece, a lot of it I felt like was still very fresh throughout, like the shot, the camera shots and everything. I don't know if I loved.
They
like,
used
all of
an
the-
effect on that video that kind of washed it out on purpose a little bit. It might have, like, it made it kind of dreamy.
Right. Right. But it was enjoyable.
I also liked.
I'm always excited to see hospital shots. Like I would hoard them, you know. Like for any story that I would have access to a hospital, I would shoot every single thing that, that they would let me shoot. And there was some really good hospitals. They had a good hospital to work with. It looks like.
Yeah, I was just about to say that one. The Miracle one.
It can go the other way
Yeah.
if they're not cooperative.
Well, it was a really smart way to use the X-rays of like, you know, the lack of progression and then little bounce back from there. But I thought they did a nice job too with they had a few good editing moments with the sound bites that were put together like seamlessly. Like I thought that was really well done.
I like the piano story. Was that this category?
In a landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
this
the same one.
is horrible.
Yeah.
They're so good.
You could review
Stop
something
it,
if you want
guys.
to watch another 15 minutes or something.
With that one, you know, the guy showed how they got the piano to the top of the mountain, but I'm thinking about how that guy got his tripod and all his gear up there. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting to me, and this has nothing to do with editing, but that everybody was hiking, and yet there's a chairlift that can do
Right.
this.
Oh, yeah. There were some great. I love reaction shots. Like I'm often looking for them, and they capture some really good ones.
Yeah.
I would think that would be a good number 2 for me. They're all. We all kind of ranked them the same.
Yeah. Do we have a clear one?
I didn't hear a clear one, but
I liked Ida Strikes because, like somebody was saying, I mean, they used a lot of nap montages and just the different pacing of the edits added crescendos and then also slowed the piece down when it needed to. Like it really carried you through a lot of different emotions.
With Ida Strikes?
Yeah.
Yeah, what annoyed me about it was that there was bowling going on in some of the background shots, and like, the nets were non-existent.
Yeah.
But I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I do think that.
And they did repeat a lot of the shots. There's one pin shot that kept, like, they used as a wipe that they kept using over and over and over again. I try to stay away from repeating anything. I think I counted it 4 times, that one shot. But, you know, this is a long piece. I get it.
I thought they did a nice job though with the like there was a really, I thought they did a nice job with the, I think you just said the crescendo or whatever it was of the fast editing and then the slowdown for the emotion, and then at the end I felt like it was a really kind of cool sequence of just like it was like a wrapping up of the piece, and then it was like flash, like there were pictures of her when she was younger and then when she was there. It was like present moment and past, and in the damage and everything. I thought that was really well done.
I thought it was interesting. I don't think they mentioned her. I think she has an illness. We can guess that she has an illness. They didn't mention it at all. I kept waiting for it, and then it just never happened. I mean, I'm sure she didn't want to talk about it. And
that's always the question. Is maybe they didn't want it to be
right, but I
about
mean,
that.
it's obviously clear, blatantly clear that she's sick. So like, you don't even have to say that, right? You don't even have to say that she's sick. Like, you can look at her. We know she's sick, so that's an underlying theme that they didn't even have to do any work for her, you know?
Yeah.
When I look at that, I also think of the other elements, like they had graphics and whatever, and those all things. I think just everything worked together nicely, and that was like the variety with that I appreciated. And I appreciated all these, but I thought
they got
that
to
was
travel
nice.
in that one. You know, they had a budget. They
for
put them in
sure.
some of those places.
Yeah.
we leaning towards that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have a consensus one?
I think we're going Ida,
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Ida?
Yeah. Ida B1.
The teenage suicide one was, I mean, they had to come up with all the video.
Yeah.
They had to recreate all that. That was
Yeah,
a
and
monumental challenge.
it was, and they were super clever with it.
Yeah, I thought so.
Like when they talked about brain stuff, like you could see, like a kind of an image that could be a brain, you know, like whether it be in the park or something.
Mm-hmm.
Bless you.
Bless you. Yeah, I'd go for that.
For 2?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Worried sick?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You have 2 more that you're talking about.
Yep. I think I kind of lean towards, and I don't know if everyone's going to agree, I lean towards the scientific miracle, I think.
I feel the same way.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved all the reaction shots with the in a landscape, but
Yeah.
You give it an honorable mention?
I would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would.
Landscape?
That works.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good category.
And then scientific miracle for third?
Yes.
Okay.
Stretch. Just sat for
Good
an hour.
stuff.
Get coffee or.
what's the next one?
We'll do sports, you know, kind of lighten it up.
Oh,
That's
okay,
good.
okay. I was like, I need a moment.
What number is that?
55, it looks like.
55.
55.
I did pretty good though. Nothing came down. It just
almost
it
did
stayed
the
right there.
suicide one.
Yeah.
This one is titled The Purple People Eaters.
Of course.
The NFC playoffs. And as usual, another appearance by the Minnesota Vikings.
2 generations ago, the purple ruled Minnesota. Grant, Cap, Tarkenton, Foreman, Eller, Brown, Marshall, Page, Krause, and many more. Between 1970 and 1977, the Vikings put Minnesota on the proverbial football map, making it to 4 Super Bowls. 4 and nothing since.
Does it hurt your heart as a longtime Viking to know that this team has not been back there in 45 years?
It breaks my heart, for sure. I mean, there's been some teasing.
Chuck is right. 6 times since 1977, the Vikings played and lost in the NFC title game. We even borrowed a Packer great and still couldn't get back. Which leaves these guys, the legends, the Hall of Famers, the greatest era of team in Minnesota. They have no one to pass the torch to, no one to get them off the hook for losing all 4 Super Bowl appearances, which, by the way, 45 years later, still hurts a lot.
I cannot tell you how catastrophic they were to me. And I have not let them go. And I don't want to let them go.
That burning desire in him, I feel for that. You know, I don't have those same feelings because it would eat me alive. But I can appreciate how he feels.
Training camp video, 1976. Alan Page says those Viking teams back then were not great, they were exceptional. And the man who built them is still with us. Bud Grant, the stoic, clever as a fox, leader of men, is now 94 years old, but sharp as a tack. He loves his players, but hasn't lost a wink of sleep over those 4 Super Bowl losses, including the last one versus Oakland in 1977.
I have never, ever gone back and looked at that game. I mean, we may have looked at it the next day, but I don't think I did.
Even if it comes up on TV?
Well, no, I don't have nightmares, right? Anything like that at all. No, but I just move on. I mean, it's not, I can't live vicariously through wins and losses. That's not my life.
And he's not alone on that.
Right now, I say I don't care. I care, but I don't care. And because you can't let it eat at you for 45 years. We had those chances and couldn't put it together.
Especially in 77, Viking turnovers and lackluster play in Super Bowl XI led the Raiders to a 32-14 win and Coach John Madden's victory ride.
And you don't realize in that Raider game that the Raiders rushed for 266 yards, which against our front four, we'd say that's unheard of.
Being the team that we were, I think we should have won. That would be kind of proof, maybe, of the team we were at that time.
And that's exactly what's left now. Frustration that those exceptional Viking teams of the 1970s still don't get the recognition they deserve because of those Super Bowl losses. But Viking fans know. We know. They know.
We set the standard for what the Minnesota Vikings are and have been. So we're still waiting for the current and players to come on up and join us.
The NFC.
Of life
2, knee kick. Good job, Sophie.
Teaching martial arts.
Ready, go.
Can be more than just punches and kicks.
Yeah, all right.
We teach Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and self-defense.
Yeah.
The 3 Ps, patience, perseverance, and practice.
Okay.
That's where Coach Darren Meyer
I'm gonna use the chair.
excels.
Jab, cross, combination.
Jiu-Jitsu with a side of life lessons.
I've seen kids completely transform their life in a positive way.
Good job, Sophie. Guard up.
His most recent class
I decided to go with a kickbox fit class.
is an exercise in adaptation.
So everybody can see me. Cool. Just all online.
1, 2, cross.
It's more of whoever signs on who wants to get some fitness going and some martial arts, then they get it.
Ready? 1, 2.
Important not just to keep this business alive,
It develops themselves, not just me, but it's more, for me, it's more about them.
but because of who's on the other side of the screen.
Ready, go. Knee kick.
He's up and he's moving and he's doing his very best to keep up with the class and perform all those moves. So Aiden has a rare genetic disorder that doesn't fit any known syndrome.
Aiden and all the participants in this free class have some sort of special needs.
2, knee kick. Good job, Sophie.
I don't know what type of disabilities they might have. They might have a mental or physical disability.
10, 11.
Students like Aiden can't always do or even grasp some of these moves, whether they be punches or crunches.
4.
But the key here is they are doing something.
7.
It's great that he's got the opportunity to participate in exercise. It's complicated for him with his disabilities.
It was more of giving them an opportunity to learn how to move their body. They may never get this opportunity.
Oh, look at that. That's a high kick. Oh, my goodness.
No matter what level they're at, Coach Darren brings everyone along.
Let's see you work, Aiden.
And he's,
Come on.
you know, just really always doing his very best to draw out and engage the kids to whatever ability they can.
To push through, keep going no matter what.
Free, at home, inclusive, and accessible.
I feel like it's very rewarding at the end of the day.
It's an opportunity for us, for Aiden to, you know, participate and to feel included in a community that otherwise is hard for him to access.
Ready, go. Bam. 3.
How's that for a martial arts lesson?
Ready, go.
In Centennial, I'm Jason Grenauer.
And ending of class. Us.
Denver 7.
So much, friends. We'll see you.
Let's go.
Okay.
I got it. Sorry. This one is titled 24 Hours of Nothing But Net.
Let's go.
I got it.
Thank you.
And go.
Free throws are underappreciated. One measly point with the clock stopped. But anyone who knows basketball will tell you they win and lose games.
He only had 7 points.
ESPN college basketball analyst Debbie Antonelli talks a good game, but has the skills to walk the walk.
It takes a routine. It takes incredible focus. I have my elbow under the ball, and you know the hand placement of the ball. I can tell if I've missed based on where the ball is in my hand, you know, because you can only miss 4 ways: long, short, left, or right.
She doesn't miss very often because she gets a lot of practice.
The first 100, I'm actually very nervous. And the last 100, I'm very nervous. The rest of the time, I'm just trying to concentrate on making free throws.
For one day each of the past 4 years, Antonelli has made 2,400 free throws, 100 an hour.
99.
For 24 hours straight.
For someone who gets AARP mail, I think I'm doing okay. I just love the game. I love shooting, and I think it's such an important part of the game. That led me to the word marathon, which I'm really intrigued by. Even though I don't think I could run the New York City or Boston Marathon, I still like the word marathon, and I was thinking about what I could do to make a difference.
The difference isn't on a scoreboard. She spends the whole day at the charity stripe to raise money with a goal of $200,000, getting assists from some of the biggest names in the sport.
Got to push through. It's too important of a cause.
That cause is the Special Olympics. Antonelli's middle son, Frankie, is her motivation.
He's smart and handsome and athletic. He's a college grad from Clemson Life. He has a lot of friends, very social. He just happens to have Down syndrome. It's not what defines him.
UNC Asheville Bulldogs superfan Hunter Davis is more than a diagnosis too.
Hunter is our music-loving, knows the words to every country music song, is very loyal to his friends, loves to text, loves to FaceTime, loves his UNCA Bulldogs.
I did Olympics before in high school.
But he's also
it was good.
A Special Olympics athlete.
Like I ran a mile in track and jump rope and throw the ball in the sand.
This year, UNCA and 5 other states joined Antonelli's cause. 24 different Bulldogs shooters made 100 free throws in an hour, including UNCA's biggest cheerleader.
The coaches have been helping him practice, and he would come home and say, oh gosh, I'll probably only be able to do 50 or 60. No, Hunter, you're gonna do your 100.
That support and belief is what binds these families.
It's our job as parents, whether your child is typical or has special needs, to realize what their dreams and passions are, and especially us moms. Dads are super important too, but us moms, we know that it's our jobs to help them realize those passions and those dreams.
There's nothing like a mother's love or that mama bear kind of advocacy.
And when someone believes in you that strongly, anything is possible. Even if
it feels great.
There is some adversity.
Well, I got robbed in and out some too.
Sport is so important to us. It's important because it gives you a chance to organize, train, and compete, but it also helps you hang out with your friends, and that's what Special Olympics does. It's a great landing spot for families like mine.
A landing spot that can launch lives to new heights, 15 feet at a time. Chris Womack, News 13 Sports.
Okay.
This one is titled Very Rare Indeed.
Alright. So all these are uncured pepperonis.
Dinner time is a team effort in the Urich household.
I bought new cheese.
Misty runs the show
Heads up, heads up, heads up, heads up, heads up.
with the assistance of her girls and one puppy.
One day at a time. Some days it's one breath at a time.
Misty finds peace between the pages of a book.
This is just a testament to all of it.
They're what bound Misty to her husband Bowman. A blind date at a bookstore led to marriage and 4 daughters.
We all have our own room for a reason.
Sky, Juju, River,
We're all very, very different people.
and Rain.
Oh, I go now? Okay.
But in May 2019, her beloved Beau died in a car accident in West Texas. The girls,
They had to grow up really quick.
And sometimes we do our best work through adversity.
If they down block, you want to hit the outside edge.
She gets it, she understands it. The kids that are playing the sport don't understand what's going on the field the way she does.
I've never talked about this stuff.
She's talking and writing in calculus, and a lot of people are just talking fundamentals of math.
If the tackle blocks out versus a hi-hat, you're going to do something very different.
It's the beginning of a journey, the way I see it.
Rain found piece 2.
This is my favorite page.
In between the pages of a notebook.
Look at this. There's another page. There's another page. You're going to see it.
Specific notebook, specific pens, which was like her dad. He only liked a particular pen.
Let's see what we got up here.
Each page,
This one's like defending ace.
top to bottom,
Miranda part 2.
littered with football notes.
Full of defenses that she studied.
Part 3 is the continuation of part 2.
Every word.
And I just have like all types of stuff in here.
Handwritten.
Yeah. If you had asked me 3 years ago, like, oh, what's a 4-3 defense? I'd have been like, oh, what?
Because Rain Urich
Now I'm like, 4-3? So basic.
wants to be a football coach.
Go get your job done, you understand?
She will tell you if the house catches on fire.
1, 2, 3, yes!
She will grab her notebooks and her cap, probably in that order.
What's the deal with the notebooks?
That's kind of how it all started. I knew when I wanted to coach that I needed something a coach could hold and see and be like, she knows football. I could never just walk into practice and be like, I want to coach. Just let me coach.
First, she had to convince Alan Klein.
She knew more than a lot of coaches that I'd been around.
Head coach of the middle school team.
One time she told me our linebacker has his eyes inside and the outside receiver is hooking them in and we're losing contain and they're running to the outside the whole time. And I was like, wow, you're right. And I didn't even see it.
If you can't teach what you know in a way that they'll be able to understand it, you're gonna look stupid on Friday night. Mac, Rover.
Her way of organizing, being able to look at a field and
for back flares,
strategize and watch all the players and put all that in place.
He'd be a 3. This one would be a 1.
She gets all that from her dad.
An engineer's daughter.
An engineer's daughter.
Just because they're already
Oh, come on, get him,
Now a sophomore in high school, Rain is a student assistant coach at Plano Senior High under head coach Todd Ford.
She's one of us. She's a part of our staff, part of our program, and her family is as well.
My name is Dan Quinn. And
Her bedroom walls display letters.
Go Saints, Dennis Allen, who dat?
From NFL and college coaches.
Stick 'em, Dave Aranda.
Offering words of encouragement.
So cool.
I hear you're being recruited.
Just a little bit.
She's a part of our recruiting list of potential prospects.
She's already had one try to recruit her. She's had several others talk to her.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it.
I was realistic with her. I said, do you know this is Texas? This is Friday Night Football. This is very much a boys' club. Is this really what you want to do?
I feel like I just always have a fire under me.
Why?
I feel like I have a lot to prove. I feel as if I represent any other female coach. Well, if there's one bad female coach, someone may not take the next one.
There are female assistant coaches in the NFL and college football, but there has never been a female coordinator or head coach.
There's not. No, we're going to be warned.
Rain Urich just may become the first.
I laugh, her backup plan is to be a neurosurgeon.
It is very rare.
Very rare indeed.
River Urich, sophomore, Vines High School.
You see Rain.
Rain Urich, sophomore, Vines High School.
Juju Urich, sophomore, Vines High School.
Sky Urich, sophomore, Vines High School.
Is a quadruplet. So if there's someone to beat the odds,
3, 2,
who better to write that chapter in the history books?
I got the first one.
Sometimes I'll just have an idea, and I'm like, this needs a notebook. This one sucks, actually. I won't show anybody this one.
She's trailblazed the whole thing. I just kind of drive her there and buy the notebooks.
In Plano, I'm Jonah Javad.
Booyah.
All right.
This one is called 35 seconds.
Yeah, come on.
They all want to play fast.
Let's get it.
That's the game now.
35 seconds.
Go, life.
Just over
I'm trying to speed it up.
half a minute.
Makes you coach better, makes your players play better.
Right ahead!
It's a beat.
You want to get up and down the floor?
Get it out, let's go!
A rhythm.
In theory,
and a pulse.
I think it would make the game more exciting.
Go!
On this floor,
with the shot clock,
it speeds up the game.
There's 100 things that go through my mind.
Yet can make it feel almost endless.
35 seconds is an eternity.
And for all that talk about those 35 ticks,
you go anywhere in the world, there's a shot clock.
Ohio prep basketball,
the only place they don't see it is here in high school,
has no such thing. Neither do 41 other states. But it could be on its way soon.
I hate not having a shot clock.
There are many coaches out there who are moved to support the change.
That's what these kids want to do.
We need to evolve
and modernize the game.
To keep the fans interested, to keep kids interested.
For both boys.
Nobody want to pay their $7, $10 to go watch a team hold the ball for 2 minutes.
That's you, Izzy!
And girls.
People who've been in the game like me for a long, long time are hesitant of change. Do I think that we can adapt? I think we could. Might take our girls a little bit longer.
Hey, circle, we're in it!
St. Ignatius coach Cameron Joyce thinks
get up, full court!
It's about time.
The kids want to be in entertaining games, and the shot clock is only going to help them learn and grow.
Get them off!
But there are also those who oppose.
We make it a possession game.
The change.
Imagine us playing brush and having a game where each team gets 45 or 50 possessions. We're in trouble. We're in big trouble. We want to keep the ball. They can't score if we have it.
Got it!
Oh. Keith Snoddy knows that style of game.
Good look, though, by Billing.
He retired after more than a decade coaching at Triway High School.
I hope it never happens.
His feeling on the clock?
Yeah, I do have a strong opinion. I think it will hurt the type of play that schools like ours can do.
Where there is some agreement is in the impact to the game's mechanics. Regardless of how you play the game, motion, pick and roll, or zone, possessions increase. So does pace, and perhaps scoring.
To me, that 35 seconds represents a lot more than just 35 seconds in a game.
It's not the first time there's been resistance to a change in the game. Consider this. At one time, basketball had no backboards, no dribbling, no dunking, just to name a few.
We still have people commenting about a three-point line years later. It ruined the game.
Doug Ute is one of the people who will take in all this input and sign off on it.
Change can be good. And so that's a discussion with the shot clock.
One way,
most people don't like change.
Or another.
But would it improve the game? But I'm going to take care of Ohio and what's best for Ohio.
But for now,
we gotta talk, fellas.
The hours of debate and discussions,
I think the pure basketball
will continue.
That a small high school team wants to play is going to be a thing of the past, and I think that would be a very, very sad thing.
As the powers that be make the call on when or if.
We just simply want to continue to evolve and try to make our game better.
The time is right.
And if we're not doing that,
to change the game.
If we consider ourselves, I guess, guardians of the game a little bit, if we're not doing that, then shame on us.
In Cleveland, John Dawes, News 5.
This one is called May.
If he told me I was at this position back in like 5th grade, I wouldn't have believed it.
Come on, go, 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 go!
A melting pot at an ice arena might sound like a contradiction. That's because the voices you hear
go.
And the faces you see are mostly the same. But take off the mask, and you'll meet May. May looks different.
Kind of like being different.
And sounds different.
I guess my experiences are different.
And wants to get the word out.
No mercy.
But for 13-year-old Mayali Glanzer,
Hi, I'm Mayali.
words have always been hard.
I play hockey.
We could tell from the beginning her speech was something she was struggling with.
Hi.
I've taken speech therapy since I was 3 years old, and just trying to keep working on getting the sounds that I want to say out correctly.
To understand May's speech impediment, you have to understand her childhood.
We were adopting 2 little girls from Uganda. The first time we met May was in a picture.
A picture that at the time spoke louder than May's words.
When she first came home, her speech was pretty unintelligible. She only knew Luganda, didn't know English.
This is May's mom, Carrie.
Always struggling with producing specific consonant combinations and different things. Her vocabulary pretty much impossible.
To understand May, you have to understand what she's been through.
We learned very quickly, like she had never been to a restaurant. She had never ridden in a car until we got there. So all those things were very new, different things for her to experience. It was kind of like, this is my playground that I'm gonna run around in.
But 10 years later, May's found a different playground. From an adoption home in Uganda to a home on the ice.
All I remember is I didn't want to do figure skating, and I really wanted to do hockey.
And through hockey, she's also found her voice.
With COVID hitting, people needed voices to step up and raise awareness of things that aren't right. I feel like COVID's kind of pushed me to step out like the shadows and kind of say, hey, we need to do this. We should go and make a difference.
May has made it her mission to get more kids of color playing hockey.
I hope to inspire a spark in them to come out and try the sport.
She knows what it's like to feel isolated on the ice.
There's not a lot of girls that play boys hockey, and there's not a lot of African-American kids that play hockey.
Being a black girl, maybe a little bit hard to prove myself.
When we go to tournaments around the country, it's very common May will look at me and be like, I'm the only one of color here. And I always say, okay, so you're the first one. But you show that girl who's sitting in the stands that she can too.
She can too is a great way to describe May's other mission. Bring a women's pro hockey team to Seattle and watch what it does for the next generation of hockey players.
Now Tanev in front. He's gone!
We got the Kraken, we all look up to them as idols. If girls can look up to some women here in Seattle, I think we'll get more girls to play and more people interested in women's sports.
Women's Pro Hockey Seattle has made her a spokesperson for their organization, alongside former Olympian Kelly Stevens-Tisdale.
This year's event.
May's message growing so strong, she was honored at the Sports Star of the Year Awards. A 13-year-old from Uganda with a speech impediment is now doing this.
I would like to thank Black women hockey players who have come before me as my role models.
My husband and I were in tears. This is a kid who, when she tried to communicate when she came home, none of us understood a word.
I feel like the sport has prepared me to take on any challenges I may face.
She's standing up in front of a room of thousands of people giving a speech, and it's just like, you just sit there and you're speechless. I never could have imagined this is where it would take her, ever.
May's journey has given her meaning.
She just has taught me, you use your voice.
It's just not me talking, it's how I move on the ice, it's what I do on the ice. That's helped me communicate to other people that I can do this.
Make the ice a melting pot.
So that kind of inspires me to keep going.
Make the faces seen and the voices heard.
Does that make sense?
In Bellingham.
Yeah?
Jake Garcia.
Okay, let's go.
Sports.
This one is titled Blue Lou.
3 balls, 2 strikes. By tradition, umpires are an anonymous bunch. It's their nature.
You know the umpire's name?
No, I don't. But one field over, at the Minnesota girls 10 and under state softball tournament.
Are y'all ready?
Everyone knows this name.
My name Blue Lou, and you know what I got. What do you got? I got a team that's hotter than hot.
If you missed it,
Blue Lou.
Ask around.
Blue Lou.
Everyone here knows
Yep.
Blue Lou.
Oh, he is an amazing ump, and we love him.
Love his strike calls.
He does like the one where he bowls.
Isn't that crazy?
It's almost like he does a dab.
The quiver, the bow, the arrow, and easily Minnesota's most photographed umpire.
I believe that we.
Part game official,
I believe that we will win.
part motivational speaker, part acrobat. Everyone knows Blue Lou.
He's the best umpire. Yeah.
But who is he?
Lewis Williams the fourth.
Lewis Williams, top right, hands on the shoulder of the single mom who raised Lewis and his 4 younger siblings in Milwaukee.
Way to take one for the team, even though you want to scream.
In 2016, he came to Minnesota to play football at St. Cloud State University.
So I had like a year and a half left of school. They cut the team because of budget issues.
Lewis stayed, earned his engineering degree, struck a pose with his mother, and went to work in his field.
That was for you, Mom.
The field of manufacturing engineering and the infield.
She's a walker, just like Betty Crocker. Go, Betty, go, Betty, go. Go, Betty, go, Betty, go.
Full count, and then he rubs his belly.
Full count.
He goes from dugout to dugout.
Everyone do the Viking rumble.
He kind of gets them going back and forth.
And rumble.
Foul ball, F-O. U-L. Girl, you foul that ball. Last year, around this time, I read a book. It's called The Compound Effect. And the book basically was talking about if you got a talent, put it on display for the world to see.
You might say Lewis jumped at the opportunity.
I love the energy he brings. I believe.
How much do they love him?
Can he switch?
That's a team pleading to have Lewis move from another game to theirs.
Everybody say please.
I think we're gonna have to stay.
He sets a high standard for the rest of us umpires. These 10-year-old girls ask me, "Are you gonna do flips for us?"
And I go like, no. Our ump's cooler than yours.
I was the first ones here.
The girls will encounter plenty of umpires
Thank you.
they won't long remember. And one they will never forget.
As long as the kids have fun, hey, I'll do 100 backflips. It don't matter to me.
Boyd Hooper, Care 11 News.
Awesome.
Becker.
Very rare indeed. I had up there 35 seconds.
Yeah, that was my top pick.
Yeah.
Mine too. Looks like we all did.
Are we in agreement? Sled number one?
Oh, no, I'm with you.
You ready? We good? Okay.
Which one for number one?
Very rare.
Very rare indeed.
Okay.
like 35 seconds also for second place. I thought the video, the in-game action was incredible, and the way that they were able to implement that. Like the editing on that one was super intricate. Like somebody spent a lot of time.
Yeah. I almost felt it was too much.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you can overdo that. You're right.
It's borderline too much.
Right. It's almost a little too. It's almost too clever. Like it was almost repetitive. Just keep showing those words in the black screen.
Yeah. But it's also that's part of the storytelling.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a time thing. Very much like some of the other pieces we watched that are.
I mean, I love it when you're going to waste, like, not waste, but, you know, you're going to use a 0.5 seconds of a shot, right? Like, it means you have a lot of video in your back pocket.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of video on that one.
So that's second?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
35 seconds, second.
I like Blue Lou.
Yeah, that's fun.
I like Blue too. Two of the ones that we haven't mentioned, I sometimes get annoyed when we don't use wings in the video, when it's a 4:3 video, and like one of the packages had wings for half of it, and then the other half it didn't, you know. But I think Blue Lou was pretty clean.
Third? Yeah, I agree.
And I wouldn't mention anything honorably with the rest of them.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Need a little break, lunch break, snack break, because we have a single story investigative.
Let's plow through.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Is that 57?
57. Or 56.
Oh, 56.
Single story investigative.
56, single story investigative.
This one is titled Understaffed.
I could sit and write to her all day.
The word.
I could sit and write to her all day.
The words.
'Cause I have so much to tell her.
Crystal Newkirk writes.
Even though I know she's around all the time.
Remain. Unread.
It's like she's still here. Because to me, she's here. I could sit and write to her all day.
The words.
'Cause I have so much to tell her.
Crystal Newkirk writes.
Even though I know she's around all the time.
Remain. Unread.
It's like she's still here. Because to me, she's here.
Her daughter, Destiny Johnson,
I call her Des.
died last year.
This is my way of dealing with my grief. Because I'm not sad when I write to her.
On February 6th, 2021.
Police Department.
The 24-year-old Kent State graduate
We need a police downtown 12th Street.
went to a party
I just got shot.
at the Luckman Apartments in downtown Cleveland.
Please hurry. I'm scared.
When the phone rang at 3:30, I knew something was wrong.
The call was from Destiny's friend.
Her friend was just screaming, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm like, what is going on?
Crystal asked what happened.
And that's when she said, somebody shot her.
Stand line, I'm getting over to EMS. We got police going.
Destiny didn't survive.
The last thing my daughter heard from me is I love you. Because I never got off the phone.
More than 1 year later,
I'm just being. I'm not even okay yet.
her murder remains unsolved.
I ask her to, help me, help us find who did this to you. I do.
And Cleveland's homicide unit needs help. Detectives' caseloads are heavy. Take Destiny's case. Police records show the lead detective was listed on 36 other cases last year.
It is bizarre what we expect a homicide detective to be able to do.
Tom Hargrove is the co-founder of the Murder Accountability Project, which tracks unsolved homicides in the United States.
The guidance from the Justice Department, from the FBI, from criminologists is that something is wrong if you are assigning more than 5 homicides a year to a homicide detective.
In Cleveland, there were 173 murders and 21 homicide detectives in 2021. So each averaged 8 new cases.
Personally, it hurts.
Something that frustrates Michelle Bell. Her only son, Andre Brown, and his friend were murdered in Cleveland 3 years ago. His case is still unsolved.
As a pessimistic person, I would say it says, do they really care?
Especially since experts have long recommended Cleveland add homicide detectives. In 2016, consultants wrote, "This is a key problem that the Cleveland Division of Police must immediately address." This 2020 report says the unit should have 38 detectives. At the time, there were 12.
This is a state of an emergency, urgency. We need something to take place.
With clear consequences. Look, during the last decade, Cleveland solved only 60% of its homicides. No worse than the national average, but still, there's a 40% chance a killer will go free.
So, why hasn't the city added more homicide detectives? Good question. For more than 2 months, we've asked to interview police, but Mayor Justin Bibb's administration has refused to let them talk. So we don't know if they plan to add staff or what they're doing to solve cases like Destiny's.
This is therapy for me.
So Crystal keeps writing.
She's make her presence known. Certain things happen in the house, you know.
Each word for her daughter.
That was my baby.
Brings comfort.
Once this person is caught and tried and
while she waits,
what a sentence or whatever, then I can finally exhale.
For the call that could bring peace.
Every day I look for all zeros to come on my phone from a detective to let me know that they got somebody, and it hasn't come yet.
I'm News 5 investigator Sarah Buttison.
You guys are just gonna have to deal with my typos.
Okay.
This one is titled Gonna Do Some Dirt.
Growing up,
very close. I mean, we are a year and 6 days apart.
Kristen Halton and her brother practically inseparable.
Birthdays, we celebrated together every year.
But as the smiling little boy in the bow tie grew up,
when he was 16, he started acting really different and strange and thinking everybody was against him.
he grew apart from his sister. The doctors called it paranoid schizophrenia.
Thinking that everyone was out to basically hurt him or get him and he had to defend himself.
That led to isolation, run-ins with police, and violent outbursts, says Kristen, like the time he pulled a gun on her.
He just turned into this monster that we didn't even know.
By spring 2007, Timothy Halton's family says he'd been hospitalized 27 times and racked up 10 arrests. Legally, he was not allowed to have a gun the night of May 25th.
We got one on the way.
The next morning, I get a knock on my door, and it's my dad, and he's like, Timmy killed a cop.
Cleveland Heights police officer Jason West died from a bullet fired by Halton. Investigators say the 9mm murder weapon was a stolen handgun.
How easy was it for your brother to get his hands on a gun, even though legally he couldn't?
It was as easy as going to a drive-thru and getting a meal. That easy. Pull up, he went somewhere on 55th, knew a guy that sold guns and bought him one.
In fact, prosecutors say stolen guns are a major way criminals and kids too young to legally buy guns are arming themselves, fueling violent crime across Northeast Ohio.
It's one of the easiest ways for a gun to get into someone's hands that shouldn't have that gun.
And News 5 investigators discovered that supply of stolen guns exploded across Cleveland in recent years. According to police, the number of guns reported stolen in the city skyrocketed, up 72% in the last 5 years. Since January 2016, that's more than 5,300 guns reported stolen in Cleveland.
The more guns that are out on the street in the illegal stream of commerce is worrisome because they're going to be used in crimes.
And in some cases, the same guns used again and again. Take the case of this 9mm handgun reported stolen from a car in Cleveland January 12, 2015. Police recovered that gun just over 2 months later inside a Warrensville Heights apartment. What investigators found next was a web of crimes. 5 different shootings across Cleveland's east side in just 22 days, including the murder of a 29-year-old man, all linked through ballistics to the same stolen gun. Marcus Ladson, a convicted felon who wasn't able to legally buy a gun, was convicted of stealing that gun and the shootings. He's serving 127 years in prison.
How often are you seeing stolen guns turning up in crimes that you guys are investigating?
We see it every week, and we're always seeing guns that were stolen.
And as this map shows, stolen from every corner of the city, a problem that doesn't stop at Cleveland's borders. Police records show guns stolen here recovered across the country and into Canada. Often quick cash on the streets for a thief, say investigators.
These guns don't know any borders. They go wherever the criminal's going, wherever he's got a beef or a reason to use that gun, the gun's gonna go there too.
It's why the prosecutor's crime strategies unit is focused on trying to get these guns and the shooters that use them off the streets.
Is this, in some cases, literally a life and death situation?
Anytime you're dealing with a gun, it's a life or death situation. Anytime you're putting a gun in the hands of a criminal, it's a life or death situation.
A reality Kristen Halton lives with each day. Her brother serving a life sentence, a convicted cop killer. To her,
wow. All I can say is it's scary.
This isn't just a list of stolen guns.
That's a lot of people that could get murdered. Today, tomorrow, next week. Scary.
You say murdered. You believe that?
Yeah. What else are you gonna do with a stolen gun? If you're purchasing a stolen gun or if you're stealing a gun, you're gonna do some dirt. Believe me.
This one is titled The District's Plane.
Hey Jimmy, William Joy, WFAA. I'm trying to schedule an interview with you to talk about your use of the district's plane.
Granbury ISD is a district of 7,500 students an hour southwest of Fort Worth.
Granbury traffic, Cessna 2464 Yankee is departing runway 14.
It's the only Texas school district we could find that has its own private plane. Assistant Superintendent Jimmy Dawson helped organize the district's purchase of a Cessna Skyhawk last year. The goal was getting students interested in aviation and teaching them to fly. But WFAA discovered Dawson used the district's plane to take a family trip.
Granbury traffic, Cessna.
We tried to schedule an interview with him to find out why. He said he was busy and then stopped responding. So we went to get answers.
How often have you used the district's plane for personal trips?
Well, I don't use it for personal trips.
But WFAA obtained flight records that suggest a different story. In June, the district's plane flew 250 miles on a round trip to Abilene. Then came this photo days later. Dawson's daughter posted on Facebook thanking him and her mother, also a Granbury administrator, for flying out to Abilene for lunch for her birthday. The district's plane is clearly visible. After we asked Dawson about it, it was deleted.
Did you fly to Abilene with your wife to visit your daughter?
I have, and what I do is I have to get required time, and so FAA requires required time.
The FAA requires 3 flights of any time or distance in 90 days to keep a pilot's license active or current. But that doesn't explain why Dawson was using the district's plane to do that. He doesn't teach students to fly, according to the district. In fact, according to the FAA, he doesn't have the proper certification to teach. The district says Dawson takes students on demo flights and, quote, "It is important to our district that anyone who flies in our airplane does so regularly." But since January 1st this year, the district says he's flown with students just 3 times.
Cessna 2464 Yankee is on.
During those 10 months, he also flew the plane by himself 3 times, but the district wouldn't share where those flights were to or what they were for.
You know, we tried to email you and schedule an interview.
Right. So I get to fly out of the plane because I'm a private pilot.
We are here to be transparent to the public, to serve these students.
Dr. Watt L. Black Jr. is an education leadership and ethics professor at SMU and compares Dawson's flight to a bus driver using a district school bus for a family trip.
I don't recall having seen cases ever where district employees would take a bus or a van or a Suburban and load their family up and take them on a family vacation. It wouldn't be appropriate, right? That's not why the taxpayers fund those purchases.
Who's approving this, right? Like, is the superintendent, the board, they know you're taking these flights?
Yes, we've all gone
So
through
they know
the
you're
training.
taking these personal trips?
No, they're not personal trips. They're
Well,
trips
what would
to
you
stay
call it?
current.
So-
They're trips to stay current.
Right. Well, any trip is a trip to stay current.
The trips he takes come with a cost. Records show the month of June, when Dawson took the trip to Abilene with his wife, the district spent around $2,000 on fuel for the plane. Dawson's flight to Abilene was one of the longest that month, according to flight records.
Did you reimburse them for the fuel?
So I paid for the fuel, and I've paid for fuel before, yes.
Right. So
Yes.
you paid for fuel for that trip because the district's receipts didn't show any sort of reimbursement for that.
Well, because I pay for it on my credit card.
You pay for it on your
times,
credit
yes,
card when you go for
absolutely.
the back and forth
But
trips.
the district says Dawson had not paid for fuel for the Abilene trip. Instead, they say he, quote, recognized the optics of choosing Abilene as a location for keeping his certification current and decided to make a donation. That $200 donation was made 2 days after we spoke to Dawson and 3 months after the flight. The district's personnel policy is clear. Educators shall not intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly use property or equipment for personal gain or advantage.
District property is intended for a particular public use, right? It's intended to benefit the students.
In Granbury, I'm William Joy.
Can you roll back the last 15 seconds of that piece?
Yes.
Back to like the graphic, the last graphic.
Certification. The Abilene trip. Instead, they say he
Yeah, just keep it going from here.
recognized the optics of choosing Abilene as a location for keeping his certification current and decided to make a donation. That $200 donation was made 2 days after we spoke to Dawson and 3 months after the flight. The district's personnel policy is clear. Educators shall not intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly use property or equipment for personal gain or advantage.
District property is intended for a particular public use, right? It's intended to benefit the student.
Next. Thank you very much.
In Granbury, I'm William.
This one is titled Let's Go Back in Time.
February 15th of this year, it was 45 years.
It's been said, time heals all wounds.
It's been many years since we drove down that road.
And Fred Wills will tell you that is not the case.
He was a guy from Mississippi, fought in World War II in the Philippines. He thought of his family a lot.
Let's go back in time. February 15th, 1977. The place? The house in Woodinville, where Fred and his family called home.
We moved to that house in '67. From what I know, at the time my father, he told us the day before, he says, you know, I get these phone calls from people and I pick up the phone and there's nobody there. They hang up. And they figure that my dad got up that morning, went out to get the mail, and while he was doing that, they called and there was no answer. All of a sudden the door gets knocked down, and unfortunately he got his gun out, and then they ended up having a confrontation.
Our Unsolved Northwest team asked the King County Sheriff's Office for more information, and what we received was a picture of the house and a short synopsis of the crime. We needed more.
I mean, we're here at University of Washington Library, which has a pretty extensive collection of microfilm, because there's not a lot about this case. It's one of the older ones that we are covering on Unsolved. I think this is probably the most comprehensive article of the very few that we found.
So it took 10 minutes for them to figure out where the call was coming from before they can get there. Detective with King County, at the time King County Police Department, mentions Lieutenant Richard Kraske.
Yes, I joined the Sheriff's Department in February of 1961 and stayed there until March of 1990. In the 1970s, of course, we didn't have DNA. We had blood spatters, probably fingerprints. You had to methodically go by hand through the files, big old filing cabinets, and card by card, trying to find somebody that would match the fingerprint.
So I'm doing the story on the Billy Wills homicide. Why do you think this case is still sitting there unsolved?
Well, it's still sitting there along with about, I don't know, what, 2,400 other cases in Washington State that are still open cases, unsolved cases. When's the last time, go back to some of those cases, when was the last time it was checked if it's a closed case?
When was the last time you heard from an investigator of any kind?
Probably 3 years ago. They're constantly trying new things.
Unless you got a cold case squad, that's a specific assignment. That thing probably hasn't been tested since the day it was put in the file.
7%. It's not a good number. Most in Western Washington don't have a cold case unit.
I know everybody has a problem trying to get information on those cases, which I think is a disservice. I really do.
From what the police have told me, I mean, there are things that happen that they are not telling anyone. Have a good day, gentlemen.
It's been 45 years since Fred lost his father.
Like I told the police, I kept my same phone number when I left there so that they knew how to get a hold of me.
Even after so much time has passed,
they may not ever find who did it.
This wound still hurts.
Most likely the people that did it are gone, but it would be nice to answer some questions in our minds that bug us every day.
Okay.
This one is titled, Lasting Effects of a Winter Storm.
Emotions just trickle every time I think about it. What can you do? You can't help but say, Mom, I'm sorry.
This sidewalk used to lead to safety. Nikita Gilbert trusted his mom's home made her happy and kept her comfortable. But now he steps in and flashes back.
Whole house is flooded.
February 2021. The power went out, the house turned frigid, the pipes froze, the ceilings collapsed, and it poured inside.
Just water, sloppy water all over this downstairs. My name is Gloria Quarles, and my birthday is March the 10th, 1946.
Ask this 75-year-old homeowner what she went through, and she'll tell you she's still going through it.
Hell. I went through hell, and now I'm hoping I'm get to heaven and get it fixed so I can enjoy the rest of my time I have here. No countertop. It was a countertop, but only God can tell you what a countertop is.
Gloria Qualls has insurance, but she says a contractor took her insurance money and thousands of dollars from her savings and never finished the job.
That's the only way to keep the air.
Her ceiling still has some holes, her bathroom doesn't work, electrical outlets are exposed, and her kitchen has no counter, no cabinets, no sink.
I have to take my food upstairs, and I have to cook upstairs, and I have to wash dishes upstairs. That's what I've been doing this morning. And I got turkey wing, turkey tails.
She uses slow cookers in her master bath upstairs, and on those stairs, there's no banister.
And going down the stairs like this. Look, see how they messed up paint? I just gone down like this, take my hand like this and going down. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Life is too short.
Nikita does cook for his mom.
This is my kitchen right here.
But her family just can't get her to stop cooking for herself.
She's just one of hundreds that are probably still dealing with the same situation. So, but it's not talked about because once we got over it, once the sun comes out, everything melts, everyone goes on by their business.
The Texans who had means recovered from that week. Others,
he just gave me a jacked up deal. These are the doors that goes up here.
Probably never will. Nikita drained his own savings trying to help his mom.
I had a heart attack 2 weeks ago, dealing with all this. And most people don't know about it. But this is what occurred when you have a lot of stress on you.
For 20 years, this home made memories. For the last year, it's made misery. In Cedar Hill, I'm Teresa Woodard.
Storm pileup.
It doesn't take snow and ice-covered roads for Trey McDaniel to remember February 11th, 2021.
You just play the events over and over and over in your head.
He wonders what that morning last year would have been like if he'd slept in one more minute.
What could I have done differently, you know?
McDaniel had been a paramedic at MedStar for 6 years. He was headed south on I-35W when he reached a hill and a bend in the road.
And you can't see anything beyond that hill, and everything was fine for like the first 30 minutes.
A few minutes behind McDaniel, Jesse Robinson was going to JPS Hospital where he's an EMT in the ER. But 2 exits before downtown Fort Worth, the express lanes at the top of the hill were covered in black ice, with cars going 75 miles an hour.
Well, that was when I was trying to hit the brakes and nothing was catching.
What is the status of your emergency?
I had a patch of ice, I guess. Our bag hit me in the face pretty hard.
What do I do? Oh my God. Oh my God.
They just keep hitting and hitting and hitting.
Yeah, I'm underneath the 18-wheeler.
You're underneath the 18-wheeler?
Are you trapped in your vehicle?
Yeah.
and there's a gentleman in a car next to me. He's just screaming.
Nearby drivers captured the moments, as tough to watch today as they were to witness then.
Here it comes.
I was sliding forever. Must have skidded 300, 400 yards.
McDaniel slid along the barrier and was stopped and trapped in his silver Toyota FJ when he looked in the rear view.
And I saw the sparks, the headlights. That truck was barreling towards me. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't believe, one, that I was alive, and two, that, you know, nothing necessarily was broken.
Concussed, bleeding, and with an injured ankle, McDaniel crawled out of his shattered window and started helping.
Where's this guy at? He's in there helping. Huh? He's in there helping.
I had so much adrenaline pumping. I just needed to do something, get my hands moving.
133 cars, trucks, and 18-wheelers slammed into a pile stretching almost a quarter mile.
I think the screams were the most bone-chilling aspect of it.
First responders tried to triage through the web of tangled metal.
I'm coming for you, man.
I definitely remember the smell of like all the gasoline and just like things burning.
If they haven't, get them notified.
Hey, we're coming to get you, all right? You hurting anywhere? Can you crawl out if I break this window? Still in there?
There was so much mayhem and carnage. I was like, there's not enough hands to help. I need to start helping too.
Like McDaniel, Robinson was working off adrenaline. It would be 3 hours before that wore off, and he'd learned he'd fractured his spine and dislocated his hip. But combined, they helped other first responders rescue more than a dozen people before getting care themselves.
There was no, rhyme or reason of what was going on, so I was just trying to figure any way I can get people out.
6 people died, ranging from 34 to 54 years old. 36 people were taken to the hospital. McDaniel didn't drive the road for a month.
Psychological aspect of it is real. It goes through my head every single night. Every single night.
For most of us, snow-covered roads bring back memories of February 11th, but those who witnessed it can't forget it. In Fort Worth, I'm William Joy.
It's
Okay.
This one is titled, How Did They Cheat and Do It?
It's not the Powerball or the Mega Millions that's raising questions tonight. It's the state's other games like these, the Pick 4, the multi-match. It turns out many of the same players are winning the same games over and over again.
In this stormy corner of Catonsville,
I'd love to know how they do that.
the party
Oh, I put it in a bank.
is almost on.
Nice how you have lost one. More people playing now. That's why they got more centers like this.
What's up, DC? How you doing?
Just hoping that you can hit something every once in a while. 5,000. A $5 scratch off. Yeah, we were shocked.
At this lottery lounge on Highway 40, you'll find dozens of players picking 4,
You got the 500, 550?
scratching 5,
Playing 5 digits for the night.
and dreaming forever about a $1 million payday.
Maybe you'll win, maybe you won't. If you don't, it's not a big deal.
And I got the 550.
But lately, the state's lottery games have been clouded with questions. A recent audit of the state lottery agency revealed that in a one-year period, 8 players had won the lottery's top prize 200 or more times. In the state's Pick 4 game, where the odds of winning are 1 in 10,000, auditors found one player had won the game's $5,000 top prize 79 times in a one-year period.
79 times in 1 year? Wow, that's amazing.
I want to know, how did they cheat and do it? Because you have so many people that have not even won once.
Auditors in Pennsylvania are raising similar questions. A recent audit of that state's lottery found that the same 17 players had won top lottery prizes 50 or more times.
This has nothing to do with lottery products. They are completely secure. We are talking about whether or not the person claiming the winning prize is doing something they shouldn't.
In Pennsylvania, auditors urged the Attorney General to investigate. In Maryland, auditors urged an investigation by the Lottery Commission to identify patterns of potential collusion between players and lottery-related vendors or officials.
You have certain people that are always winning, you have to wonder. I think something internal is going on, unless this person has so much money that they can just constantly play continuously all the time and play for a large amount of money. Then I guess your chances of winning is more.
In Maryland, lottery officials say they're now working to identify questionable practices. And while the news has raised suspicion,
you guys ready?
It has also fueled hope that someday other players
Always 18.
could win a top prize.
Is that for real?
79 times in 1 year.
Ooh, where they at? And what they know?
Lottery officials tell us tonight they are taking corrective action, which was recommended by auditors, but they will not discuss exactly what that action involves. Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News. It's not.
What's that? No. This is always the hard part, because now you got to remember everything.
We were pretty in agreement with the winter storm pileup.
Yeah.
Which is also a really good story.
Easy. Okay.
I thought Gonna Do Some Dirt was pretty good.
Yeah, I really like the montages in that.
I didn't like the supers they used.
Yeah.
Very
Nitpicky, but they're too big and they're in that weird part of the screen, kind of.
Yeah.
I often wonder if that's, the style.
Right, like if it's like a magazine piece, like a magazine 30-minute special, and that's like the font and they're using, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me.
I think so, because the one before was the same station, and so they're kind of similar.
You're kind of hog-tied to that as a journalist. But anything that takes away from my picture is what I'm, like, please don't mess up my art with your graphics.
Yeah. In that piece, they're gonna do some dirt. I liked the transitions with like the gun, the scanner traffic and stuff. I know it's all like file stuff, but it just just
Right.
sort of amped it up.
Yeah, it was done well though. Yeah.
Right, like, and to me, that's a difference maker, when you can spend time with file and go through and pull and find and collect and have it all ready to go,
Yeah.
and then start, working like a surgeon to implement it.
Yeah, that was good. What are we thinking out of those two? First.
I like the rec. The rec put me in that scene.
Yeah, just letting the video play
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Really, Barry and I both jumped first,
Oh, and then-
first crash.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh.
I covered one like that in Baltimore one time, and an 18-wheeler went off the overpass like that. Like,
I thought they did a nice job too in that piece with the 911 calls, how they were like over each other. It was like chaotic to match kind of what was happening.
And then body cam stuff, like when they were asking, "Are you in there?"
Yeah, they used the right portions of it for sure. So we like that for
For
first.
that reason, yeah, I think I like Winter Storm Pileup best.
Yeah.
Winter Storm Pileup first.
I couldn't tell if that sound was coming from the scene that night, or like if it was coming from like data
It
rings.
was surprisingly good audio, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was probably like a follow-up situation, right? Like they met somebody at work that had helped pull people out.
And does that make gonna do some dirt?
Second.
Second?
I would.
Yeah, I agree.
I liked how they cheat and do it. I liked when he said, there was 59 people, and he would circle the 59 that won 5,000 times, and he circled the 5,000 rather than using character generation in the script. That was fun. It was a neat creative idea.
Yeah, and then another creative, I liked how they put all those documents on the wall. Like how many times have you tried to shoot documents and like the light's not right, but like to have them on a wall like that was kind of a neat way to capture that. Are we looking for the third one now?
Is that the third one?
I would rule out the district plane for the third one. I would rule out how they cheat, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like. So you said you would do how they cheat for third? Yeah, I would. I feel like the other ones were okay pieces, but they weren't like amazing with editing.
Yeah,
it was
the editing stood out
Yeah.
to me.
So,
on that last one.
How they cheat third?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was that category again?
Investigative.
Yeah.
Single story.
I mean, I know that the airplane story was investigative, but man, that's on the light end of investigative, right?
Yeah.
You want something a little more hard hitting than that, maybe?
Is that it? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I think so.
I do like a good ambush, though.
Stretch, potty breaks.
With power, plow through.
Good.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
I mean, I'll go on like a 12-hour
This is
road
gonna be
trip
wonderful
and get up,
when
like
we
stop
walk out of
one
here an
time.
hour earlier than everybody else.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to 54 light photo essay.
Not this team.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're gonna be efficient.
We're in that room.
They bring cots in.
All right, so solo journalists and video editors both can enter a news story demonstrating exceptional use of natural sound bites, sound effects, and or music. There is no narration allowed in this entry.
Hey.
Light features or stories are exotic topics, fashion, adventure, lifestyle, less significant issues for your audience. Entries 5 minutes or less.
I've been looking forward to this game.
This one is titled Happy Birthday.
54.
This is your guys' cat right here.
Hey Rick, how are you? Good, how about you? Doing good. Happy Friday.
I enjoy coming to work every day. We're a huge family. We love one another.
Getting to work with more or less your best friends every day.
We kind of call it like the Eagles Hotel California song, you're never gonna leave when you come, because it's just wonderful.
April Fools to you.
What if I said I ran out of money, I couldn't give you your cash back?
Well, you never know about this place.
Pinnacle sends out birthday cards to clients, and they're all done by artists that Pinnacle chooses. And I have a client, Olivia DeCaria.
She's the light of the party, more or less, center of attention.
She has a big heart. She's always hugging everybody. Very artistic.
She sees the good in everything.
I am Olivia Rose Fortunata DeCaria, Princess of Italy.
And I thought, how cool would it be for Olivia art to go on our birthday cards?
Of course.
I have a surprise for you.
For me?
I think I got her good today. I think I got her really good today.
Oh my gosh, my art piece.
Your art piece! Guess what?
What?
Pinnacle's going to use that as our birthday card for the year.
That is music to me.
Isn't that amazing?
Like jump out of my own skin happy.
It will make people smile when they open it up.
I love making people happy, and I'm happy that my art will joy to others. Every day of the year, lead with love. Happy birthday!
That was good.
Okay.
This one is titled Mill Creek Melody.
The city of Mill Creek is just a fantastic place to live. Just a wonderful community where the folks really want to be involved.
I think it's a cool idea.
Mill Creek is unique.
What is this? A piano?
Mill Creek City Council came up with the idea. They wanted to bring music and art to the streets, create an opportunity for the community to engage, just share time together.
You feeling it?
It's great. It makes people open up a little bit, play any tune that's in their head that they have memory of from their lessons long ago. Or if they're more skilled, then they play longer and everyone seems to enjoy it.
Even for people that can't play like us, it's just fun to just take a minute and just play the music.
I want to play it.
Yeah, it's better.
All the pianos are on Main Street in Mill Creek Town Center. Music is so wonderful because you can just be walking by shopping and you hear somebody playing down the street and you're gonna smile. You just are.
I feel like music, at least for me, is like a real healer. That was pretty good.
These are difficult times for a lot of people.
I've got a legs.
Coming out of a very dark time.
I was about to sit down and just jam out.
And people really just want to be outside and be together.
Nice.
And this gives them the opportunity to do that in a safe place. I think that's one of the special things about the music and what it's bringing to Main Street.
Does this really work? Cool.
It's nice to have a positive community. Something out there so that people can literally put out positive vibes. Out into the community, it's really nice.
Monroe, was that Mill Creek Melody?
Yes.
We skipped the cobbler.
The cobbler is the.
And I'm writing in the cobbler.
Yeah, I
Just
didn't,
move mine
I
down
didn't
too.
check those. Okay.
This one is titled The Cobbler.
The number one comment is, we love the smell of the leather, the rubber, the glue, everything.
Everybody knows him.
How about 20? You're awesome.
Everybody respects him.
A little haircut.
Craftsmanship he has is old school, and I like that.
It's like he's a neighborhood staple.
I'm Gary Aitchison, and I've been a cobbler for 45 years. Hey, there he is. It's what I've done since I was 15. I feel the most comfortable here. Now I'm smacking it together with a little more pressure.
I was coming here when his father was running the shop originally.
Said shoe repair. He said, if you're going to live in my house, you're going to learn shoe repair. But I immediately liked it. This one is ready to put together. Oh boy, oh boy.
It is an art.
It's a dying art. There's no cobblers out there that care. It was huge in the 80s, then it started dwindling. Only 10% of the population even fixes their shoes in America, so you're in an exclusive group. Nobody's doing cobbling anymore. Nice. It's literally dying. People don't know what a cobbler is. I went to a comedy club one time, and the guy said, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a cobbler. It got a laugh.
He has those hands of God, you know.
And bam.
Just touching things and make it go right.
Yes, that's the truth. Nobody really wants to do it. Oh, look at this, because there's no glamour. It's shoe repair, you know.
Put a shoelace in there and tie it?
If you're having fun, you could be a shoe repair person with that idea. It's not too hard, it doesn't stress you out too much. Do a job like that.
Look at my beautiful shoe. Thanks, Gary.
This is perfect. It's wonderful.
He's always been good to people.
He's got the personal touch.
There's an expression out there, they may not remember what you said to them, but they will remember how you made them feel.
That's something special to me.
So you've got to make them feel like they made a good choice coming in here, that they're helping the environment, that they're doing the right thing. Thank you. All right, bye. Have a great one.
His dad would be so proud of him.
You're serving others, and that needs to be your goal in life, how you can help and make other people's lives better.
Okay.
This one is titled Cherished Grounds.
It's always hardest at the beginning. It's always rough. But the lines, those go, they take time. I zoom in and out a lot too on the pictures. And so you have to just keep going with it, keep working through it. It'll go around the corner eventually. My name's Alyssa Ennis and I'm an Ohio artist. I'm an accountant full-time, which usually a lot of people are like, what? Like it's kind of surprising. There's a lot of different things that you can use. You know, pencil, so like graphite. I've actually started using coffee over the last year and a half. Coffee. Yeah, there we go. I like dark roast and then I use espresso as well. Yeah. I love the smell. Once it's fully cool, I'll start to be able to paint with it. Okay. It does have kind of that nostalgic look. Yeah, I do like that about the coffee. You can use it dark to light. This is cool. To me, they're more than landmark paintings, they're pieces of home. I grew up here. That works. Born and raised in Ashtabula. So there's been some difficult times in the past with Northeast Ohio. There were factories that were here and had left. If you look around, you'll see some buildings that have just sat empty for years. That makes a huge impact on the whole community. But I do feel that there's been a lot of progress being made here and a ton of potential. What I want to highlight is the different beautiful places around us in Ohio. I think there's a lot here to offer. You get a whole different perspective when you maybe see it through somebody else's eyes. So I want people to experience the locations. It feels good to be doing this type of work and something that I really love and care about.
She's just beautiful inside and out. I'm Dennis Parker. I'm Melissa's dad. And my passion is carving.
My dad absolutely inspired me from a very young age. He's very talented, even though he may not say it himself.
She used to come down in the shop, but she's probably about 5. I made a little desk for her over in the corner, and she used to draw, you know, pictures and stuff. It's been fun to watch, you know, how well she's done with it.
Hi guys. So we're on Bridge Street in Ashtabula at the Wine and Walleye Festival.
This is Basswood.
Yep, he's the carver and I'm the painter.
Yeah, that one was a find.
And this is our first in-person event.
How much your things cost?
I'm enjoying being with my dad and getting to meet people, and yeah, it's good stuff.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I did have a sale today so far, so that's exciting.
The pressure's on, huh?
Thank you.
Yes. I like this one. You know what? I saw that one too, Eliana. I love it.
Very talented family.
It's a nice feeling that people like what you've done. Good job.
It's beautiful out. So everywhere you look, I feel like that is really pretty. Something that's just beautiful.
All through her life, I mean, I've seen her passion for art and helping people. She's always been a good kid.
So it's constantly trying to get all of the lines correct, and at the end it all comes together. That's been like the biggest thing, is just being able to share my art, and if I can make something meaningful for someone, that's the biggest thing too. That's my main goal.
This one is titled, If It's Not Fun, What Are You Doing?
Yeah. I'm under. Okay.
Are we ready? Okay.
It felt like the world was ending. And then all my gigs dried up, and then 6 months after that, I got laid off from the opera. That Friday the 13th, 2020 is like when the music stopped, in a way.
Welcome to our final rehearsal. We are sold out. Yay!
The Denver Rock Orchestra was officially founded as a nonprofit in January of this year.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Archetype Distillery on South Broadway was kind enough to let us perform and rehearse at their venue. We are a music club.
Let's pull it back at F also.
A social club.
The whole point of the orchestra was bringing people together after the pandemic.
A drinking team.
Everyone hangs out after and gets to know each other and has a cocktail. I mean, it's just been really great to bring everyone together.
All things in between. We're not just a group that comes together 2 hours a week to rehearse.
I've never had a project that I've worked on like this, and I've never felt so sure that it was something I needed to do.
Our board of directors, our founders, all of us are women, and I think that that is a really cool thing to be able to say, especially because classical music and, you know, the music industry in general is so often run by dudes.
Gail, you should not be surprised. The audience will be
Yes,
surprised.
we should not be surprised
To
about it.
Fun is our first priority. We all decided that that was the word, and I really think that's a great founding principle or like guiding light. Like, if it's not fun, what are you doing? I think quarantine was really hard for everybody, and especially hard for folks who had been so involved in performance, because it wasn't just the groups that you were playing with, it was the audience and the special sauce, the magic that only comes between that dynamic, that push and that pull, and without that, it's not the same. Live performance is something wholly unique, and it is the high I will keep chasing for the rest of my life. And now that I've had this time away from it, and now that we're coming back to it, I mean, my desire to make music and connect to different audiences is 10 times stronger than it was before.
Okay.
This one's bitten by the bug.
It is literally another world, just sort of like hiding right under our noses. And we've grown to what is now over 4 million individual specimens. And this is basically the pinnacle of biodiversity. My name is Robin Thompson, and I am the curator here at the University of Minnesota Insect Collection. All right. My family calls me the Bug Lady. The collection was founded in 1879, so we're around 140 years old. These are great. I love click beetles. I think we have insects from every continent except for Antarctica.
Wait, there's insects in Antarctica?
Yep. There are some insects. It's definitely not like the hotbed of biodiversity, but there are some. I always thought with these maroon and gold stripes, this should be the mascot for the U, but I don't think the U wants a carrion barrier. It takes care of little dead animals. I think it's a really charismatic bug, especially for Minnesota. This is a beautiful beetle. Insects are integral to life as we know it. If we didn't have insects, life would look completely different. The Minnesota DNR has been really interested in our native bee populations. Something has caused these bees to shift their county range or to be now missing from the state. These historical specimens are what lead to our conclusions about what's going on now and whether or not we need to pay attention to that. People find it surprising how much information can be gleaned from these old specimens. And I like this one in the back, 'cause it's got a huge proboscis. So if every insect specimen in this collection is a single data point, you can start to really make a big picture of what used to be or what it is becoming. These guys are just the kings of camouflage. They look like sticks, they look like leaves. They're just totally alien. I don't get bored because I've always got something new, and there's always new insects that are so amazing. This one has even evolved those giant like spines on its back legs are for kicking. Grab it, bite it, whatever, it literally just kicks backwards with these giant knives on the back of its legs. The insect world is so big and it is so diverse, and there are so many bits and pieces of it that are so amazing. I just really love seeing new parts of it and watching other people do the same thing. It is literally an
Okay.
This one is titled People Call Me the Heart Lady.
I never imagined that 2 years later I'd still be doing them. I still need the messages. Got a little system now at this point. Get the paint markers, make the outline. I have a few hundred sayings here that I rotate, put little stickers on them with more hearts, cut them out, and then they're ready to go. When I started, I was working as a bartender. They closed everything down right before St. Patrick's Day.
The streets were empty.
You would hear the sirens all over, and it was just a very sad time. I was trying to think of what I could do to make the neighborhood look a little better, and it just came to me like, oh, I'll put hearts up with little sayings of hope and inspiration.
Helps me say there's going to be more things to look forward to, and that this too shall pass.
People call me the heart lady, so.
Love is in our hearts.
I love it. It's so nice. Really is.
This is what we need. This is exactly what we need in the city, in the world today.
A lot of people need hope.
My name is Elizabeth Savage, and this is called Hearts and Why.
That one that you see on that cross street was almost meant for you that day.
Well, lock your eyes on it because, you know, it will stand out.
So everyone's so busy, and then it's just like, oh, don't be so hard on yourself. I can't be that hard on myself.
That's right. It's really inspiring.
It brightens my day. Yes, it sure does. Absolutely.
When they see it, they smile, they feel better, and hopefully they'll pass along that good vibe.
Not just my day, but then it makes me want to brighten other days.
I take photos of them, so if I'm, needing a little pick-me-up or anything, I can kind of go through my phone.
People come up to me in tears saying like, oh my God, I was at my worst and this helped me get through. Oh, you want to do a selfie?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Ah, that's
nice.
great.
I was actually inside a store and I seen her putting the heart. I'm like, oh, I see her in person. Let me run outside and say hi to her. Been noticing these for quite some time, and I started following her on Instagram.
When I first started, I didn't have Instagram. I didn't really know about it. Once I did that, it just kind of blew up.
It means somebody cares.
I just put hearts up with different messages.
It makes you feel good inside.
My goal is to brighten someone's day, even if it's just for a minute.
Maybe I'll be kinder today. Maybe I'll be gentle with myself today. Maybe I'll smile because maybe I didn't all day.
I've put up over 15,000 hearts from Harlem to the South Ferry.
A lot of love, less hate, more peace.
Love makes the world go round.
With my husband's encouragement, he got me to sign up and start art school. Try and expand my artistic talents, if there are any. People need to be a little more kinder, and that kindness does matter.
And that was the 7th and last video in this category.
Thank you.
In that last piece, did we ever see a heart in the foreground of the saxophonist? I'm just trying to, like, the saxophonist seemed to have just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, he had a trash can in front of him. If there was one, it would have been.
That would have made it appropriate to have in there.
Right,
I mean,
instead it would be just a wasted shot. Like,
or a waste of, I think they just needed the
good
gnats.
call. Good eye. It's not there.
Which is too bad. There should be a heart right there.
Right.
Maybe there just wasn't one nearby. I don't know. It's weird.
I still love the story, but that bugs me.
He was in there later though too, so wasn't he?
But it's just,
Maybe
I
I'm
don't
recalling
see
it wrong.
any heart with a saxophone.
No. I don't know if they were just trying to do the sound of the city or whatever
Yeah.
with it, but you're right, 'cause all
Right,
the
I
other
mean,
shots had
he
like
was
the-
looking for that music to carry, and he kind of had to jackknife it.
Yep. I don't mind it though.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the story is
Yeah.
still wonderful.
That one and the cobbler, I think.
Yeah,
are my
Yeah,
two
I agree.
favorites.
Fun. Oh my god, that's my favorite one.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Such great. I love like shots and like reflective shots, and you know there was like a mirror or whatever in there, and it's just really neat to see different perspectives.
I like the bitten by the bug one. I mean, the
Yeah.
classical
It's
music.
scary, but it's cool.
The classical
Music
music off the
works.
top was like,
Yeah.
I mean, it grabbed you, but then they changed the music
Yeah.
to like, not classical music.
Like,
It's just kind of like,
science.
yeah, sciencey.
Yeah. Medical.
I mean, don't change it. Like, just keep one. Like, I would think that for me, I would just use one. Like, if I use music, like, it's confusing to start.
See,
this
I toss salad. I put
Oh,
all
really?
kinds of different, yeah. I want to use it to change the mood.
My station is such a pain in the ass about music rights and stuff that
Yeah.
I just stopped even messing with it. You know,
Yeah.
if you work for Fox, they have BMG rights. You can use
Yeah,
whatever you
yeah.
want to, but you don't work for them. It's a different landscape.
So what do we think? Are we trying to decide for one between Cobbler and Heart Lady?
I vote
I'd
Cobbler.
say the cobbler.
Cobbler's
Yeah.
the best.
He has a great character.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was so ebullient.
First Cobbler,
Yeah. And then
Second
Heart Lady.
Hearts.
Yeah.
second Heart Lady.
Yeah.
Third Bitten by the Bug.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
That's cool.
Third Bitten by the Bug. Is that it? Any honorable mention?
I think that's it. The other
Yeah.
ones didn't.
They were all kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
All right. Well, I have to use the facilities. I don't know about you all,
There's only 4 videos.
but I still need to use the facilities.
She's preparing us. What's the next one?
Sean, sit down.
Um,
You guys are hard. just be like a 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of thing.
Alright. This one is titled Funky Flavor.
So we have a couple of different things today. How you guys doing? We have some fried redfish, some baked redfish. Food is that language that we kind of all speak. Hey, how's it going, man? Let's do it, brother. There's a lot of love in those beans, man. And I kind of give you that funky flavor. My grandmother actually taught me how to cook red beans. You had to have cornbread. She would tell me, hey, Mike, stir the pot. Add some seasoning, taste it for me. I know you were coming, brother. Food wasn't just something we did. Food was talked about, it was shared, recipes were shared, so it was something that's part of our family.
Chef O rocks.
This is what we do. Red beans and rice, man. Anybody want some more? Line up. I don't have a lot of money, but when I cook these meals, whatever I have left, I'll make them into plates and pass them out to the homeless. That's how I kind of started feeding the homeless. All right, so my name is Orlando Brown. We're originally from Uptown. My mom's name is Patricia Brown. She had 21 kids. Out of 21, there's 3 under me. So there's 3 under me. These brief moments where I remember we had a bunk bed and we had 4 at the top and like 4 at the bottom. And then we had like a pallet on the floor and there was some over here. And then I remember like my mom, out of 21, there's 3 under me. So there's 3 under me. These brief moments where I remember we had a bunk bed and we had like 4 at the top and like 4 at the bottom. And then we had like a pallet on the floor and there was some over here. And then I remember like my mom just trying her best to get us whatever she could. She struggled with us for a long time. And I know that one of the main things she struggled with was food, being able to feed us. I think for my mom, it got kind of overwhelming. This lady had 21 kids. So she struggled to take care of us. So I was adopted when I was like 3 or 4. I was adopted. I don't remember the whole process, but I do remember somebody taking me away. And then I remember, you know, growing up in this other place. And my adopted parents raised me real well and graduated from Destrehan in '99. I wanted to be a chef because I love food, but I never wanted to be hungry. You're gonna love this po' boy. We're gonna stuff it up real good, bro. I figured that food would be the thing that I would be good at, and then I could take that anywhere. You know, Cajun string beans, some fried chicken, dinner rolls. You ready? Y'all ready? Let's go. I was looking at the situation in the city, and I'm like, man, what could I do? God bless you. And I know I didn't have the money to go buy everything these people needed, but I'm like, you know something? I could cook. So I started cooking a few meals and passing them out. And then a few meals turned to 50, 100 plates. God bless you. It's a community effort. It's a community problem. So I think if we want to fix anything that's going on in the city, we want to fix anything that's going on in our community, we got to get the community involved. Sorry that took so long, you guys. You guys are going to enjoy it, man.
No worries. We got nowhere to be.
Awesome, man. I wanted to be a chef because I love food, but I never wanted to be hungry. And I always wanted to know, you know, I figured that food would be the thing that I would be good at, and then I could take that anywhere. I've always wanted to be this famous chef that traveled the world and made all this great food. Now, man, today, I wanna be a chef that's known for great food, but I also wanna be someone that's known for getting the community and young people involved in culinary. And then make a footprint, make a positive note in New Orleans. So we
It's something truly that we never seen before.
Do I get fatigue?
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
Critical time.
It ain't no conspiracy theory.
Do I get brain loss? Sometimes.
Month after month after
I get mood swings?
Yep.
Sometimes.
What we have is called long haul.
So a long hauler is somebody who has residual symptoms after having had COVID infection.
My name is Doreen Upshur.
My name is Lester Williams.
My name is Alicia Blackman.
My name is Jay Williams.
Marvin R. Talbot Jr.
My name is Danielle Griffin, and I survived COVID-19.
We continue to see coronavirus cases surge.
If you have any concern, all of this news dropping.
It hit me. Out of nowhere, I was fatigued.
Mind you, you don't feel like eating.
At one time, I was trembling.
It's a miserable feeling when you can't smell,
I had headaches.
when you can't taste. Turns out I was positive.
I ended up in the emergency room. Next thing I know, I was being hauled off to intensive care.
If you never, ever
I was in a coma for 24 days on a ventilator.
have a loved one in the hospital and can't go see them,
And they was waiting for me to pass away.
and you know that there is a possibility that they could die, it changes your whole perspective on relationships with family members. I don't want anybody to die of this dreaded disease called COVID-19.
If I fast forward to now, I still don't have my full taste.
Like all of a sudden, you got pain.
Achy.
Sometimes equilibrium be off.
And you don't know where it's coming from.
And I still don't have my full smell. And we're going on a year.
A lot of the symptoms that has lingered for me was brain fog.
Sometimes I'm forgetting things. I might be in the house cleaning up or whatever, and I look around, why am I doing this? Why am I doing that?
It could be simple.
Like, say you would go in one room,
I'm gonna call somebody,
forget why you went in that room,
and then you forget who you're gonna call.
so I would have to go back into the other room and figure out what the heck did I go in that other room for? And that's still going on right now.
Long haulers need to understand that their symptoms are real.
And all of us are working for one goal.
In hopes of slowing the spread of the
That's to help change somebody's life.
Just because you get COVID doesn't mean it's the end of the world.
Because we have a heart for the community.
It's important that we be able to come together and get this thing out of here.
There's help out here. Get to know where the help is.
And find realistic solutions for everybody so that you'll know that you're not alone.
We're gonna generate some help. And we're gonna change some people's lives.
This
Okay.
This one is titled Redefining the American Dream.
This American dream, what does that mean?
The idea is that everyone's going to have a house, a car, a television, the American dream.
It is bold men and women yearning for freedom and opportunity who leave their homelands. They believe in the American dream.
The American dream is big enough for everyone.
The American dream is dead.
This is a new suburban community. It is fairly typical of communities all over America, where families are pursuing the American dream.
But I moved here, one of the main reasons was because it was a white community.
There is scarcely any hope for the American dream because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it.
I felt that we were in reality standing up for the best in the American dream, and certainly the best in the dream of all mankind for peace and brotherhood.
We can fulfill the American dream only when each person has a fair chance to fulfill his own dreams.
I regret to say that we're in the worst economic mess since the Great Depression. What's happened to that American dream of owning a home?
Times have never been so hard.
Laid off 50,000 men.
Double-digit inflation.
Dreams don't work out sometimes.
The old saying about owning a home being part of the American dream seems to have been little more than just a saying for too many people for too many years.
For too many families, even when both parents were working, the American dream has been slipping away.
I do believe in the American dream. Owning a home is a part of that dream.
Subprime lending. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Home foreclosures are now the highest on record, turning the American dream of home ownership into a nightmare.
It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Barack Obama will become the 44th president of the United States.
If there is anyone out there who still doubts that America is a place where all things are possible, who still wonders if the dream of our founders is alive in our time, tonight is your answer.
Our parents came to this country, escaping persecution, poverty, and hunger. This night is about the American dream.
The American people are rising up to take our country back, to restore the American dream.
As my husband is fond of saying, the idea that if you work hard and play by the rules, you will prosper.
The American dream has failed you. Work hard, play by the rules, you aren't guaranteed success.
Listen to me. This is the American dream, okay? To have everything you ever wanted and still be miserable.
We are the dreamers!
Mighty, mighty dreamers!
Mighty, mighty dreamers!
The American dream is alive and well.
Donald Trump, if he had his way, my story would not be possible. And I am running to make sure that that dream, the American dream, American values, American ideals, will always hold true.
I'm the only thing standing between the American dream and total anarchy, madness, and chaos. Our national successes depend on our capacity to harness the full range of ideas and experience that exists in our country and deliver on the promise of the American dream. You can define every other country in the world based on ethnicity or geography. We're the only one based on an idea.
The New York Times is human.
Mm-hmm.
This America.
Okay.
I need this one too. Show me something. To separate it from the rest.
This video is titled, People Need to See Others That Look Like Them.
I saw all these amazing photographs that people took of themselves, and I was like, this would be a great art project. Sketching is important because it kind of maps out what you're going to do compositionally and also trying to get the essence of the person. Sketch, sketch, sketch. My name is Selena Leroy. I live in Brooklyn, and I'm a New York City public school art teacher. I've been painting since I was a little girl. All the time, just painting, painting, painting. I've been focusing on people who have port wine stains, which is a type of vascular birthmark.
It was March that she did my painting.
No, I mixed it up. To see an image of someone that looks like you or yourself represented is like super important because you feel like, oh, this is something normal.
I have a hemangioma vascular birthmark.
There's something really beautiful about birthmarks. They're like a map. I was born with a port wine stain birthmark, which is on my chin, lip, and cheek. Here are my photos. Cropped my birthmark out of each frame so you wouldn't see it.
The other people in the community, they get to see that and see themselves in a different angle.
Change the narrative of like what a beautiful portrait can look like. This is for like some parts of the birthmark.
Got bullied a lot because of my birthmark, and I still do now.
I didn't know anyone else that like looked like me.
I had to explain my vascular birthmark a lot.
It would affect my self-esteem and like my sense of worth.
I'll get those questions about like what happened or what's on your face.
There was bullying, there's people that made fun of it.
People need to see others that look like them and see that there's a community.
See yourself as a form of art is a unique experience.
Paint is a little thick, so I want to get some turpentine. My Instagram is called Port Wine Stain Paintings. I post all the images I paint. You should follow. My cat Loretta, positive motivation, screams.
I like it, and it looks just like me.
A beautiful painting makes people feel beautiful.
It's awesome to see myself in a different light.
Some yellow.
I just love it.
It makes them feel included. It makes them feel seen.
My birthmark's special because she did this painting of me and then she added it.
I pack it up and mail it to them.
I opened my mailbox and I was like, it's the painting.
This is my self-portrait.
Gives a voice that, not necessarily that everybody else has.
A great feeling, great catharsis in having the people around you who have had the same experience.
It's part of me that makes me special.
Looks good, ready to post. Beautiful.
And that was the fourth and final video in this category.
I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah. You asked and you got it.
I know.
Thank you.
Ask and you shall receive.
That would have been so tough.
I know.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're all basically the same on
For
the
the
rest.
other ones, yeah.
The New York Times thing, or the third one we watched.
Yeah.
It was too long.
Yeah.
I mean, the gathering the gathering must have taken it forever. But then we saw who it was, and like the resources that they might have might be different than somebody else. It was just too long. And I guess it was about the housing market. Is that what we were to come, or just about America? I feel like it was a little bit all over the place.
I put that I
didn't feel like there was
didn't know what the
yeah,
focus or
what the
conclusion
conclusion
was.
was,
Yeah,
so.
like what the purpose was besides pulling a bunch of bites.
Right, it's like a Saturday night. There's an editor with nothing to do. Somebody's like, "Hey,
I mean, it was
why don't
fine.
you
It was
put
just
something
like,
together?"
yeah.
If we're gonna go for a second,
I like the Porch interviews with the guy. I mean, I thought that he carried the story.
funky flavor.
Yeah, I mean, the
Yeah.
other elements didn't really
They weren't
as good as right. But I thought that his delivery and sort of his thread that was throughout was good.
I thought Long Haulers probably, I don't know if I would have done it that way, but
Yeah.
I did appreciate, I thought they did a nice job of overlaying the story simultaneously with both audio and like the visuals back and forth.
Yeah, I'm not
so
sure.
I think,
I'm not sure why they chose black and white.
yeah, because it was fine when it was in color. And then
Yeah, I had it in the same news director that was mad about the clicking of a camera. He also came into my NPPA one day and told me never to use black and white video again. And he was like, people pay for their color televisions, you know.
Well, it should serve like a you want it to serve a purpose if you're
Right,
going to do it, but I didn't need
I
it.
would use black and white when sometimes if I go back in history, kind of.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
it's-
Yeah, exactly. Like to show something that has happened.
Yeah, or like on the other end of it, you come out of black and white when things have gotten better.
Sure.
When
This one just went like to it.
Yeah.
But I'd probably say the editing, there was a little bit more to that, I think, than maybe. Will we do that for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have taken more work to do the effects that they did.
So which one is first and which one is second?
First is
people need to see.
Okay.
The last one, yeah.
And then second is?
long haulers, and are we doing funky flavor for 3?
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
No honorable mention for the New York
No.
Times. That'll show 'em.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Well, it's just kind of, we've seen such good work from them, and that's like, oh man.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that.
But being in newsrooms, you
that
can
was
totally
bad
see how
or
somebody would get that
anything.
assignment, right?
Sure,
And
yeah,
and
I
that
mean-
person hit a home run for that day, you know?
Yeah.
It wasn't horrible. It's just.
It was interesting, but
Right.
was it?
And they have search engines,
Are you still
search
streaming?
engines where they can type in
Are you still streaming?
the words they're looking for, like the American Dream. They can type in American Dream and then get resources from everything, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll just stop for the stream for a second.
Or it's brilliant, but.
Yes, very good, very good.
Sorry.
The whole team.
Yes.
47.
We're like a pit crew.
Video editing.
47 is daily light report. So the rules say, where's daily light?
It's
daily light report, a news story focusing on lifestyle, entertainment, culture, arts, human interest. Daily light reports are more entertaining than the hard news edits. Music's allowed. Entries must be 5 minutes or shorter, and this is solo.
Solo as in one-man band? Okay.
This one is titled She Hoops.
We had an organization. It's called She Hoops. What we did is we tried to bring in different girls from around the nation, try to get them to compete against each other and set themselves up to kind of get some of the same experiences that the boys get. The purpose of this camp is to not only give attention to the people that are already talented, but to give an opportunity to somebody who might deserve a look or deserve an opportunity, because a lot of times people miss out on opportunities just because no one gave them one. Right.
Everybody don't rush. Soften, relax, and shoot.
Anybody that's actually putting in work, you don't have to be a 5-star or 4-star talent or a 3-star talent. You just gotta want to be one. You just gotta want to put in the same type of work that those people that you look up to and you want to play like, that you gotta put in that same type work, and you'll get there. Any parent, you want to come join, you want your kid to come into the situation with She Hoops, come across, don't worry, we'll find you, but we have no problem with you reaching out to us. We'll get it done either way. And trust me, bring your kids, because you never know, you might end up with a future teammate. We have girls here who are on who receive scholarships already. So iron sharpens iron, and each parent should teach the next parent. It's the next generation, just like the older ones, you want to teach the next generation.
Is there a rule that if there's no track?
No,
Okay.
it's solo journalists, so.
So
it
you
doesn't-
so they can choose.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't say that the solo journalist cannot have track. It's,
Yeah.
I'm just making an observation.
Yep.
Next.
This one is titled Absolute Wave of Humanity.
It's an absolute wave of humanity and monsters.
It's hard to describe the amount of people that come to this show.
Guys, there's 2 lives!
The extremely vocal try to rein in the scout troopers, Inspector Gadgets, and serial killers just long enough for them to get inside.
Oh, it's great. It's great to be back. Man, it's incredible to finally be back to Comic-Con.
Where giant Lego float above the floor, people take pictures left and right.
It is the most immense celebration of pop culture ever.
And those familiar addresses organize the people below.
Yes, exactly.
People like Tony Washington, who's talking shop in Artist's Alley.
Some of my license work for The Crow.
And also talking with the next generation.
You got some good stuff, man. I got hired at this show when I was 18, out of high school. You got your stuff, go show them. It literally means everything to be able to share what I've learned over almost 3 decades. That's awesome. I would frame that and put it in the house.
Everyone's feeding off Comic-Con. Thor is here, his buddy Hawkeye is here. There's this furry round thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are spending money. Tons of it.
This is the Super Bowl of our industry. It's the biggest event of the year for us.
But Angry John of Graham Cracker Comics says they're not competing with each other.
It's phenomenal because it helps, not only us, it helps the community, it helps the fellow dealers.
It is a community.
Awesome. Thanks.
One of all shapes and colors.
Comic-Con is a celebration of everyone. And that's literally what's the most important thing about this show. It's awesome. It's truly awesome.
Okay.
This one is titled Olivia.
The results in heat number 1.
It's early Tuesday morning at the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo, and in the stands at the John Justin Arena.
Wait a minute, arm up.
A 9-year-old named Olivia sits patiently in her wheelchair. But she's not here just to watch.
You have your name in the brochure. Isn't that cool?
Participant number 351 is here to compete.
What do we and your coaches expect of you? Do my best. And? Try it hardest. And? Have fun. There you go. That's the most important.
Minutes later, she's on a horse named Dottie, and with her feet in the stirrups and her hands in control and with attendants at her side, she's the one on the arena floor.
First place goes to
with a blue ribbon for the effort.
Yay, Olivia won first.
Will Rogers Coliseum would be next. She had work to do there too.
It's so empowering watching Olivia ride a horse. So to see her do this, she's really defying the odds.
Olivia has spinal muscular atrophy. She will always need her wheelchair. But with the help of the Dallas Equine Therapy organization called Equest, and with events like this, the Chisholm Challenge, where people with physical or intellectual disabilities get their chance to compete, Olivia and Dottie get their turn in the spotlight too.
You get to experience like what it would be like if you were actually walking rather than just pushing yourself around.
To see her out there independently riding the horse is just, it's tremendous.
How powerful is that, and how much independence does that give you?
They're all sweet and kind, and they'll do anything to help me.
Winston Churchill gets the credit for saying that no hour of life is wasted that is spent in a saddle. Olivia is more direct.
I just like it.
With a smile that says pretty much everything else anyone needs to hear.
Was that Boyd?
No.
It sounded like him though, didn't it? It really did.
What's the runtime on these, Sean? Was in the guidelines?
Maximum 5 minutes. Just a 24-hour turn, day and delay. Okay.
This one is titled Back on the Air.
On an early morning drive.
A frosty 34 degrees is outside our studios.
Hours before the sun comes up.
This morning we have a family pass to the White Oak Pumpkin Patch there on US 460 between Salyersville and West Liberty.
Randy Thompson might be the only one keeping you company on the road.
I purchased the station in 1989, and it had been there, probably almost 20 years prior to that, so it had always been there.
The owner, GM, and DJ of 107.1 WKCP, Thompson has been behind the mic for more than 40 years.
Here we go. Again, put the number in your phone, 606-785-5900.
He's at the helm of one of the oldest forms of modern mass communication. On July 27th, there was a communication breakdown.
The building itself had never flooded, never even come close to flooding, pretty much destroyed all of our equipment.
Known as Eastern Kentucky's biggest little radio station, WKCP was caught in the state's worst flash flooding on record. Thompson's Knott County radio station was swamped.
When it hit, not being on the air, the most devastating part for me was not being able to provide people with the information that they needed.
Down, but not out. The veteran broadcaster was back on the air from his living room 2 days after his studios were washed out.
This is our production studio for...
And 3 months later, this old-school radio guy is still getting used to the new broadcast board and headquarters on Highway 160 just south of town.
So we're operating basically with new, for the most part, new equipment and new software I'm struggling with.
But his on-air interview skills are as sharp as ever.
And people from away from here, I would imagine, have trouble comprehending what actually hit here.
In a region where small town traditions are the heart and soul of a community,
When people they missed us and then they were needing and craving the information.
local radio is its voice.
Bundle up the kids before they head out for school this morning.
Connecting people over the air and never drowned out. In Knott County, Jonathan Gregg, Spectrum News.
This one is titled No Better Day.
In the middle of a snowstorm, you typically don't stop to get a car wash.
Let me grab your license plate and then we'll get you checked in.
But car after car pulled up to the Quick Quack in Lehigh. These drivers weren't here to see their cars shine.
Oh, we got another one.
They were here to see a special smile. This smile. All the cars here are here for Leah.
You want to take him one? Okay.
My car's gonna smell so good.
We always say that Leah, she smiles with her whole face. I mean, everything about her is just smiling.
But not everything in life she has faced has been something to smile about. Leah has multiple health problems and at age 10 has already undergone multiple surgeries. With Down syndrome and autism, she requires therapy and has a lot of medical needs that all add up fast for her family.
Do you see the car? Do you want to wave?
We hit our out-of-pocket with our insurance the first month of every year.
And that's why the community is showing up here for Leah and her family.
Can you tell her thank you?
Making donations that are all being matched here by Quick Quack.
Being able to help them pay bills and to know that people care about them means a lot to me.
Oh, Leah's such a sweetheart. I'm gonna cry just thinking about it. She is the sweetest girl. She has the sweetest heart. And honestly, they're such a good family. They're so kind.
Leah's love means a lot to her neighbors.
How are you? Good.
And today, that love is being reciprocated.
Are you happy? Happy.
Adding up to life-changing amounts.
$100, beautiful.
I mean, it changes us. We don't have to worry about how we're going to pay for things. We can make sure she gets the right medical services instead of having to worry about can we afford it.
So even with it being cold and snowy,
You like the snow?
Yeah.
For everyone here, there is no better time to come get a car wash.
It's definitely a great day to get a car wash in support of such a good cause.
Aubrey Schaefer, KSL 5 News.
This one is titled Elk Tinder.
I mean, we couldn't have gotten a more perfect day, honestly.
When autumn's glow descends on Rocky Mountain National Park.
It's perfect elk weather today.
Photographer Molly McCormick
I was up at 4 a.m.
sets her alarm early.
And had my cup of coffee.
Because dawn is the best time for love.
You know, it's a different type of love.
Okay, Molly.
Yeah.
Maybe not love.
This is a pretty big harem, and a harem is basically a group of cows, which are female elk. And then this big guy, he basically keeps track of them. During the elk rut, which is the mating season, I mean, listen to that. You can hear I feel like I'm on Animal Planet. You could hear the wild beast running through.
The park is home to a few thousand elk.
Lucky to be able to see a group like this close to the road.
Their song helps the guys fend off other dudes while attracting tourists and the ladies.
He's rounding them up, so And they're fast. They're really fast.
A chase that ensures the population remains strong and stable when he finally catches one.
It's elk tinder. But the females are not swiping, they're just forced to swipe. Oh, I love that exhaust coming from that car.
A nearly picture-perfect date.
That really makes my shot.
Dinner.
Absolutely stunning.
A show. And only the elk know what else the day will bring.
We're really lucky to be able to witness and experience it here.
Ann Herbst, 9 News.
That was the 6th and last video in that category.
All right.
I like 2 of them. I liked the last 2.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
And for me, I really liked the last one. I just love
Yeah.
anything in Rocky Mountain National Park is gonna woo me.
And the photographer in me sympathizes with her, you know, framing of the exhaust shot.
Right.
It's right in my way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd say
so
Elks won.
elk tinder won. How do they swipe their hoof to?
That would have been a great element, like to get
Just wanna
to
know.
get a foot, you know? How do you swipe without a thumb?
So would we?
Do No Better Day for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the slow-mo stuff in that first one was incredible. Like, that was like 30 for 30 kind of quality.
Yeah, I like the, I'm running the speed ramps though.
Yeah, the slow.
It really helped it out.
They only had one basketball goal though in that hole, like one that went through. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know.
yeah.
I think
Someone made a
it's just one.
basket.
I think they even cut it before that one went through.
Yeah, like no, like I looked through. I think there was just one shot and a wide shot.
There was one off the top that I thought that they like it must have not have gone in because they cut it so like
yeah, it was
should have
about
gone
to,
in.
yeah.
It looked like it was
Yeah.
about to, but they just didn't show you.
It was
a lot of
nice.
running happening at that camp.
Yeah, which I mean, maybe it was, you know, whatever. It's fine.
But that was probably of the other ones that had some type of. But you're right.
Like, where's the shot?
The Olivia story was nice, you know.
Very sweet.
If you think about the person who was gathering that, did so in the snow, you know. Like,
Yeah.
that's not a fun day.
Yeah.
But it didn't really move the needle. Is that 3 that we picked there?
Yeah, I think so.
What's second place, and then which one? Second was Some of the Better Day, and third was
She Hoops.
She hoops.
Okay, perfect.
All right, let's go take a picture.
Nice job, you